rest. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
tiebreakers? Well, we're going to find that out today. And to find that out with me, I've got two lovely panelists. We've got Lizard and Black to take us through the day. Guys, coming up to the final 2 days of the region, what are your expectations for these games?
At 2-0, Magma's gonna lose, unfortunately. And then we're gonna have the banger of a game where IG is gonna win 2-1.
Cool, there you go.
There you go. I
Question
mean, why
and
are
answer?
you even here, guys? Why are we here? If we have Black to predict the future, okay, goodbye. Everyone.
Goodbye, yeah,
See
we're
you.
done for today. We'll
Cheers.
be back tomorrow.
No, we're expecting a banger of a day, first and foremost. In the second series, we're expecting... Look, we have VP Gaming versus IG. IG, they... wait, what am I saying? We have IG
don't have
versus
VP.
ASTER.
There-
Yeah,
there
exactly.
you go.
But hear me out.
We haven't had a morning in a long time.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we'll
yeah,
let them
yeah. Why am I saying this? Is because
When you cried for me.
teams are so close and anyone can beat anyone. It's going to be a blast.
It is. We've got the warm-up series.
Why am I saying this? Yeah, the build-up is coming. It's going to be a blast.
Build up.
you got to enjoy it.
That
Okay,
was-
don't worry about
that
what
was
he's
a
saying.
great
Just,
blast.
He's going to
That-
enjoy it. He's going to enjoy it.
In my defense, I woke up 4 a.m.
I feel like he's blasted right now.
Yeah, well, it's cool. It's cool. We'll get into the groove. You know, we'll carry him through it. It's all right. Listen, today's on us. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at those all-important standings and have a look at exactly how the Chinese region is looking right now. Because of course we've got things very close and snug up at the top. IG are of course 6-0, yet to lose a game, but that could all change today as they are facing up against Team ASTER, who could be considered their biggest adversaries in the region. The other team which went undefeated until they met VP Gaming, who managed to take a game off them, a series off them in fact. However, still looking very, very close among these top 3 teams. Yep. We were scared with a 3-way tie before, but because VP Gaming lost versus LGD, that now cannot happen. VP Gaming cannot draw with IG, so it's either IG first or it's Team ASTER first, and this series has to decide ASTER fighting for that top spot. Man, am I excited for that one. And meanwhile, down at the bottom as well, we've got Team Magma, who haven't been doing quite as well. They are 1-5. They have been struggling a little bit, but they are still a good team. They, like, here in the Chinese region, you have to be a great team. Team Magma are a good team. They're not a great team yet. Therefore, they haven't really been finding victories. They did take a game off LBZS in a series as well. However, can they do it versus Elephant? Well, that's another question entirely. I think they're going to be relying on Elephant to maybe crack to the pressure a little bit. Before we get into that series, I do want to talk about a second series of the day just a little bit more, the IG ASTER game, because you think that IG are going to take it 2-1. Why?
I just feel like overall they're more stable. They have shown less weaknesses than ASTER. ASTER looked very vulnerable against VG.
They did.
And
What
IG did not.
Yeah. What did VP do to take advantage of Team ASTER?
VP Gaming just overall is looking really strong, and it all comes down to one draft of difference in the series. And if you look at this whole region, these teams are so neck to neck, so close, everyone in the first 6, that you could say that they all deserve to be in the major, really. PSG LGD, they won versus VP Gaming. Elephant, they won versus PSG LGD. At the same time, Elephant, they lost to VP Gaming like last 4 games out of 5. So it goes in a circle, even, you could say. It's going to be a very interesting tiebreaker. If we are to believe Black's predictions about Magma versus Elephant, it's going to be it's going to be a blast, let's put it that way, with Elephant versus PSG LGD.
And it's VG hoping that IG wins, right? Yeah, then they have a tiebreaker against ASTER, because otherwise they have no chance of going into the group stage. They have to go through the wild card.
They have to go to wild card, which is very hard for them. But
I'm afraid for everyone else that's in the wild card, though, if
It's
VP Gaming is going there.
yes,
There's a lot of scary teams there. Enigma, Liquid, and a lot of other teams I don't remember.
Yeah, the wild card's going to be absolutely wild. And maybe that's where the name come from. Who knows? I don't know. Let's get into our first series of the day. It is indeed Magma versus Team Elephant. These two teams battling out, and there's a lot on the line for both of them. If Elephant can't win this series, they are not going to the major. That is what is on the line for this team. If they win it, they have to play a tiebreaker with LGD for that wild card slot. So everything really coming down to the wire here. Meanwhile, Magma, they are fighting for relegation. relegation. If they can win this series, then they get to play relegation versus the side of eHome and try to battle one more time to keep themselves in the upper division. However, if they lose it, then they have no chance. They are relegated, and that is done. So there is so much line on two of these teams. As you've mentioned, Elephant are the heavy favorites coming into it. We expected them to be top 2, top 3 of the region. They failed to deliver in a lot of the series and took a long time to start really rolling. Are we starting to see the Elephant we saw before the DPC yet?
No, not really. They're still starting up their car, turning that key. If you're they're still trying to start stuff. It's not really working.
I think maybe we're in like first or second, you know, maybe not quite into third gear yet though.
Definitely, because look, Elephant, they have won a couple of series in the DPC, and they've looked all right. However, if you look at the FDC as well that's being played right now, they've lost, like I said earlier, 4 out of 5 games versus Vichy Gaming. That's not the greatest sign. Will that impact their game?
But against a team like that, they just outskill them too much. Like, just raw skill on paper is probably 2, 3, maybe 4 times.
So do you think the reason they're not scoring as heavily in the DPC compared to tournaments previously to the DPC, is that a decline in performance from them or a rise in performance from everyone else?
Right. From personal experience, like they were quite in the early stages of their team, so there's like this honeymoon period, you can call it, you know. Nobody really knows of each other's mistakes, and everybody, you know, plays together seamlessly, like no problem. But like the longer you play together, the more problems arise, you know, and the more potential ego there is, because they are all superstar players.
That's really what it is all about, right?
It is. Usually when it's a superstar team, it's about egos. It really is. Like, they don't lack any skill at all.
They're all superstars, and they all want to be in the spotlight, right? And everyone wants to do as much as they can. Everyone wants that comfort zone, that best hero for the game. No one really likes to sacrifice as much, so we've seen that, really. We've seen that from the beginning.
Teams.
But especially with Elephant, we've seen that from the beginning of the DPC league, in which some of their drafts look like they have 4 carries plus Red Panda.
Yeah,
right?
this Red Panda guy, it's just like, you know, we've seen him play very, very well in previous tournaments, as mentioned, you know, that honeymoon period. But since then, he's been struggling. It has to be said, he has been struggling, and the pressure is coming onto him. And I feel like, you know, that there needs to be some changes in this Elephant team. I'm not saying they need to replace Red Panda, by the way. I'm saying that they need to come up with a new way of approaching this game, because right now it's not working out for them when as previously it did. Hopefully we start to see some of that old Elephant soon. But let's talk about Team Magma, the other team, because talking about coming into the spotlight, this is a team which has found themselves in the forefront of a lot of discussions, because this is a team which we were kind of hoping would deliver some shock results. Hasn't really happened. They have looked strong in a couple of series, but when it comes down to it, this team just doesn't seem to match up a lot of the time.
They have extremely cool jerseys. I'll give them that, at least. So far, when it comes to the game performance, they did manage to take the series.
ZS's jerseys.
I don't know. They won versus LBZS in that matchup, so...
Well, it doesn't change the fashion.
We all know who has the better jersey now. It is IG.
Okay, IG versus Magma versus LBZS. I'd go with IG probably.
I'll
Well,
go
but
with
I
LBZ.
like the orange and black color schematic. It is a little bit childish, but I mean,
But that's why you like it.
that's why I like
Yeah,
it. Exactly. I'm a
guy.
gamer.
Sure.
Most gamers, for better or worse, we are a little immature here and there, you know?
When are we getting RGB
how can you not be
blazers?
immature? You're playing games for most of your teenage years.
Yeah, it's great.
You didn't go out. Like, how can you mature?
True. We're all developmentally stunted. But anyway, let's talk about Team Magma. This team, where their powers lie. What do you want to see them unlock?
Unlock everyone else's potential besides Dust. Dust so far has been on point with most of his games. He's had a couple of hiccups, but when you're playing versus teams that are doing just overall better on 2 out of 3 lanes versus you, it's hard for you to shine, right?
I mean, let's put it that way. Like, if Dust doesn't have a good game, they have 0 chance
Yep.
of winning. If Dust has a good game, there is at least a chance to win.
There's at least a
Yes.
chance. Yeah.
There is a little flake, a snowball's chance.
This team is really all about Dust. Like, he plays
Yeah.
his DPs, he plays his pacemakers. He makes sure that the game is running at Magma's pace when he has a really good game.
And
which is hard.
I do want to talk about this player comparison as well, because, you know, whilst you might be thinking like, well, you know, Somnus is a little bit further ahead in most of these statistics, but you've got to remember, this is a team which has been losing a lot of games, and this is a player which has been on the team of a team which is, you know, relatively new. The fact that his stats are as good as they are is a huge tribute to how good of a player this guy really is. Like, these aren't bad stats if you're losing as many games as Magma are losing. Like, he's comparing to Somnus, and he's comparing well to Somnus, and that's definitely a tribute. So, you know, statistically and both, you know, mechanically, this guy is good. Like, Dust, I'm fully expecting to see a different team pick him up in the next season. If there is an opening, maybe not looking at all the other teams in China. You know, I'm not sure who would be replacing their mid laner right now, but either way, Dust has a really bright future ahead of him, and he's proving that in this DPC.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, we'll see what happens after this series, obviously, but maybe there will be some mega shuffle between Magma and LBZS in which they form one
Super stack.
One super stack. You get Earring in there, you get Dust.
However, the sad part is going to be that probably both teams are not going to be in upper division.
Yeah.
So even if they have like this mega stack, they go 7-0 next season. You know,
You would have to do it straight away, right? So or form under one of these two organizations, right?
Yeah.
But in any case, we'll see. Maybe they can pull off something different now versus Elephant. My problem with Magma is, so far, as we see the drafts, they've been following the meta really well. You see this Alchemist and Troll banned out. It all makes sense. They're following what Elephant is doing. They're following what everyone else is doing. But drafting is never a problem for them.
Yeah.
It never looks too bad.
It never looks too bad. I would rather have seen their drafts lacking, and now I would be able to talk. If they draft well, if they change that, they'll own. But
yeah, unfortunately, the changes from Magma need to be in the game itself when it comes to that mid game, and their lanes are good as well. You know, don't expect Magma to get crushed here. Magma typically have looked very good in the lanes. Elephant have looked a little bit weaker in the lanes, but when it comes to that mid game, that's when we're going to see the big difference in these two teams, because Magma have really struggled in that portion of the game. And starting with the Undying, they've actually stolen that from Elephant. This has been Elephant's stable hero for quite a long time now. And Magma just say, okay, we'll play it. We'll ban out these two heroes we really don't want to play into and grab the Undying for ourselves. Elephant respond with a Lion, and then Magma pick up the Tusk.
something that Elephant has started playing a lot on position 5 is Treant Protector. I'm curious if this line will be 4 and then maybe they get that 3 on 5.
Yeah, Treant is like one of the best +5 heroes when you have 4 greedy players.
Really bad versus Undying, probably, right?
Really bad against Undying, yeah. Not even that good against Tusk.
Yep.
But yeah, the Elephant picked up the Beastmaster. Lion Beastmaster, we've seen it quite a bit. Very strong dual lane. Lots of damage potential coming out. Slow stuns, mana drain. It's obnoxious.
Keeping it very simple on their side so far.
Has to be one of the most obnoxious dual lanes in Dota. You have this boar hitting you and you mana drain you. 100 movement speed.
The Lion was so dead for such a long time, and we finally see a small resurgence of the hero.
And what
being picked.
happened? I played him mid.
Yeah, that's 100%.
Because we
Not
know
true.
Not true.
China watches a lot of my stream, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. So what was the Lion's problems? Most of the time is if you get on top of him in the laning stage, he's so slow, immobile, weak, he just dies afterwards. He can't really provide a lot as a 5. And as a 4, however, if you're with this Beastmaster...
A big bulky boy to protect you.
You have boars, you have slow, like
balls.
Black said.
You get a lot of money as well, of course, so you get your Tranquil Boots, Blink Dagger quite fast. And there's nothing scarier for anyone than a Lion with Blink Dagger. Or maybe a Shadow Shaman Blink Dagger, but...
Maybe a Tusk with nothing.
Maybe Task with nothing.
Yeah, just snowballs on you.
Yeah, but then you blink out, you snowball after him, like, oh.
Outplay him. Just outplay him, lol.
Easy.
Monkey King banned out by Elephant in the second stage. Meanwhile, Team Magma banning out all the cores, really. You have the Troll, you have the Terrorblade, the Morphling. Elephant has been playing a lot of PA, so I wouldn't mind seeing that for them, but PA plus Wraith King probably two most contested cores between these two teams in the second stage.
Yeah, Wraith King is indeed a bulky boy, but we have to see what they want to pick up.
You would be playing versus Mana Drain plus Necros, but you just buy that. You just buy that Shard and Weaver once again banned out. Slowly going up.
Exponentially, some might say. I can hear Knoxville and the Has crying as I say that word. It's not correct.
That's the correct usage of that word. Fool.
It would be impossible to have that considering you have like 2 games a day, 2 series a day. Maybe.
Well, I mean, if there's an increase in games when
Yeah.
the major comes about, then it could be actually exponential. No, it
I'm
couldn't.
thinking because you can get like
No, it couldn't.
6 series a day, so on. You could have it for like 2 days, maybe. Yeah, 2, right? Maybe 3 days.
I was wondering what the hell we're talking about. An exponential curve is a curve which is continuously accelerating, so therefore often used to just mean, you know, constant improvement, but it's actual like the acceleration of an acceleration.
I mean, you might be wondering why I'm not talking much. I'm just letting those two make fools out of themselves while I'm having a good time.
It's very easy to
It's
be
a-
the
it's
smart
a-
one, isn't it?
it's
When
a-
it's being listened.
It's a very fast rising curve. That's all.
There we go.
Very
there we go.
fast rising.
curve. Yeah.
Curve.
Talking about a very fast rising curve, what are we going to pick next?
Well, if we're talking about curves, who provides the best curve in Dota?
We've already got Lion, so the curvy boy.
Oh, that's
Elder
pretty
Lion, that's a
curvy.
good
He's
curve.
pretty curvy. Yeah.
The briefcase.
Team
That's
Magma with
an
the
instant storm
Storm.
pick.
Yeah.
Into a Lion and Beastmaster. Okay.
Very brave.
Yeah. Versus ET, sure, it's all right, but these 2 heroes already have.
You can't own them though. Like if you get a fast Orchid, you get on top of them, they can die really fast.
And it's not really easy. I'm mostly speaking about Lion. It's not really easy to roar a storm, right? But
Yeah.
Lion can insta-hex you, and that can be problematic.
Just outplay him.
Unlike real life, where it's very easy to roar a storm. Just go
Just
outside.
go outside and roar
yeah,
a storm.
roar at the sky. Very empowering moments.
And then the lightning
Highly
hits you,
recommended.
and you're like, well, instant regrets. Why did I do that?
I was reading about a guy
Or you
who-
just go back into your house and you're wet. That's also.
Yeah,
Yeah, true.
that's the most likable outcome.
Yeah.
I was reading about a guy who there's this mountain where there's like tons of fatalities from mountaineers. It's like considered one of the hard K2, one of the hardest mountains to climb. I was reading about a guy who died by getting struck by lightning on that. I mean, that's pretty damn unlucky, right? Like,
Yeah.
just get struck by lightning whilst climbing a mountain. Anyway, we have Void Spirit picked up by Team Elephant, and Magma are going to respond with the.
Hey,
Hey, yo,
It's a safe
what
storm.
the hell?
Safely in storm then.
Alright.
All right, I like this. I like this. Team Magma are like, hey, you know what? If we're going out on our terms, goddammit. Let's go down in a blaze of glory.
There's no more carries left.
Okay, draft analysis. This is probably the hardest the guy programming this has ever had
What are they
to
doing?
work. Like what?
Sweating, trying to like figure out.
TA and Storm suddenly mid lane performance double.
How do you like at the left stun bar, the little tiny red?
Little boop.
What,
Who's
who's that from?
Who's that from actually?
It's from
TA
TA.
from
TA.
Oh, the melt bash.
'cause
The melt
the melt bash
bash.
at 25 means that she does technically have a stun, but well, I imagine this is all calculated. This isn't someone like going like,
Yeah,
oh
of
yeah,
course.
TA stuns a bit. So yeah, I
Yeah.
mean technically she does stun in the game.
I know we
but
have a guy actually in the back. He
In a
instantly
cupboard.
he just calculates as the
computer
heroes
guy.
are picked.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's our computer guy.
Yeah.
being a guy for the whole building,
Look at how
We
many
actually
carries
have
there banned.
Nahaz kidnapped.
stuffed in a closet.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 carries are banned.
10 carries a ban. Good counting.
all the carries are
Yeah.
out. So, but strangely enough, Wraith King is still in the pool.
Brave King is in the pool. AM is in the pool.
Elephant played both of those versus
Chaos
Vici.
Knight in
PA
the
as
pool.
well. Did they play?
I think Chaos Knight would actually crush Magma here. They have nothing.
What about the Aghanim Storm Spirits? Come on, man.
Oh, that's true. Then they can pull them
They
closer.
die faster. Okay, interesting arc warden banned by Team Magma. They're just continuing to ban out all the carries, but
And so is Elephant, though. Like,
Yep.
everyone's just banning out carries. Yeah, there's another one.
they're on an agreement.
Now definitely CK. There's no other
CK.
either hero left. Terrorblade? No, it's also banned.
No, it's banned.
So CK. Obviously.
Troll is banned in the first.
I actually think, though,
Meepo.
no.
Actually, great Meepo game.
I mean, it's a great Meepo game,
It's
but
a
it's so
great-
risky, though.
Is it? Why?
Yeah, because
It's so free.
because it's Meepo.
Yeah, but if you play
Well,
Meepo,
why don't you
this
just pick
is-
CK instead and you win?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, even freer.
trust me, this is such a free Meepo game. There is no way of losing it with your composition as well. And they go with the raid king.
So boring.
Boo, come on.
It's like
Elephant.
literally the only carry that's not banned, and they pick it. It's
Yep.
so boring.
I mean, it kind of feels like Team Magma were baiting it because, you know, one of the most popular carries of the patch, in fact, I think the most popular carry of the patch, it feels like Magma were like, yeah, come on, take it. And they're like, okay, we'll take it. And I don't know, is this a trap? Have they fallen into it?
And they fell into
not
their
right.
own trap.
Wait,
I-
Shylock is playing Nature's Prophet.
Yeah?
And
it's offlane Storm.
Storm. No, this
No.
is a 4 Storm.
The 4 Storm.
Yeah.
All right.
Offlane Tusk.
So I'm going with Elephant.
What's happening? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Give me some insight as in why.
I mean, I feel like the Wraith King, believe it or not, he's gonna free farm against this post-4 Storm. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lizard, do you echo the sentiments of your comrade?
I really like the Storm and the TA pick.
Well, then you should go with it.
But I'm joking. I don't know what this is from Magma. Really, they've drafted something different. Not really different in the way I wanted
Different.
it. Elephant here as well. Yeah.
All right, you know, I'm going to stick with my trend of...
He's just high, dude. He's just high.
I'm going to stick with my trend of going with the underdogs. I'm going Team Magma. They're spicing things up, and I love a bit of spice in the
gonna
morning
be a
with
blast.
my breakfast. So we're going to jump in with Team Magma for this one. But also, let's jump in with our casters and find out what they have to say about this first draft. Guys, can you help us make sense of this chaos?
Of this blast.
Yeah, Team Magma with you know, some spicy draft, as he said in the morning. Position 4 Storm, something that some teams in the past try to make it work. My boy Fogged, he loves to play the hero on position 4. He thinks it's viable, so I want to see, but still gonna go with Elephant. You know, there always has to be a build up, like some kind of a story to look like Magma's gonna win, then shift
But
180.
All right, V-Cup, talking about roaring at storms. I saw you out last night yelling at the sky. What did it yell back at you?
You saw that?
Yeah.
That was supposed to be a private roaring at the storm session.
Sorry, dude. I couldn't help it.
I was on the balcony. It's okay. It's public space. But, yeah, you know, the storms were talking to me, and they said elephant. They were not saying Magma at all. But I think they might have a chance. I don't know. A little experimentation.
More chance, a bit of experimentation coming out from the Magma boys, pulling out the big guns in their very last game. Let's see if they can pull it off in game number 1 of Elephant versus Magma. V-Cup on Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much. Nomad coming into game number 1 between Elephant and Magma. This has been a long road and an important one for both these teams, really. I didn't think at this point in the season we'd be seeing matchups that could potentially lead to tiebreakers, but the winner of this one is involved in a tiebreaker somewhere.
Yeah.
Either Elephant with LGD or Magma with EHO.
Everyone loves tiebreakers, you know. Play 6 weeks, possibly 8 weeks with 2 weeks pause, just to play that 1 BO3 or 1 BO1 to be able to go through. Like, that didn't matter last 6 weeks. Down the drain, let's just play 1 BO3 to decide who's going where.
I think the whole season should just reset. If there's any ties, everything resets, we start over again. It's
There's
fine.
not enough time, B-Cup, for that.
You
Also,
have to get
I'm
it all
very
done in one
glad
day.
that you're not involved in any, you know, organizing of the events, organizing of the rules. So, yeah, just stick with what you know, hype it up, let's go. Storm Spirit, position 4. Talk to me about the items.
I don't know. He's going bottle and null talisman. So is
No, that's an
wonder-
offlane. No, it's
Yeah.
actually a 4 Storm. Never mind. Because he's like trying to rush bottle. Very interesting.
yeah.
I was
But-
like, maybe they are not swapping the... Maybe they're just swapping the hero roles, but they're not. Because TZY is playing that Tusk with the Quelling Blade.
Interestingly enough, he's back on this Tusk. You've got Mian on Storm. I want to say, I don't think I've ever seen him playing Storm in the amount of time I've watched him throughout the years. Like that, I don't know if I've really seen much of 4 Storm at all in a pro game.
There were some. You know, people try to make it work. It's super greedy. Storm goes in, blocks the small camp so they can get the pull off. You don't need Storm for that. You can do that with any hero pretty much. But yeah, he's gonna struggle against Lion in the lane, where like mana drain is just gonna destroy him.
Yeah, they've brought FY up here, and FY, obviously, he plays the 4 for Elephant, but he's here in the safe lane. Sometimes the supports will switch. I was wondering, I actually wanted to ask you, is it the matchup that the Lion's getting that draws the Lion towards top, or is it the Elder Titan
It's much better for both of the supports to be in the different lanes that they usually are because of the mana drain against the Storm Spirit once you get that on level 2. Also, bottom lane, it's not the greatest because you're playing like 2 melee strength heroes into Undying, but you also, I'm not gonna say can trade with the Undying, but with the Astral Spirit you're gonna get extra damage coming up from the summons from the Treants, so that's a good thing. But you know, Undying still the king of zoning people out.
Yeah, trying to do as much as he can with that mana that he's got. He's only got 1 Mango, 1 Clarity right now and sitting on 47 mana, so yeah, he'll use that Mango, go to the Decay, and we'll see how Kaz continues to work, at least for right now, because he doesn't really have quite a lot of mana to work with. Shylock losing his courier. So a couple of couriers killed so far. No first blood. 2.5 minutes in. We haven't really spoken too much about the Somnus v Dust over mid. Void Spirit TA. Is this a matchup that Dust should be winning?
I don't think so. Like Void Spirit is just one of the strongest laners. His attack animation is insanely good. Has a decent amount of armor.
Up top, FY getting chased, slowed up, gets that Fairy Fire off, surviving with a minuscule amount of health and turning this around as he pops the salve. Wraith Fire Blast coming through into Mian Mian, but FY not committing. Eurus down to about half health.
Yeah, Storm Spirit has only stick charges to work with. Courier, that's actually TZY's courier, so no extra region. They summon a tree to get more region out of that last tango that was shared actually by TZY. So yeah, there is kill potential. Snowball, Storm doesn't get in. They're not on the same page.
Yeah, now they go for the Storm instead. They'll use the tag team once more. FY will hex up TZY, and Eurus getting hit hard. But again, both these teams going back and forth with a little bit of a skirmish. Nobody dying.
You need to be careful, like how much damage Dust can deal in this type of a lane. Once you get that level 3 2 points in tag team, it's just some serious amount of damage. Like sometimes you're like, what? Where's that coming from?
Aether Remnant. But into the Vortex, Mian Mian trying to help out Dust here. But they'll drop the Tombstone, so they're really going to try for this. A 2-man sleep. Somnus still on the run, though. Won't make it out, and Mian Mian does get first blood with that 4-position Storm.
I kind of wanted him to get that first blood, and here comes the bottle. So
Red Panda might die too. God, Zombie's doing so much damage, especially with Kaz hitting hard with 12 stolen strength.
Also, Templar Assassin has a double damage in the bottle. Lion needs to be
up
careful. Top.
And they'll get the kill on the FY, but they'll trade Mian Mian. So finally 1 on the board for Elephant. Not bad for Magma so far. The start with the aggression that they've used has been placed pretty well. I mean, there was a little bit of miscommunication top at times, but I would say overall you're happy with this start.
Double damage.
TZY picked up the bottle from the Storm Spirit, got the bottle, got the rune inside of it, which means that he's full HP, full mana mid lane.
Stun out and looking for the sleep that lands, and Dust is in trouble, hexed up by FY. 3-man decay. Dust though gets the refraction off, and now
that
he's
double
turning this on Red
damage is
Panda.
gonna hurt.
Eurus also dies top.
It's looking spicy.
Whoa. Magma really putting this together.
And Tusk is getting solo XP from this. Like, he's gonna be level 6 pretty soon. And I don't think you can play the lane once Tusk gets level 6. It's just, you're gonna get to pretty much one-shot it. Line shows up, Snowball, tag team, plus a Volrus Punch, you're instantly dead.
Yeah, 1 Vortex shot with that, or wow, you know, 1 Vortex with the Static Remnant shot coming in, and you're probably dead. Once he hits that level 6, they've got the stun. Eurus thinking about turning around, goes to the Wraith Fire Blast, and now the Hex, the right-click damage on the Skeletons with a Snowball save. is not there.
They just wanted too much, you know. Diving underneath the tower, Tusk doesn't have any mana left, already used his kit, so just try to get that level 6 on Tusk, and you can still get some easy kills. Wraith King getting closer to level 6 as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Back is Mian refilling that bottle. They're going to snowball. They want to go for this. They still don't have level 6, but oh, Shylock, everybody getting stunned. That was a 3-man stun save there for FY.
Shylock should have DP'd a bit more in the backline. Like, there's still a Quelling Blade, so you're not going to get too much out of the Sprout. Possibly just try to block him out, and also ulti did not connect. They lost the vision. On the bottom, we didn't talk about Yang at all. Like, he's 42 CS on a Beastmaster, has that Necrobook 1 done, so you need to be very careful about like one extra rotation on the bottom lane. Has that Roar up. Someone needs to tank that Roar, and like, it's probably gonna be Undying. Someone else shows up, like no matter who shows on the bottom is just pretty much dead, and it's also a dead tower.
Yeah, so they're trying to make something happen elsewhere as they'll go to the Walrus Punch as well as the right-click damage from Mian. But just can't get
Skelly Bros.
And yes, the Skeleton's doing a lot of damage. Mian maybe trying to get something out of this. But even with the Vortex, Tusk has left him. TZY leaves Mian in a die. And Eurus gets away with another kill. They get the tier 1 tower over mid, but they've lost their tier 1 bottom. So they're giving Eurus a lot back.
Yeah, like those 2-3 bad moves coming out from Magma after having a really good start on the top lane, allowing Eurus to come back into the game. No shenanigans this time around. Phase boots, gloves of haste, not going for Midas, straight into Radiance. Like, you hit that Radiance timing a bit faster, but you get more levels with the hand of Midas, of course, and it pays off. But he feels like he needs it like right away to be able to fight with the team. There's going to be Beastmaster who will be super farmed. Like, Radiance against the Templar Assassin is just too good against Nature's Prophet and his Treants also, so I can understand why he's rushing Radiance here.
Yeah, not going to what we've seen has been the staple of the Midas. I think I had that conversation with Black yesterday, talking about what's going to make you go straight to the Radiance over Midas Radiance. And
did he say anything smart?
Yeah, he did, but I don't want to misquote him, so, you know, I'll leave it to getting to that Radiance quicker. If you can get that timing, feels much better.
Makes a lot of sense. You buy Radiance faster, you will have it much quicker.
I simplified it for all the people out there.
Got it. Kaz on a mid lane. He just wants to bait a couple of spells, gets the Tombstone off.
Ooh, Stoneball coming in with the Walrus Punch. Now they'll get Shylock in. Primal Roar off before Yang, I would think, maybe dies here. Survives way longer than I thought he would. It's so far just a 1-for-1 trade as they continue to turn, look for Somnus, but don't find the kill on the Void Spirit.
Elephant needs to be careful about those like mid fights because they don't have a tier 1 tower to TP to.
And that one is pretty good for Magma considering they get Primal Roar out. Again, like you said, he wanted to bait out some spells there, and he did. I thought they might hold the Primal Roar, but Yang, with his last breath, throws the ult.
It may sound stupid, but that's what Kaz wanted to do there. You know, just go in, die, and he's done it perfectly. He got the Tombstone off, like didn't get the levels before he died, so that's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, you see those spells, like you see Finger, you want to kind of force Lion to maybe use it on you. Same goes for Roar, you want to tank it instead of getting a Roar, let's say, on a TA.
I mean, he's a 5 Undying. I think that's fine to soak up as much as you can. Be the sponge. TZY and Shylock up towards top with Mian trying to take yet another tower. Elephant need to figure out what the response is to this, whether or not it's defending the tower or going somewhere else to try and take an objective of their own. They'll try to defend a little bit with the Elder Titan coming around is Somnus as well as FY. Somnus He spotted Aether Remnants down. They use the finger, they get the kill into Mian Mian, but now the snowball over with the Walrus Punch, looking over at FY with the tag team. They'll get themselves a trade. It's Kaz with a decay that gets the finishing blow, and it's a tower and a kill. So not bad for Magma. Still
not at all. They
good.
have 1k gold lead. Like, Magma came prepared for this one. Like, you can see a bit of an unorthodox draft here. Offlane Tusk, we've seen that before, but it's not like super popular. And position 4 Storm, they also brought in Undying. You know, a Storm 4 can work much better if like you don't have a mid laner who wants to be in a triangle but instead wants to go and do stuff on the map. So it's kind of hard. Like, she has a Blink Dagger, you know, so she can jump between the camps, possibly get a better positioning in a team fight.
Right.
But as a position 4 Storm, you need to be greedy. Like, you need to get the items, possibly farm jungle a bit more. He's going into Orchid, which I really like. I think Orchid... All right, I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, they're going to get a kill here on a Red Panda, but Eurus might try to turn this around with the Red Fire Blast as well as the Aether Remnant. But a ball lightning away from Mian Mian, and again, Magma, they're in and out. They get a kill, they leave. This has been continual success. Something we've seen from Magma before in the early parts of games has been successful laning, successful mid-game. They just
Not
need to
so
put it all
successful,
together.
Like mid-game decision-making has been their huge issue. Laning stage-wise, they have been on point. Like, they know how to utilize their heroes in the lanes, and we can see why. Like, you know, a lot of their games, like around 10-minute mark, I don't think they lost many of the games. And this is something that Position 4 Storm needs to do. Like, you want to be in a triangle, farm the big camp, stack the Ancients, and like farm the small camp as well. Try to slow down a game for yourself a bit. You don't necessarily need to, like, you're not a mid-storm. Like, you don't have enough, like, mana pool at this time. Mid-storm could possibly have Orchid, but, you know, he died also 4 times as a position 4. So needs to slow it down a bit, get more farm online, and then you can jump either Lion, possibly jump a Void Spirit, but Void Spirit will have that Yule Scepter to deal with the Storm Spirit Orchid. Also, they have a Nature's Prophet, so who also has Orchid already done. So that's a pretty big deal.
And he's going to Orchid BKB. Do you want something before that BKB for Shylock?
No, BKB is completely fine. Like, you're playing into Lion, you're playing into Void Spirit. The only BKB piercing ability they have is pretty much Roar. The one that can lock him down, you know. Earth Splitter still goes through Magic Immunity, but a bit harder to execute.
So Eurus just trying to farm up as best he can. He was going for that Radiance and picked up the Sacred Relic. Dust trying to get into the Deso, has enough for 1 Mithril Hammer. Snowball going after this Wraith King, and they will pop his first life with that Orchid and help from TZY. Balling in, they've got the Vortex. Do they have the damage? FY in with a 2-man stun, followed up by the sweet Primal Roar gets used. So they get the kill on the Mian Mian. They look over for TZY. Snowball once again going after Eurus. They're turning this one around. They'll use that ult on Kaz. Finger there, TZY gone. And Orchid onto the Beastmaster who's been caught out. So Yang, FY, they both fall. There's a double damage here on Dust, which will help him take out Red Panda. He'll get a double kill, and it will be a 2 for 3. Elephant almost turning that around, but Magma, they stay steady and take a fight that they're victorious on, and they'll take the tier 1.
Yeah, they very good rotation from Magma there, you know, going on the Raid King, understanding that like they can bring him down so quickly with the Treants tag team, nice shards to block him off, good disengagement from ET and the Lion, but still overall a better trade. Once TA with the double damage shows up, you kind of understand the fight is pretty much over. You use all your abilities, you use Roar, you use a Finger, so you can't really just burst her down. Radiance timing is up, so... Like, they also have a Necro 3, so I still feel Elephant wants to take the fight right now. Well, maybe they don't, my bad, because Reincarnation is on cooldown for another 2 minutes. Eurus needs to be more careful about it. They need to be able to protect him.
Yeah, and he kind of wants that Reincarnation with another item, right?
Like, if he had Reincarnation, they would play much more aggressively.
Yeah, they're going to go for this, though. There's the Walrus Punch, and they get the kill so quickly onto Eurus. Red Panda follows, and all of a sudden, this is feeling like a very Magma-sided game at the moment.
Yes, I mean, I just mentioned it. I was surprised that they decided to take that fight without reincarnation, because you want to have it. You hit the Radiance timing. Maybe you feel obligated to do something. I love this move from Magma. They take a fight near the Roche. They have really good Roche-taking lineup. Deso online from Templar Assassin on top of a Blightstone. That's a lot of minus armor plus attack team. Roche goes down so quickly. And this Undying, like, he's getting levels. He's level 9.5, going into mech like Guardian Greaves, Double Bracer, Magic Wand. They're going to have issues dealing with this Undying. I don't mean the Tombstone, because there is enough attack speed coming out from the Beastmaster, but very hard to bring down in a fight. And it's also not the hero that you want to focus for sure.
Yeah, and he's going to have that Guardian Greaves at some point where you'll have that sustain. This fight is just not looking easier and easier for Elephant for a while. And they will lose FY again. TZY getting the kill there. This is TZY who's starting to really dominate the game with this Tusk. He's doing a lot of damage quick.
Beak up, my man, if you were listening to me, you know, talking about the heroes, which heroes are the greatest in this patch that were kind of underused, that's in Tusk, either on 4, either on the off lane, Grimstroke, and the Pangolier, you know. And all of these heroes are, like, super strong. I love this off lane Tusk. I think in the last month, I played it at least, like, 10-15 times, because there's so much potential in this hero. Like,
you play that Pango too?
Sure. You know, I feel I'm abusing those imbalance heroes, at least that are in my head imbalance. Another good initiation.
Yeah, killing a red panda. Somnus shards are there, but he's got another Astral Stab. FY also dying to TZY. And another 2 kills, now a 6k lead. Do you like Tusk offlane /4 as much as I like offlane bottom?
Yeah,
and the silence and Eurus. Ooh, God,
he gets
just got
3-shotted.
reincarnation back, and he's 3-shotted, killed, and now on the run. They finally take out TZY. Dust moving forward, trying to get the second life, and he will.
That's the A with Aegis.
Yeah, Dust is just in here. Yang's dead too. Sleep lands. Maybe they take out the Aegis, but is that going to be enough to feel like you did anything in this fight? Finger comes out. Shylock finally drops. FY just barely gets him. Dust taunted up to do the 8th remnant, but in FY, he's dead. 4 heroes gone on Elephant.
That's still such a good trade for Magma. Like, if Nature's Prophet lived there, what he needed is like 1 extra HP, like maybe 50 to be able to survive. They traded this Aegis for more kills, a tier 2 tower, so they can take the outpost before the 20-minute mark possibly. Let's see if they decide to do it. Kaz is like, yeah, that's my job. I'm not afraid to die.
He doesn't go after it.
Doesn't go, okay.
You look at this replay and, yeah, like you said, you're 3-shotted. Oh my God, this Wraith King feels like paper. And they rip through him. Dust is so aggressive here knowing he's got that second life. Which...
well, now you have a lot of issues.
There's a lot of confidence.
You have a position 4 Storm who has Orchid done, so that's a second Orchid to be able to, you know, deal with Lion. Lion has a Blank Dagger, so he needs to stay further away back, possibly like Initiate. Like, usually you do not want to hex a position 4 hero, but in this case you might be like needed to do it.
Right.
And because Tusk is a hero that doesn't really flash farm from the off lane compared to like some other off laners. So I think like Storm will take over the farm eventually, like get the farm priority.
Wouldn't it feel nice to get a little farm priority as a 4 position? Almost has this Heaven's Halberd. So Radiant's Halberd. Okay.
We've seen like either Casual Sunj, SNY, but Heaven's Halberd feels real nice playing into like 2 cores that rely on dealing heavy right-click damage, Templar Assassin, and Nature's Prophet. Now they're getting the AC.
Right onto Red Panda, and he just gets blown up. 20-9, a 7k lead for Magma.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself because we've been burned before.
No, just say it.
burned on the first day when LBZS lost a 35, 40K lead.
Yeah, because that's like inexperience. But this one, looking really, really good for Magma. Like they have a lot of issues that Magma needs to address. Like you need to address this position 4 Storm Spirit. Tusk is doing quite a lot. He can pretty much solo kill Lion or ET. The one thing I like about Tusk is, like I was just checking out the stats. I'll hold that thought in case they initiate on a mid lane. Like if you check Tusk stats gain per level, like he gets almost 4 strength per level. He gets 1.7 intelligence per level and 2.1 agi, compared to like Wraith King, who's also a strength hero, and like he gets only 3 strength. So you know there's a like big difference. You get levels on Tusk, he feels almost unkillable. He gets a ton of armor, he gets a ton of HP.
Ooh, they might find something out of this one. They've got the stun that's out on a dust, but he's going to be pulled up via the snowball that goes all the way across Red Pandas, who's unable to get the sweep off. They get the kill on Kez, but they end up losing FY. Walrus Punch comes through into the Void Spirit. Somna's trying to leave Eurus on charge here as he's trying to move in and kill off TZY. Finally does. Red Panda's also gone, so it's a 2-for-2 so far, but Yang on the backline's falling to Mian, who's playing aggressive as a 4-position Storm. They bought back on the Elder Titan, and now can they take out Dust? That's Reincarnation pop. They've got the Aether Remnant locking up Dust, and now they've slept him up. But Sprout around him, is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No, it won't be. Shylock now forced the TP out as they do finally kill Dust, take away his 7-time spree, and it goes into the hands of Somnus.
Yeah, I think they actually need to focus that Undying so that he can get the Tombstone off. Let's see how they manage to burst him down. Yeah, just a Hex and he's dead. They even used the Roar on him because they understand if he uses like multiple Soul Ribs, if he uses a mech and a Tombstone, let's say on the high ground there where the Sentry Ward is, they just straight up lose that fight because they can't deal with the Tombstone on the high ground for sure.
Shylock trying to do as much as he can in this replay, and while that's happening, Red Panda is dead to Mian. But you can see they finally get a little bit of control here on Dust. I thought he might survive. Shylock popping that BKB trying to support the TA.
The Wraith King still deals a ton of damage. You know, once you leave him alone, if he's not focused in the team fight, you're gonna feel that Radiance burn kicking in. Surprised ET decided to put even more points in like Astral Spirit. He's level 9, you're playing position 5 ET. I don't think it's the game where you can afford to get multiple points in Astral Spirit. 2 is fine in the laning stage, but you want to max out that aura for sure after the stun.
Void Spirit, Silence, Shylock's here. 4 heroes around this Void Spirit. Somnus just no way out.
They cycled their Orchids very nicely there, not allowing him to use his Astral Steps. So they killed Roshan pretty quickly in this game. May respawn in 5 seconds. Like if it spawns instantly, they have Hawk scouting it out.
TZY just right in on this. Now they've got the Orchid to follow it up, and Yang dead to rights, and there's just nothing he can do about it. They'll follow up with a kill on a Red Panda. I mean, this is Magma just taking over.
Magma's lineup is really good at just picking people off with like Storm Spirit 4, setting things up, zipping in, either a Blink from Templar Assassin, Nature's Prophet deeping in. So yeah, even more minus armor coming out with that AC. He's just 1,000 gold away. Roche will respawn in 1 minute and 15 seconds. They are taking the outpost already, so that's a huge deal because Elephant can't really backstab, and it's very important to control that outpost for the Roche. So you can't really buy back and TP. You have nothing to TP on. It's very important because they lost all their tier 2 towers.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
4-2 and 13 for Kaz. It's a lot of involvement, and he's almost got the Guardian Greaves, which will be a massive problem for Elephant. The amount of sustain that they'll have, Elephant just won't have many answers. They've gotten to a second Halberd.
He's level 15 on Undying. Like this hero struggles with the levels, but if you're surviving the team fights. If you don't die straight away, like you're gonna get to those levels. And I think Elephant addressed the problem nicely in the previous fight, where they just went for him. So Kaz needs to be a bit more careful, or there needs to be a snowball
Blink
save.
Hex coming in from FY. They've got the finger used. Is it enough damage to kill TZY? It is, but the ball lightning in deep from Yan Yan. He's immediately slept up. 2 heroes dead on Magma, but they will find one to return on Red Panda. They'll buy back on Yan Yan immediately, trying to get back into this fight, and he will. There's the ball lightning looking forward. Eurus on the run, has reincarnation, which isn't popped just yet. They go and find FY.
Oh, that's a dieback from Storm.
And Storm's just dead again. Triple kill here for Somnus, and starting to turn the other direction. Looking like Elephant might want to fight the other way. And this is a fight that's going to be big for them because Roche is up.
A huge mistake there from Kaz. He was hesitating so much using the Soul Rip. If we're going to see the replay, not even popping the mech to be able to save the Tusk. If Tusk gets the snowball off, he can blink out. He can use the Walrus Punch. Yeah, let's see that one again. Like, you can see him not using Tombstone, just running around. Just drop the Tombstone. Like, no mech, no Soul Rip. It could make a hell of a lot of a difference there.
And they went for Eurus. They continue to chase here. This is already Mian Mian back for the second time. For some reason, the focus goes off Eurus and onto FY instead, to the point where they don't even kill Eurus.
Eurus recovered nicely. He's level 20, has that like extra mobility with the move speed, has that Heaven's Halberd, so if he uses that on TA, pre-BKB, like you're pretty much crippled. It's just too long duration on that Heaven's Halberd, can't dispel it. TA, however, like she deals ton of damage with the Daedalus Desolator. She's also like level 22, Meld dispels. Not too many things to dispel this game, but still okay-ish.
Shards in. Roche isn't going down quickly. Everybody up for Magma. Confidence here from Elephant to even take this 5 alive on Magma. Kaz with the Ray Fire Blast. He is blown up. Forced to buy back.
I see what they're trying to do. Like, they want to bait... possibly with the Undying Snowball save him, but Snowball never came. Like, nothing canceled the Blink Dagger. He just died too fast.
It's for letting him die previously.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of revenge. Wraith Fire Blast out on the Kaz, who just bought back. He's dead again. 75 seconds without this Undying. Now they're going to look over the Void Spirit. They've got themselves the Walrus Punch as well as the BKB being popped. They're going to go after Somnus. Can they get the kill to the Void Spirit? Not just yet. He uses that to simulate to back away, but man, he dives for him. He goes with the ball lightning, trying to make a play here. He falls to the finger while Dust is gone to Eurus with a BKB. TP out just in time. Shylock away from 7K to 2K.
Yeah.
And now Roche. Elephant
oh man, that feels bad
together.
for Magma. They had this game in full control. Couple of bad deaths, a buyback from Storm Spirit, crippled his own game. Like, you're also playing Storm into Lion. You need to be very careful not to overextend. If you can burst him, that's fine. But the Eurus right now just feels like they can't bring him down. You can like feel in the previous fight that he gets 3-shotted because of that. Minus armor, now with the AC, Heaven's Halberd, like the best chance, he's super strong. And Aegis, so they need to go through his reincarnation, Aegis, which is going to be really, really hard.
He's going Basher next, he's got that AC. Eurus not as paper thin as we've seen him earlier in this game. And that has become a big issue for Magma. It's also their focus, I think, has become a big issue in this game. They're not coordinated.
They're not. Like, you could see, first time, Undying not using Max nor a Soul Rip to save the Tusk. Then Tusk returns the favor, doesn't blink in and snowball to save Undying. And then a buyback from Undying, dying straight away. Same goes with the Storm Spirit. Like, they didn't get any value out of those buybacks.
Now, usually you think of those buybacks as extra lives and opportunity to make more happen. But instead, when the fight splits and the coordination's not there, it's just buybacks to dieback. You're trying to use it for something more, and unfortunately, you're getting nothing out of it.
Somnus has a really nice item build this game. Like, he went Dual Scepter to deal with the Silence coming up from that fast Orchid from Nature's Prophet, then bought a Witch Blade for a bit more damage. It works nicely with the Astral Step as well. And then Heaven's Halberd, a bit of status resistance, and Disarm once again against the Nature's Prophet. This is the problem with the lineups that don't have mixed damage, where both of your cores solely rely on heavy right clicks, so you can itemize easily, I would say. Like, all you need is AC to lower the damage coming up from the right clicks, and now 2 Heaven's Halberd. At this point, I don't think Magma can come back into the game. Might sound a bit of a weird one, because, you know, it's only a 2k gold lead, but they lost their momentum.
Yeah, it's not just a 2k gold lead. It's a 9k gold swing. Like, that's a big swing, a big different feel to this game. It's really tough because it really did feel like Magma had something going for one of the first times throughout the DPC in terms of just the momentum and how they were playing the early parts of this game. We'll have to see now. Undying, he's still going for the Guardian Greaves. Like we talked about how he might have that at a decent timing. Well, the buyback slows that down. Tusk going Ags. I'm a fan. I'm always interested to see a kick.
Yeah, it's one of the best ones. Probably the most fun ability in Dota for sure. Like kicking out BKB targets, but they don't even have a BKB ability. They don't have a BKB buyer on Elephant, at least. No one bought it. They went for a bit more to counter what Magma has with those Heaven's Halberd, so not investing into BKBs, which is also okay, I would say.
Yeah, no BKBs yet.
But yeah, that kick really messes up with the BKBs, especially when they're like 5 seconds. You go in, whole BKB duration gone, you get kicked out. You need to be careful about like sieging the high ground. One kick back into like tier 4s could make a difference.
I'd love to see it though. Just one kick kicks him into your own well. It's a shooty scores moment. So a long ways till he gets that, and now we're seeing Beastmaster go for the shard. Gives you control of those Hawks, gives you the dive bomber. We saw the dive bomber actually be important yesterday.
Oh yeah, Fade Beyond really nailed those dive bombs.
That was fun
with
to
the
watch.
Beastmaster.
Aether Remnant on the Mian Mian. He is not making it out of this one. FY blows him off the face of the earth with that finger. Nothing from the Storm anymore. And they want to go in. Walrus Punch used. Interesting move there just to back off, but Walrus Punch not exactly the longest of cooldowns. Eurus on the high ground just standing his ground. Again, has that Aegis, has the Abyssal ready to go. Waiting for somebody to come close to maybe pounce on.
Aegis is gone in 10 seconds, so they need to be a bit more careful. If they can time it correctly, go on Eurus, take his life first time while there's like regeneration going on.
Instead, Elephant, they don't exactly push their issue or push their hand that hard. They back off. So continuing to extend the lead, got themselves a 5k lead. Wraith King at the top now. The rest of the team trying to catch the Wraith King. Go Scepter for the Elder Titans. Not bad at all. Double damage picked up for Eurus. Might be a chance for them to reinitiate. Maybe a spot where Magma don't even want to go in. Hit by the Abyssal Blade. Kaz blown up very quickly with the BKBs being popped by both TZY as well as Dust. Shylock coming in too, and they're trying to get anything out of this. Mian Mian gone. 2 heroes out of the side of Magma, and now the sun comes through. They get the kill on the Dust. They look over and find themselves a 4th in TZY. The only one to get away is Shylock, and they get nothing out of it. Fighting into the double damage, using these BKBs, still no success.
Yeah, they definitely lost their momentum right now. 9k gold lead. These are the heroes that don't really play like, well, I'm not gonna say from behind, but like Templar Assassin, like even if she gets that nullifier, I don't think it's gonna make that much of a difference. I think this game is just completely over right now. They don't have what it takes to take a fight against Elephant right now.
Shylock getting caught, and the finger was used. The damage is there. Shylock gone without buyback, and they will call GG off that one. That is not the way Magma want to go out on this game. And Elephant, they bring it back from a decent deficit. They don't exactly look strong in this first game, but they pull out a victory.
Elephant should be happy about this one, because you know Magma handled it to them. Magma should have won that game. Like they
so
had
good.
all the tools in the start. They were playing so well. They had what 7-8K gold lead.
Yeah.
Like they were running on the momentum first ages, and then a couple of mistakes. Something that we've seen throughout the DPC season from them. You know, great laning stage, but always a bit short in terms of execution, how to utilize that farm, how to utilize the momentum that they had. Unfortunately, they lost.
Yeah, it just ends up coming up short for them. I really liked what Magma had in the beginning, just wasn't enough, and at the end of the day, Elephant take game one, and they're one game closer to forcing that tiebreaker with LGD. But to break down game one a little bit quicker for you, or a little bit better, not quicker, better for you, is the panel. Back over to them.
Thank you very much, B-Kelp and Lacoste. Yeah, we'll do our best to be better, but you know, you guys did a very good job yourselves, but we'll get a bit more into those details, so strap on those speedos. Guys, game number one, Magma, they looked like they had it. Dust, he was owning on that TA. He was like, get behind me, guys. You know, I got this. This is my game. I'm going to get us through game one. And unfortunately, there were a couple of mistakes that happened in the end. I mean, can we break down those critical moments?
You were hoping Magma would win because you voted for them. That was
course.
it. I saw you in the green room hoping for it. However, when you look at Magma's draft, they need to do well in the early game, right? Like you have a carry Nature's Prophet, you have a mid lane TA, you have a Tusk on off lane. These three heroes, if you give them just a little bit in the early game, they will look really strong. In those 10 to 20 minute mark, 10 to 15. However, the moment Raidkin gets that Radiance, it kind of changes, and this is the first fight, I believe, where you could see it. Dust, he uses the BKB a little bit too early. I believe it's the fight after this one. He uses the BKB a little bit too early. ET buybacks.
Yeah.
They won this fight, I believe.
Yeah, this was the Aegis fight, the one afterwards, where she didn't have the Aegis, and a couple of mistakes here and there from the side of Magma, whilst Elephant were hitting their timings. It's critical. I mean, when you're playing a draft which is this fast, you cannot make mistakes.
Yeah, they didn't just make mistakes with their gameplay, but also the itemization. They saw that Wraith King was itemizing into a Heaven's Hellbird. TA chose to go for Devil.
Choke you down just like a pill. Oh, yeah. Take you like a
Can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. A doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You
you can have it all. Watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
Rising with each beat
gone cold. Maybe you are, maybe you are something I cannot define. Maybe you are, maybe you are the fallen kind. I leave them with violence, the silent side of me. We see where fire starts to breathe. When I would lay in silence, the voice inside of me made me lose my mind right.
We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie.
This is Elephant.
Yeah,
that's going to
Elephant
happen.
fighting for major qualification. Well, you can't expect to get away with it. But Magma, they're going to keep things a little bit. You know, I think this IO pickup has been an interesting one. This is something which can be flexed, but majoritively, we see it in a core role, and I like it. But unfortunately, Elephant do see the opportunity for the A, and they will not skip out on that opportunity.
Elephant right now in the Chinese region, they're like the not the nerds of the class, but they're like those extremely intelligent ones that know they're gonna pass, so they're being a little bit laid back. They're sitting in the last row. They're like, well, whatever. We're gonna go 3-3. We're gonna win here and then go into tiebreakers. Who cares? We're gonna let IO Gyro go through, and we're gonna PK counter it. It's fine.
We've seen that attempted a couple of
And
times.
we've seen that failed.
And it usually fails, yeah.
Yeah.
Because AA, wow, I can AA blast IO, maybe his partner. But then you realize 500 movement speed, not
He
that
fast
easy to
as
hit.
hell.
Yeah.
He's very
How
quick.
did I miss my ice blast there? He was right in front of me.
Yeah, they're also getting some really good bans on Team Magma right now. You can see the Morphling, the Raid King, heroes that are generally considered good versus IO plus Gyro combinations. They're still, actually they're still Troll in the pool. That's available for Elephant.
Still Troll.
Yeah.
The new Phantom Lancer also destroys Gyrocopter.
The Weaver is still in the pool if you want to go that way.
And a lot of carries destroy Gyrocopter. One of the
Sadly,
main
yeah.
reasons why he's not picked up.
He's still pretty solid if you can pair him up with something like an Alchemist that gives him a free axe. But if he doesn't get that free axe, then yeah, it doesn't feel as good.
To be fair, I think you can say most heroes feel a bit better when they get a free axe.
I mean, there's not a single one that doesn't, right? You just get the 400 health and like, yo,
Who punched him?
damn. Right in the middle of the forehead. too.
Yeah.
Maybe this is war paint.
Does it feel
Maybe.
intimidating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that much. It was very cute, actually, the sticker.
I mean, that's because you're not sitting next to him. If you're sitting next to him, he has his aura.
Ah, I see.
Ah.
But you can't, of course, feel
He,
that through
he
the
just
screen.
went from a street fight straight into Dota
Maybe he's
game.
got a new
Yeah.
tattoo under it, which he's willing to unveil. Maybe it says like easy, and then like at the end of the game, he's gonna peel it off.
Get on scraps.
Oh god,
Ease, yeah.
that's actually a genius idea. If you're ever in TI finals, Black, I'd like you to do that. You just get a forehead tattoo which says easy.
But I cover
Cover it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, wear
Cover
a
it up
hat.
with the hat.
Like,
yeah.
like all the way.
Yeah, and then when you
okay.
win, just rip the hat off.
Yeah. The big moment.
There's gonna be a lot of free space there, so like maybe
Yep.
another word you can put in.
No, it's all about simplicity.
Just
Yeah.
ease.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. Easy
Big
and
font.
maybe a
Bold.
clap, like the clap symbol from Twitch.
Yeah, good shout, good shout.
That would be, you know, like you don't celebrate, you just go like taunt
Yeah.
the enemy team. You go to their booth, they're like really sad.
Rip it off.
You don't take it off, just on the side, you know.
They're gonna
Just a
hunt
punk.
you. Like when you on your way back to the hotel, you're gonna be like, "Ooh."
Probably deserve it as well. That's pretty bad mannered.
Yeah, you see, it has hearts on it. How can you be intimidated?
Looks like a playing card.
Ah, you mean like one of those guess the card that's on my
Something
forehead
like
kind
that,
of thing?
Anyway, we've got a Spirit Breaker picked up by Team Magma. They are going to try and break some spirits.
Yeah.
He's good against A. You know, he's about to prepare his big blast, but then he gets charged and stunned.
Um,
But
it's
then the blast is gone.
Team Magma plays a lot of these super easy to execute position 4s, like Spirit Breaker, Tusk, these Earth Spirits. So Spirit Breaker is something that they've played in the last series too. And,
Mars is good against Spirit Breaker.
you can charge and then tether, and then you have 2 heroes charging at you if you time it right.
Big. Just fly
Big
across the
if
map
true.
together.
Yeah.
Big if true. Here we have our draft analysis, and those bars looking very, very full for the side of Team Magma.
It's
Man,
Gyro.
Gyrocopter, yeah,
Gyro.
he's OP at stats, apparently. He gives you a bit of lane performance, a lot of tower damage, a lot of team fight damage, and a lot of Roshan damage.
Yeah, but
and
he's taking
little bit of studs.
he's taking so much because he's coupled
He's a
with
girthy
Io
boy.
and Spirit Breaker, right? It's
Yeah.
relative to the heroes that are with him.
yeah,
they have
it's
no
just Gyro
damage.
and Spirit. Like, Io's barely doing anything. He's just chilling.
There's no healing here. We need healing for our boy Io to take that whole
I'll put in
page.
a request for you, Lizard.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
As a support player, it angers me.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. We
Good thing
need
he's
to
in
be
a cupboard and we
we
don't know
need to
where he
be
is.
we need to be represented better.
Yes.
That's
Of course.
stop the oppression on the support players.
It's true. They rarely get MVP. You know, it's
There you go.
especially
How can,
fives.
how
Not-
can we
not
get
in China,
yeah,
though.
how can we get MVP if we're not even on the charts? Like you don't have our
Great point.
performance.
Great
there.
point. The system is rigged against
Yeah.
you.
Well, there's always one advice.
Get good.
Get good.
Or become a core.
Or that.
And then still don't get MVP.
Still have to get good though. Yeah.
Still have to get good.
Viper, Death from Above comes
Viper?
in as our 4th pick.
I mean, it's terrible against AA and Tusk, but it's good against Mars at least.
Oh, phew.
So
They're
it's
taking
good against 1 out of 3 picks. That's not bad.
I mean, I feel like I only really see Viper as a 5th pick because it's that kind of gotcha hero where it's like,
unless you're PSGLGD.
Yes.
They pick him very often.
I think you can first pick a Viper, just try to get him to offlane. It's just when you pick him so late, when it's already not the greatest pick, kind of feels...
Feels weird.
Like as a Viper, you don't really want these heroes that can get on top of you easily, right? Like a Tusk, you don't want to play against
And
that.
A just doesn't makes you feel like you're not tanky at all. You're like a paper plane.
Later on, yeah, but in the lane versus Spirit Breaker and Viper, it can be a bit problematic.
Sure,
right?
sure. But like once this Vortex is level 4, if you ever get Ice Blasted, you're just done.
Is it because of the magic resistance reduction?
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, okay.
Well, you always feel really tanky in the backlines, you know, soaking up some spells. But against A, nope. It's not
Doesn't
happening.
work that way. And also their draft together with this Viper doesn't look that great. On one side you have a Mars offlaner, very strong, stable, you know what he's doing, comboing together well with the AA. On the other side, Team Magma with the Viper, it feels like they need an additional frontliner now after this pick.
At least it covers the gyrocopter a little bit. Like PA, you don't really want to pick it into Viper. Phantom Lance, the same thing. So at least they've got that going for them. But there's still a couple of carries that don't really care too much.
Yeah, that's the thing. And also, like, you do not want to relocate in this game, I feel. Like, you relocate on the Tusk, okay, Snowball, then that's going to give time for the Ice Blast to come in. The Mars can probably TP over. You TP on the Mars, you're going to get Arena, there's going to be an Ice Blast coming over. Like, you TP on the AA, okay, maybe you get him, but good luck finding him.
Get an Ice Blast on your forehead anyway.
Maybe that.
Yep, true. Need a plaster.
Need another plaster, yeah. Okay, they go with the TB.
See, Terrorblade, he doesn't care at all about Viper. In fact, is one of the best carries against Viper. Man, he's gonna die fast in those fights.
What about the laning stage? Do you think that they can pressure? I mean, TB
You
doesn't
can
care.
definitely pressure TB.
You can pressure him, but he's gonna go to jungle level 4.
I'm
if
level
he
4, I
is,
go Ancients,
Yeah.
I farm stack, I'm highest net worth.
So he doesn't
Cool
truly
hero.
care that much.
Great hero.
Underpicked.
Also 4.8 AG per level. Why not?
Wow.
They have some
Why
really
not?
good stats gainers on Elephant, right? It's all about
They
the
do.
gains. The
They got
Tusk.
the Tusk, they got Mars,
Now they need
got
Prophet.
TB.
Is Prophet still the highest in the game? I think so.
Across the board, I believe so.
Yeah, Prophet is insane. He gets like 3, 3, 7, 3, 9 or something.
Also remember that this Viper, we were talking about him like he's exclusively offlane, but it can be mid as well, right? So
Can
they,
be mid.
They could still
Yeah,
pick
yeah.
an offlaner if they wanted to.
I think Zeus
I
for Magma would be boss.
I'm thinking the same thing, but how do you play the game? It's going to be so difficult to keep a front line with the Zeus here. You have Io, Gyro, Zeus.
I got Spirit Breaker, that's
Viper.
fine.
Spirit Breaker.
Just charge them, dude.
Just charge and
Yeah,
that's
Spirit
it.
Breaker, man. I told you to charge them. What are you doing, man?
And then you're playing versus a Tusk with Blink Dagger, Snowball,
It's fine.
Mars.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Actually, Elephant is expecting an offlane here. They're banning out the Darkseer and the Batrider, so...
Maybe they know something we don't. I mean, I don't see why you would put Dust on a Viper after his performance. Like, I think he had a good performance last game. Almost carried the team.
Yeah, I was
And now
thinking,
you're like, go play Viper. And you're like, what?
I was thinking Zeus or Ember for them.
How
but they banned out
about
the Ember.
Tinker? Let's go, man.
The old school counter to TB.
Dude, Tinker, actually, his new Aghanim's is so broken.
Yeah.
I got lasered 3 times as TB. I had like 1200 max health.
Okay, TB usually has not a lot, but yeah, I feel you. I played versus Alchemist Tinker. He gave him Ags. It's just you just lose the game. He can solo or wash.
Yeah. So now Viper definitely has to go offlane. Kunkka perhaps could be good. I still like Zeus.
Queen of Pain, perhaps.
Lair
Swappers.
Shrek. Lair Shrek.
It's an option, I guess.
But Lash running into a Terrorblade, oh, it feels so scary to me.
True.
And they
Like 4 Elus.
I'm still yet to see the Arcane Blink Lash Shrek, though. Like, I want to see it just for the Split Earth cast time.
Co-op,
But
yeah.
instead we get co-op. All right, great pick, I think.
It
Decent.
does make a lot of sense. But
Still.
it's a
Just
really good
decent.
matchup for Dust versus Windranger.
Sure.
They don't truly have a lot of cash for her. She doesn't care about the Tusk rotations, which is also nice. Brings you that burst damage versus the Terrorblade.
But
But when it comes to predictions, it's difficult to go against Elephant, so I will not do that. Yeah. I'm going with Elephant once again. I feel like Team Magma have a decent draft, but not convincing enough.
Black, if you may.
okay, I'm gonna make it easy. Get TB BKB, win Dota. Elephant.
Elephant. Have I lost my nerve after last game?
Yes.
Yes, I have. Am I going to go for elephant and
Yes.
prove myself to be the coward I really am? Yeah, also, but they already decided for me. Thank you, production. They're out. Yes, I am. I go for elephant as well. Maybe our casters have a little more backbone, though. Let's find out as we bring in B-Cup and Lacoste. Guys, what are we thinking about game number 2?
No backbone.
I have no backbone.
Okay.
Elephant.
Elephant.
Yeah.
Lacoste.
Elephant for me.
Elephant.
You know, I think the last loss will affect them quite a lot. You know, it was their game to lose. Somehow they managed to find a way to lose that game, and this could potentially be a stump. Like we've seen it a couple of times already, where like team does well in the one game and then just completely falls apart in the second game.
But they have Viper.
That's why I'm saying it.
That we all forgot. Thank you, Black. They do have Viper. Alrighty, 5 elephants then. Let's throw it over to B-Cup and Lacoste for game number 2. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Nomad coming into game number 2 between Magma and Elephant should be a fun one. But hopefully Magma find their way with a little bit more confidence, find their way back into this. Although Elephant setting up mid, no 5-man smoke. You guys didn't warn me about the non-5-man smoke. But, ooh, 5-man
Non-smoke
from Magma.
units, yeah.
Okay. I'm excited. Oh, right across. Right on the other side of these trees. Ooh, that's the ward vision. They know. They know, and the question
The
is, do they
thing
wanna
is,
go
how do
for
they
it?
stun them? Like, does Spirit Breaker want to go and just charge in? Not really. So this should probably get rewarded. Yeah, Red Panda is pinging it out.
Is that the closest teams have gotten to each other without, like, really engaging?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that, not at least in the DPC League. Like, you know, we've seen a lot of Southeast Asia. It's pretty wild where everyone just goes in, like, everyone thinks it's stronger. Like, both of these teams, yeah, we're much stronger. Like, even though they're playing into Coddle, 5-man, Black, what do you mean? Like, we're stronger. I love the mentality, but, yeah, a bit of respect from both of these teams. They did not want to engage into a bad fight. That still didn't get devorded. Like, Red Panda actually pinged it out, but did not devord. He also had a sentry on him.
Interesting. Is he gonna go dewarded? Or are they gonna just maybe know it's there, Somnus gets a sentry and he dewards it?
They buy a sentry for Somnus so that he doesn't lose any gold, get some extra. I don't know. Get solo XP.
I'm surprised.
Where's yours?
But they could have just placed a sentry, leave, so that he doesn't have to use the courier. I don't know. Maybe it was just, you know, it was definitely not a random thing from your position 5.
Yeah. Especially, you guys, they saw each other. They both found out that they were there, so. It's a little surprising. 3 heroes down towards bottom, leaving this Mars alone, who's taking a lot of damage from Shylock on this gyro. We have seen him on this gyro before, I believe. There have been some heroes that Shylock has looked okay on, but he just hasn't given us the full kit. We see him either farm well, but he doesn't really fight well at times. Like, I would say, for an example, his Lycan in the past, where he's had a good lane, comes in, uses the ult, doesn't know who to focus, and all that good time in lane falls away, and all of a sudden he doesn't feel as effective.
Yeah, Shylock has his like good and bad moments. I guess everyone does, but yeah, that doesn't feel very stable at the moment as a carry, I would say. Also not sure why they're deciding to run a tri-lane for Magma. I guess they want to be able to possibly push out TB out of the lane, but once you hit that level 3 on Tusk, there's the snowball level 2 I meant. They're going to go in instantly.
And they're going to go with cold feet. They'll look for a kill in return. Red Panda dies first, but this might even turn into 2. They don't actually get first blood, but they do take out the Viper, which was the most important target there.
That was like instant go. Once he hit that level 2 on Tusk with the snowball in, they could have gone with Ice Shards as well. But the tag team feels much more superior to like any of the abilities that Magma has in the tri-lane.
Looking at FY's cosmetics for a second. It's got that bleak hallucination on the tusk. It's connected to the...
Award probably like $50,000.
It was like 1,600 where I saw it last. I'm tempted. Trying to immerse myself as much as I can. But we'll see. I want to feel like a real Tusk player, then I'll just spam Tusk all the time with my bleak hallucination if I ever can afford that.
You do realize that it's not going to help you get MMR, right?
No, it's the power of anime. I would believe I get this item, it makes me have a bleak hallucination. I get some theme song at the end of the day.
What about some posters on the wall?
Yeah.
Like, does that help?
Yeah, it might. Depends what the posters are. Like my song would be pretty good, I think.
How old are you again, B-Cup?
28.
28? Okay. So yeah, back to the Dota game. Now they're deciding to run like dual lanes. Everybody's checking the runes, standard stuff. 4-minute rune, nice snowball to dodge the Shadow Strike on a mid lane from FY God.
Oh, power shot action. Now Mian Mian taking a lot of damage from Red Panda. Is another chilling touch in one. If he can find him. Ooh. All right, I like that from Mian Mian. Smart enough not to get spotted again after popping that self, but he's going to freeze over now. No chilling touch being thrown. Conserving that mana. Okay, I respect it. If you don't think you can get that kill, he's going back to base anyway. And you can already see that the laning feels much stronger from Elephant. More composed, more stable. Like, things are looking good.
For sure. Looking better than the game one. Mid bottle refill coming out from Spirit Breaker to allow Queen of Pain to play a bit more aggressive. Like, Magma's lineup is very good at picking people off, especially at the later stages of the game where you have relocate, Spirit Breaker, charge, one hero like showing on the map, and suddenly there's like 4 of them.
Shylock by himself. He's close to 6. Kaz finally comes top. FY coming around though. Shylock might be in trouble. Gets a homing missile out. That hits onto the Mars. They're going to snowball right afterwards. Look over at Kaz, but they don't have the damage. And meanwhile, bottom, Red Panda's taking a lot of damage, and Eurus is into the Metamorphosis.
Yeah, maybe if FY had a point in Ice Shards. Like sometimes 1-1-1 build, it's a lot of mana being consumed. That's why he's still saving a point, because it has a great synergy with Mars' Spear. Like you block someone off, then Spear on top of that. It works well with the Fisher as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he does go to Shards. He's definitely thinking about it. He's also going into that Falcon Blade.
Falcon Blade on Tusk just feels great. Like, you need a lot of mana on the hero. That gives you a bit of a HP and gives you a bit more damage, which synergizes well with the Walrus Punch. So, yeah, I think we're going to see more. Like, before, Urn was a great choice for Tusk. Also, a bit of tankiness, some armor, and, yeah, a bit more damage. There's the Arena on top.
Yeah, they've got the Spear to follow this up. Just, I don't know if they have the damage with him tethered up, but the tether breaks and the kill is there. Shylock going down to Somnus. Makes his way over and rotates as they've got a third up there in the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, Somnus wants to go in. Like, they know like that they're going to die for sure, because Gyrocopter already used his cooldown. So Somnus wants to get even more out of this. Power Shot is ready. He might even get Spirit Breaker if he lands a Shackle, but yeah, we'll just... someone needs to be on the mid lane, soak up all the XP. Let's see who decides to TP. There it is. FY gets it.
And that'll be nice. He needs a little bit of experience, get some more levels. He didn't take Shards. He took level 2 in the tag team. You'd like him to get to 6 as quickly as possible, because that Walrus Punch is a lot of damage, but he comes in mid and just dies.
Yeah, I don't know what that snowball was. Like, he just snowballed onto a creep and died after, so no XP for him. And one of the reasons why he got the tag team, like, on level 3, got 2 points in it, is because they used the arena and they just wanted to have more damage inside of it. But if the fights like play out differently, he could have gotten the ice shards. Yeah, Red Panda feels
again.
very dead on the bottom against Viper. Viper putting a lot of pressure on the bottom tower, creep skipping with the Nether Toxin. Got that Urn of Shadow charge, so even more overtime damage.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, the poison that Viper shoots, the venom, it melts ice real quick. Red Panda dies very fast here to TZY. Another arena with the spear. Somnus coming in, using that focus fire, gets the kill on the TZY. Somnus going around and helping to get a couple of kills right now, sitting top of the net worth. They're keeping TB's game open, and he sits second on the net worth.
TZ, why are you alone there? Trying to push a tier 1 tower. What could possibly go wrong? They needed to bring like at least one extra hero to secure the bottom tower, but I guess he just, or make an aggressive move on the other side of the map to get some pressure off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm trying to think of one in return. I just can't. Shylock trying to
This
put
is not
some
a
pressure on the
competition,
Kaz.
B-Cup.
I know, but yeah, I liked it so much I tried to think of my own. Maelstrom being built here for the gyrocopter. You've got Yang coming up top again, and Eurus farming the triangle. He's 0-3-3 right now. No surprise on that one, trying to take a stack. Does have a lot of duration left on that Metamorphosis. But now they're going to charge. They've got 4 heroes, and they should just be able to get a quick kill on the Eurus. On top of which, steal a stack.
That's pretty good move from Magma. You know, killing TB during the meta, slowing him down, stealing the stacks. So this should reveal the Ward, but the Elephant might need to be using 2, maybe even 3 sentries to find that Observer Ward.
That is good movements again from Magma. They've shown some bright spots. Ash comes out onto FY. He's going to try and survive
nice
with the
play.
snowball and gets the
that's
shards
how
over
it's
so
done.
he can.
So you use the ice shards to get the vision off and just snowball. That's why he's called a Tusk God, you know.
Yeah, mainly known for his Rubik, but his Tusk is really good. That's why he's got that glitch set. Showing off. Another arena, another spear, but Yang running, and he knows that Somnus is going to come through and get the power shot kill, as he's done 3 times already.
Yeah, Somnus is the most farmed hero in the game. Has that Maelstrom ready. Like, everyone just dies. You use Focus Fire on anyone, the hero is just straight up dead. Like, the natural item progression on Wind Ranger is like a BKB, but I can understand the Boots of Travel that he queued up. I'm actually a big fan of Boots of Travel in this game because of the mobile lineup that they have. This is how Magma is going to play. You know, relocates the Spirit Breaker charge, try to outnumber them, and Boots of Travel could be the answer for it.
This could be a real game where Somnus starts to pop off, and I think that's something that we've kind of lacked in seeing from Elephant, is Somnus really step up to the plate and carry these games by himself, you know? Over mid, charge in, going after Eurus again, and again they just blow up this terribly. They've got the Walrus Punch with the Ice Blast, Mian a trade kill. Cold Feet will not freeze Dust over, and they're going to go to the call down. The look over at Red Panda, who's getting hit with that Venom from TZY. Got the
no arena for 5 seconds. He will still get the spear. I guess he's going to pop the arena as well to try to secure the kill.
Yeah, they're going to try, but he's got that ulti used on Yang. Yang surviving for now with the Focus Fire being used. They get the kill on the TZY. They power shot finish off Kaz. FY dies too. But Somnus again still stealing a lot here. And
a region rune top. Can Eurus somehow secure it for Somnus? Yes, he can. Wow,
Nice
they
blast.
try to go for the plate. Like, they have long range initiation with like Mars, AA Blast. You wanted Somnus to pop off. He's really doing that. He's 6,000 net worth. Level 11.
yeah.
12 minutes in. Not too bad. We're going to see that one again. Yeah. It's a lot of slow. Maybe if IO used relocate like straight away to try to save the Viper, but thought there's not going to be enough damage, overcharge, and maybe a couple of one charges, but it was still not enough.
Then Somnus almost landed that shackle from Dust to Shylock, which would have been just the icing on the cake. Smoke used, FY leading the charge. He'll try to spot anybody, and I think they might even just spot Magma, who smoke themselves if they don't go the right direction, and they get behind them. Charge all the way through, going after Red Panda. Got 4 heroes here. They will get the kill onto this Ancient Apparition, who does throw out that Ice Blast before he dies. Elephant coming back around. TZY going right into the hands of Elephant. Power shot, Walrus Punch, and Kaz trying to come in and get a save, unable to do so. And now they've got perfect shards as well as the Shackle Shot landing. Sonic Wave comes through. Somnus in a little bit too deep. He can't survive, but they do get the kill on a Shylock. They'll look over at Dust. And actually the spear misses both Mian Mian and Dust, who tries to charge away, but Mian Mian just can't do so, and it ends up being 4 dead on the side of Magma.
Man, Magma's really stepping up as well in this whole series. This is the best Dota they've been playing, even though they threw the game 1 and second game. They are making the moves, keeping up toe-to-toe with the Elephant in terms of network, making the aggressive moves on the map, but still they need that a bit of extra something, a bit of magic to maybe go ham, go hard, get a victory in this one.
It's just missing one more piece.
Yeah, you can feel that this team is very, very close to being really good. They just need a bit more experience, I guess, a bit more time together.
Yeah, they came into the season thinking that they were going to be playing with ZC, and it ends up being Dust who comes in before match 1. So you still need some time to work with each other, not just simple, replace and things are still the same. But you can see it starting to get better. You can see the chemistry building between these players, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Magma stick together and through the lower division potentially even come back to the upper division after Season 2. Charge all the way over to Yang. They're going to relocate for this. They've got the Orchid. Ice Blast comes in, hits on the Shylock. A lot of damage being done to the Gyro, but just not enough damage being done to him. They will get the kill on the Yang, and they bring everybody here for Magma. They are focusing their attention as 5 in some spots, but that might be hindering them elsewhere as Somnus is getting farm and so is this TB.
This is how Magma needs to play. Get the pickoffs, don't necessarily go for the full team fight. Gyrocopter's farming nicely. A lot of the stacks cleared, the ancient ones going into Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Maelstrom. So yeah, he's gonna be huge.
What's Dust doing with that Orchid going BKB next? Okay, so Orchid BKB for the Queen of Pain.
Standard stuff, needs to be able to just stand our ground and take a fight.
Snowball coming in onto this Spirit Breaker with the Shackle Shot landing easy when he's standing next to these trees. They'll get the kill onto 1, and now the arena down as well as the Spear. They will find Dust. Do they have the damage before he can blink away? Yes, they do, as he's helped with that Spear for long enough. Somnus trying to get tricky with it. Throw that Shackle onto a creep, maybe latch it on a TZY. They're continuing to chase. They actually find themselves Shylock. The Spear lands, and the shards are there.
Oh, good shards.
FY, man. Perfect with the shards. And this is looking real bad as they've got the Yules out on the Kaz. They'll get the kill on the Shylock. Walrus Punch into the air. Kaz is gone. Mian Mian shows up again. TZY is here, trying to get Somnus. Charge in. Urn used. Ulti comes out from Mian Mian, but there's the Ice Blast hitting, and TZY is gone.
Thunder from Eurus to actually keep Somnus alive. This is the disaster. This is where the game breaks. One bad move on the top lane. Queen of Pain overextends, tries to go for the Tusk. Suddenly Mars is already there, pops the arena, pops the spear. Queen of Pain dies. This is where the game breaks. for Team Magma, and they did not lose anyone on side of Elephant. TB is recovering nicely, actually on top of net worth at the moment. Has that Manta style to be able to like deal with the Road of Atos. Orchid coming out from the Queen of Pain. Some good things to dispel.
The door, even though it's 3K, it feels like the door has been popped wide open. Yules again, and Dust caught even with the Orchid, just not in time. And a Walrus Punch knockout. So FY, he is really doing quite a lot of work here. He's stunned up, but will get the snowball off. He'll survive the call down, and they will still get the kill on the Kaz, keeping FY alive. And they've got a regen picked up by Eurus. He's not even in the fight, but if he wants the TP, he could get over to the outpost. Not really close enough to where they're at right now.
Tusk is a tanky hero. Like, he has 2,000 HP 18 minutes in.
Red Panda has Ice Blast available. If they're going to go for this, they really need to commit, and Red Panda might make this a problem for him. Actually goes to the Cold Feet, doesn't throw the Ice Blast, and dies showing his face. Interesting.
FY still in the trees. They don't know that he's there. Almost back to full HP. Regen kicking in. Chip in West, Tranquil Boots. Gyro's getting big.
Snowball. TZY. He's going to pop that Ghost Scepter. Not sure that's going to matter. Viper Strike thrown on to FY. Spear with the God's Rebuke. One more shot. TZY is gone. Now the Gyro's getting big. The Terrorblade bigger.
Yeah, that's a bit problematic. You know, once TB finishes that Scotty, it's gonna hurt quite a lot. Like, Spirit Breaker goes in, he's just food. Same goes for Io if Io gets caught inside of bad position. There's so much control coming out from Elephant in this game. Shackle, Mars Arena, like Spear, they have a good setup with the Yule Scepter, Tusk, just a casual Ice Shard to keep them inside, let's say, a spot so that TB can deal the damage. Shylock
in trouble.
He's alone.
Ice Blast coming in, and they've got the Spear. This should be enough to get the kill on the Gyro. I would say he might shatter. Power Shot misses. Have I done the percentages right? I have not. They're going to look over at TZY, who's locked inside the arena. He'll freeze over via the Cold Feet, and with Metamorphosis pop, they will take out TZY and get at least something.
Yeah, once again, we see this fun interaction with a Tiny Toss, with Tusk's ulti, and then Mars Spear. Like, they tried to go for a play where he actually, like, spears him onto the Ice Shards, but the Walrus Punch tosses him into the air, then he gets over.
I love those weird interactions with the arena.
I mean, it's just how it works. Anything with a spear, like, that tosses you into the air, will just make you kind of not get the spear stuff that you want to get from it. But okay, they didn't get that kill. It was very close. I think they needed one extra tick. They take the Roche out of this one. Magma still, you know, Gyro's still farming nicely, but the problem is he's playing into TB. Gonna be a bit problematic, especially if they take out Io first, so doesn't have that partner to be tethered up to.
It was only a level 1 Ice Blast too there, so it's just the 12% threshold, which I think is about 240 health for Gyro around there. So he's at like 380, so just surviving it. He was close though.
Also, Spirit Breaker buying Blade Mail as the first item, it's just it's really not good.
Yeah.
You know, having that item, 2.2k gold, that's half of your Aghanim Scepter possibly, or one thing you can do is maybe even rush a BKB on the hero, which I wouldn't mind, but yeah, Blade Mail doesn't really do that much.
They're coming around, they're starting to farm the Dire jungle, push the top tier 2. See if Magma choose to defend this. They are over and off to the side of the mid-tier 2. They have a smoke on Spirit Breaker, so Mian Mian might be ready to pop that, and they fight after they take these Ancients. I don't know how confident they'll feel going for something like this. They are pushing bottom with TZY. He's going into the Ags, then the Blink Dagger, picked up a Rod of Atos. and a Ghost Scepter. But here come Elephant TPing in. Full TPs in. There's the arena around 3, and they're trying to relocate out. The damage quickly onto the Mars. Yang gets cleaned up. Somnus hit with the Sonic Wave with the BKB being popped. He'll back away from the fight a little bit and focus his attention over on the Dust, who pops his own BKB, but FY dies. Mian Mian, he's trying to run, hit with the Cold Feet, silence onto the Windrunner, and Somnus falls. This was a TP attempt from Elephant to take the advantage in this one. They had a 3-man arena, and it's not going right. It's going awry. Red Panda, he falls as well. Full heroes dead on the side of Elephant. Eurus is cleaning up.
Rocket, he'll be able to get it. Okay. Like, that fight looked really good for Elephant. The initiation coming out from the Mars, like 3-man arena. There was no relocate, but then they just collapsed. Like, big Sonic Wave coming out from the Queen of Pain, and you can feel the power of the gyrocopter actually just dealing the damage.
Yeah, look at the damage that just comes out onto Yang. He dies so quickly. Standing in the Nether Toxin with that Axe on Shylock, right-clicking away, Rocket Barrage. No creeps there, just heroes. A lot of damage coming out. And that feels really bad for Elephant, who, at that point, I think were really confident with a TP like that. Or at least an attempt to go for something like that. And that confidence may not be there after an exchange. That really blows up in their face.
I think I'm on the Elephant train, like, of thoughts, how strong they are, but feels like we're having a bad read, because Magma can still put up a fight. Like, you can see this arena even drop.
BKB pop by Shylock. They're going in, Ice Blast all the way through. So Shylock still needs to be careful as the charge comes out into Eurus. He does have a Sunder and an Aegis to play with. 42 seconds until Meta is going to be up. Sunder does go up, BKB being popped by Dust. The attention is there onto the Queen of Pain. Just needs one more shot, but can't find it. Red Panda's gone on the side of Elephant. Spear lands.
Oh, there's the Atos. That's a big kill.
Look and try to kill off Eurus. Sonic Wave comes in. Down goes Yang.
No Sunder, surrounded by 5 heroes.
Oh dear, this is a problem. And he's going to be bashed up. The Shackle can't do anything. Eurus is gone for the 2nd time, and the game is back even. Magma still showing bright spots and starting to pull ahead.
Only one buyback there from Spirit Breaker. That's your, like, position 5 in this game, so you don't really care too much about it. Like, Spirit Breaker is not the hero that really farms a lot, so kind of hard to get the items on the hero. Even though he is a position 4, doesn't really feel like that. Like, you can feel the difference, what Spirit Breaker offers you and, like, what the Tusk brings, especially once Tusk picks up a Blink Dagger. But yeah, like, they use their kits on the Gyrocopter. They hit him with the AA Blast, but Gyrocopter manages to survive. I think they need to address this problem, because he is dealing the most damage in the team fights.
He's really outputting quite a bit, and they weren't able to finish off Dust, who then turns that around, gets a Sonic Wave off that blows up the TB's Aegis, hits on the Yang. They get the kill there. Like, Elephant looking lost in some, not lost, just not coordinated, I guess would be the way to explain it. In who they want to go for, who they need to focus.
This has been the story of Elephant throughout this first DPC season. Like, there's a reason why they're here where they are right now, because, like, the execution was really not there. They've been struggling. That doesn't feel like they have too much synergy. Not everyone is on the same page, like, when they need to go in, when they go back. Like, decision-making wise, I think that has been their biggest problem. I don't think, like, their drafts lacked anything. So Vindranger going for the Lynx here next item. Like, he also, I don't really like this. Like, he invested into Witchblade. Somnus really just values this item quite a lot.
Yeah.
Especially as your, like, 4th item.
And now back into the Lincolns.
It's a lot of gold. It's 2.6 gold to just finish the Witchblade. Imagine if Witchblade procced on every single attack with Windranger ulted. That sounds fun.
Wow.
And it stacks. Like the damage. I'm just kidding, though. No one's listening. I did not say this. We're not live, right?
No. You're fine. Ice Frog didn't hear that,
Okay.
but I did.
Dire's middle tower
I'm
is
gonna
under
write that
attack.
down. I'll pass it over to him. Give him the idea. Say it was my own original thought. Elephant bottom. Maybe looking to defend or take out somebody who's trying to pressure this bottom tier
Dire's
2.
middle
They've
tower
got
is under
nobody
attack.
showing up just yet. Mian Mian's actually nearby. Almost gets spotted by that power shot. Shiva's picked up here by the Queen of Pain and now going into the Lincolns on Dust. Spear comes through. Mian Mian. He needs to be careful. They'll come over. Tries to charge out. Unfortunately, he's been caught. He's in too deep. Trying to keep his life, but
Dire's top
unable to
tower
do so.
is under attack.
Try to play some deep vision. It got instantly dewarded by the creep. Like there's a sentry ward where the mid tier 1 and tier 2 tower were standing. So gets dewarded instantly. Psychic headband found by Mars. Let's see what he decides to keep. It's also a very good item that synergizes well. Like to push people back, like you inside the arena, like you have God's Rebuke, you have that Psychic Headband.
Yeah. I'm surprised we're not seeing Yang try to do that combo with the Spear God's Rebuke. Because you can do it pretty reliably. I know Chalice loves doing it on the Mars.
Dire's middle tower
If you know the
is under
Spear's
attack.
landing, you God's Rebuke, it keeps the hero close and stunned as long as that Spear hits a tree.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's more for the laning stage, I would say. Not so much for the later stages of the game. Queen of Pain's also getting big. Dust having a lot of farm, like this Shiva's Guard will provide,
Dire's bottom tower
you know, some
is
extra
falling.
vision in the team fight, which is necessary, and also give her more
Dire's bottom
survivability,
tower is under attack.
especially against the right clicks coming up from the Wind Ranger and the Terrorblade. TB going into Daedalus next item, just some heavy right click stuff.
Put some damage onto the tier 2 bottom. Roche up in 6
Dire's
seconds.
bottom tower is
And
under
Magma are kind of there already. They're going to smoke. So if they can smoke, whoever gets the better of this next exchange will probably set up nicely to go for Roche. They smoke too, so both teams looking
Dire's
for a
bottom
fight.
tower is under attack.
I guess the question becomes who finds it.
Queen of Pain revealing herself that they're just showing heroes, so Mars can possibly jump in. When Dagger got cancelled, let's see.
There's the Blink as well as the Arena coming through. They've also got the Spear, Ice Blast coming in, and that's going to land. Viper in a lot of trouble. TZY, though, gets the Viper Strike off. The Manta's going to be used by Eurus. They get the kill on the TZY. They'll take out Kaz. Sonic Wave comes in. That hits a bunch of these heroes. And Bash is coming out of Eurus.
Oh, can they bring him down?
He's low, but the Thunder's just there. Mian Mian tried so hard, just doesn't have it.
Oh, man.
Eurus at 50 health, maybe?
That was like 100 HP TB. They needed one extra hit, possibly from the gyrocopter, to bring him down, and then they would feel much more comfortable going inside the pit. But I don't think they can take the fight inside the pit. All right, fight still happening. They're lurking around. Probably just gonna bail. Yeah, let's see that one again.
Let's see what the health was at. TB 16, 1,086, 180.
Actually,
Oh,
13 HP.
Oh my god!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wow. Thanks for the slowdown on that. That's perfect. Appreciate that.
Oh, you know, sometimes 13 HP, and suddenly this feels like, you know, a moment where you're gonna win the game because of that. Because like TB doesn't really buy back there. I don't think he would even have a buyback available. Oh man, that feels bad for Magma.
13 HP is the difference in this game so far.
Gyrocopter, like, he was not hitting TB anymore. He was on the high ground. They even had the vision on the high ground because he got heavily focused, but actually didn't believe in the team that they can bring him down fast enough.
One hit, he was the 13. All they needed smoke.
That's why
Magma.
13 is called the unlucky number.
Lucky for Eurus. Unlucky for Magma. Really, B is just a squished together 13. So,
Like, what do you do? I mean, you know, I'm mad. I'm not a fan of I'm not a biggest fan of the team. Like, you know, we are trying to not be biased or anything, but I get mad when I see stuff like this because I can picture myself in this kind of situation where, like, what do you do? Like, what do you do after? Like, we could have probably take this Roche, use this Aegis, kill the TB. Like, it affects you, like, especially after what happened in the first game.
yeah. It's when you toss the keyboard.
Or B-Cop, let's
Dire's
keep it
bottom
PMA,
tower
you
is
know.
under attack.
I don't know if you're sponsored by any company that produces keyboards, so you want people to, you know, smash them and buy new ones, but not the kind of a behavior I'm a big fan
Tower
of.
is under attack.
Code BKOP.
20%.
I'm only kidding. Slightly. So they'll try to take this tier 2 over mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Should be no contest from Magma at the moment.
Dire's middle tower has
And
fallen.
it just, the rug gets pulled out from under Magma in a spot like that where it really could have turned around and been positive for them. But unfortunately, now you're down 11k. TB feels super strong with an Aegis, Daedalus, and now going into a Heart. He's going to be very survivable in these fights.
Yeah, not sure, like, Heart is the right decision here. Maybe get Satanic, even though you still don't get, like, status resistance from it. It's a good item, gives you a bit more tankiness, and, like, yeah, he actually switches to Satanic, which I really like more. Even though new Heart feels really, really good, but on TB, like, you just want to have the lifesteal.
Dust gets spotted, pops the BKB immediately, so he's able to blink away. They look over now at the Spirit Breaker, who's hit with the Euls, as well as the Cold Feet. He's going to freeze over. Sonic Wave's going to be forced and hits on this. They do take out Mian Mian. Ice Blast leading him.
Oh
and
my
lands
god,
it.
he's actually going to snipe him. He's dead, like that.
Dire's middle tower
All you can
is
do
under
is maybe,
attack.
like, the
Yeah, there's
Ice
the
Frog
shatter.
changes something meanwhile. But, yeah, you're going to shatter. Buyback available.
13% of 1840, about 210 health.
You know, I'm more of a guy that sees how the bar is moving, and I'm like, he's dead. And I'm not actually doing the math. There's the buyback.
Yeah, buyback
from
comes
Spirit
in,
Breaker.
And Mian Mian trying to charge, make something happen. TZY just surviving. Axe picked up by Yang. So he's got that bulwark to work with. Ice Blast. Oh. Nice. Eurus, and he doesn't have Sunder. He doesn't have
Cheese
cheese.
does not want to
or
pop it.
He'll just let himself die.
Okay, I understand that. You know, there was Aegis running out in 40 seconds, so it's
True.
much better if he just keeps the cheese.
Didn't have much on the Metamorphosis left. Could just die, wait for that to come back, and now you've got the cheese instead of neither. All right.
Yang got him. I feel like you need to have Desolator to be able to, like, utilize that bulwark.
Charge out onto Yang, and they will throw the Nether Toxin down, doing a lot of damage onto this
snowball
Mars. So they've
save.
got the snowball to save him for now. Mules up into the air, extending his life, which is inevitably gone. FY able to blink away, uses those spider legs to spider run, get out of there.
Gyro found one of the best tier 3 items out there, Paladin Sword, especially combined with the IO. Like it works with the side gunner coming up from the Aghanim Scepter, so like a lot of synergy with that item. Also has a Lincoln Sphere finished. I guess he just wants to be able to defend against like Sunder or Initiation coming up from the Shackle Shot and then Focus Fire. Does not want to get that. Timeless Relic picked up by a Wind Ranger.
Telescope and a flicker, and we've seen some flickers be interesting.
Oh yeah, Flicker is that coin flip item, especially if you're like trying to run away and then it blinks.
You
inside the
backwards
4
attack.
enemies. Like, you're like, man, I do not want to use this item anymore. We've seen that. Like, we've seen people using Flicker and getting some bad... he's
Getting caught, he's
super dead.
That is just the coordination with the Shackle Ice Blast. Really well done by Somnus and Red Panda to have that communication. Walrus punch into the air again, and just with the power shot, there's so much quick damage coming in. And hey, you've got 2 guys dead now, no IO for 70 seconds, MKB picked up. They're trying to spot this courier that goes up into the cliff. Stops for a second, has that Hyperstone.
There's the meta. They want this mid barracks real hard.
Ulti used there by TZY, chipping away at Eurus' health, but going to the backlines is Yang, and he's looking to get the kill here onto TZY with BKB being popped by Shylock. TZY surviving, but he's about to freeze over. They got the kill on the
No
Shylock.
buyback from Gyro. This might be the game.
They bought back on the Queen of Pain. Shackle lands, hits onto the Spirit Breaker. Yan hit with the Spear to follow it up. He pops that Blade Mail, but it's not doing anything for him. They get the kill there on the Yan. They'll find themselves TZY, Dust on the run, and GG will get called. It's a 2-0 for Elephant, and that will lock down Elephant v LGD in the tiebreaker.
Magma, I gotta say, a bit unlucky in this game that the Terrorblade surviving on 13 HP. Could have made a bit of a difference in this game, but you know, they still need a bit more time. They need to grow as players. They still have a lot of potential, but yeah, unfortunately, they're out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Magma because they have really worked hard throughout Perfect World League and growing as a team, combining Blaze and Ocean and becoming this force. It's looked good from them at times. It just hasn't looked good enough. They're still becoming a better team. There's going to be time to grow.
If they played like this, like they played today throughout this whole DPC league, they would definitely stay in the league.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is.
It's tough, and hopefully they continue to grow in the lower division. But good job there from Elephant. And to break it down further for you, we've got that beautiful panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Bkyop and Lacoste. Yes, Magma are out. It got a little bit too hot for them, which is ironic after all. But alas, we will be waving a goodbye to our Magma friends, and we are blessed with a tiebreaker between Elephant and LGD to find out who is going to be making it to the major wildcard slot. Very exciting stuff here in the Chinese region. But guys, let's talk about this game. What happened?
What happened? What happened? What happened? A lot of very flashy plays from Elephant happened. Coming in from the laning stage, really. It looked like a different game. I didn't expect it to go as long as it did, but it's very difficult to close out games right now anyway. You can see here, AA dies instantly after they strike back. Not only do they kill the Viper, Gyro dies after in the Ice Shards, and their Elephant just played much better this time around in the early game, but Magma still, man, they didn't just lay down, they didn't accept defeat. This Gyro was on top of the network charts for the majority of the early game.
Yeah, they had a couple of chances to take the game, or rather take a lead in the game. But yeah, Elephant actually looked like a proper team this game. Good team play all around, they saved each other, they set up for each other. And an Elephant like this, you know, it's just very hard to beat. And yeah.
It really didn't feel like... in the first game, you're seeing signs of hope for Magma, like they can actually take the game. In the second one, you look away for one team fight, you look back in, you know the same thing is there, like Elephant is just taking it.
Yeah, I agree. I think even though I would actually say that Magma played just as well in the first game as they did the second game, like I think they played some good Dota, but just due to the way the game went and how the lanes went and how this TB was just giga farmed the entire game, there was never really that much of a comeback potential. They really needed to slap down hard, and getting on top of him was just too much work for them, unfortunately.
But Somnus as well, right? It's not even only the TB. Windranger played much better than he played really well, and that is what you expect from him. However, the lane
sure.
should have been much more difficult for him. He's playing into
Yeah.
a bad matchup. The game overall doesn't feel like an easy Windranger game. He still made a lot of use of his hero.
I like the little handshake at the start of the game as well, when they had like the 5-on-5, and it was like, oh my god, they're gonna clash, and it's like,
They auto-tagged each other like once.
no, they didn't. They
There's
saw
no
each other.
stuns.
They,
Like, that's
I'm
it.
not even
Like,
sure they hit each other. They were just like, hello.
No,
hello.
Gyro hit him once, and A was like hit him back, and then they went their separate ways.
Yeah, the handshake. The handshake. I think all games should start like that. But yeah, a very convincing win for Elephant in the end, and they do translate that into the series victory, thus securing themselves the playoff against LGD for the wild card. So very confusing here, but we will have that tiebreaker coming up tomorrow. At the end of this game, for you, what was your standout performances on the side of Elephant?
I think probably it's either Somnus or Eurus. Eurus just did, you know, what he had to do. Very stable carry performance. But Somnus kind of overplayed the lane, and his team fight focus fire usage was very good. Like, he didn't just go on the first target he saw, he actually waited for the prime target to present itself.
Yeah.
Somnus overall just played really well in both of these games. However, I want to just highlight Dust once again. We talked about him a little bit at the beginning of the series. In the second game, yeah, versus Windranger, he didn't do as much, but overall his performance looks very stable. It looks like he is maybe going up there in some different team if Magma decides to split up.
Exponentially increasing in value, you could say.
Exactly.
Every game, he just
Maybe
looks
not
better and better.
exponentially, but yeah.
Let's have a look at our MVP for game number 2. And it's going to be FY on the Lion. The gentleman, the refined MVP.
Yeah,
What are
from
you-
the game 1.
Oh, yeah.
The refined
Wait a minute.
gentleman from
Wait a
the
minute.
I like his hero
You get
damage.
baited so easily, no?
I really do. I just like the game's over, and I just like, it just goes. I'm just like, all right, cool.
He played that game 1 so well that his Lion performance carried over
MVP
into game
in
2.
game
Yeah.
two.
But he was Tusk in game 2.
Correct.
The Tusk King.
The Tusk King.
The
yeah,
Tusk
yeah.
God.
The Tusk God. You dare pick accent to the Tusk God?
Yeah. Who
what
does
are we-
that?
Good Tusk performance?
Yeah, definitely. Some of those ice shards were literally teamfight changing.
Yeah.
It wasn't even about the snowball saves. It was mostly about ice shards just cutting off Gyro multiple times in a row and
Also
securing
his
the kill.
tech team usage.
Spot on.
The way he pressed E when he was around enemy heroes? Oh, my
So good.
goodness. So
Yeah,
good.
I really have a lot to learn about the tag team usage there. Anyone that plays Tusk, you should watch.
Do you
How
have
to
an
press
E key?
That's the problem.
Yeah,
Nah.
there you go. You'll get much better at the Tusk. when
Also,
can
if you
press
use
it.
Legacy and you have an E key, it might not work also.
True. It's a very complicated hero in that regard. Very complicated spell, but no, some excellent team fighting from FY on that Tusk, so well deserved MVP. I think there's one play individually which I'd like to highlight from this game, though, which kind of summed up Magma's DPC run, unfortunately, which was when they were trying to kill that TB outside Roshan, right? Like, that could have been the turning point of the game. That could have been the point where they turned it around. The TB was on a sliver of HP, the Windranger was BKB'd, the Spirit Breaker comes in to keep him stunned, and then rather than running away, he runs at him. I understand wanting to do the damage or maybe get a bash to finish the job, but he just gives him a Sunder target. He goes up to full health, and then the fight's over and you lose.
That's the decision making we talk about. It's
Exactly.
like not a huge error. I mean, it is a huge error. It's just more like not
Such
very
a
obvious.
tiny play. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's like-
one click in, like, you know, kind of half a second decision.
Like an FY there would have walked away for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of the day, you know, that's what costs them so much, and in the end, you know, could even be considered costing them a game. So that's it. That's all we got for this series, and that's all we've got for Team Magma. We will be saying goodbye to them, and of course, you know, we wish them the best of luck in the Division 2, but that is where they will be in the next season. They'll be down in the lower division as they get relegated and swapped in for SAG and RNG, so we will not be seeing them next season in the upper division. Meanwhile, Elephant will go on to play a tiebreaker, but we have another series coming up today, gentlemen.
Probably the best of the tournament, at least standing-wise.
Yep.
Standing
We
wise.
had PSG LGD versus Vici Gaming before, which was a blast. And
It was a
today
blast from
we
the
have
past.
another blast from the past, and today we have another blast with IG versus Team Aster. I'm looking forward to this. Really, this series should be very exciting.
And here we have our updated standings. You can see there that Magma, once they weren't highlighted in red, they are eliminated from the tournament. There's no way they can come back from this. Unfortunately, they have too many losses, and eHome will be confirmed. This also confirms eHome staying in the upper division for next
Yep.
season. So
It
that's good
does.
for them.
on probably not the position they thought they would be at the end.
Yep.
But you know, whether you're 6th or 5th, you're still in the upper division. That's all that matters.
No.
Absolutely, absolutely. Alrighty, well, before we throw it over to a break, I just want to get you guys a little preview of this next series. What do we think is going to happen? You've already told me you think IG are going to win, but how close is it going to be?
Well, I expected it, or I still expect it to be a 2-1, a very closely contested series. I think if they win on ASTER, it's going to be on the back of LANM's draft. I think individually, IG is just a little bit better. So if the drafts are even, I'm giving the edge to IG, but LANM has potential of outdrafting people.
I think ASTER are going to win. Precisely for the reason you mentioned, though, because I think they have the innovative qualities to push it, and I think when the team is so evenly matched in skill, I give IG like the slight advantage when it comes to individual performances, but I think that ASTER stand a chance of doing something different, and when it comes to the best of the best, and we see this everywhere, we see this in every region, when the best teams play each other, it's not about the team necessarily who gets the most outplays, it's about the team which can kind of find the new broken thing, and I'm really hoping that ASTER have something to surprise us with for this series.
So 2-1 or 2-0?
2-1 for sure.
2-1?
Sure. Yeah, yeah. Lizard, what about you?
I can't really break down straight in the middle. It's a very unpredictable series for me, really. I really can't put my finger on one team and say, yeah, they have a big advantage. I think IG have been playing much better at the beginning of the season, but they have dropped some series versus lesser teams in different leagues in the last week or two. So because of that, usually I would say, yeah, they have the advantage, but right now I really can't say. Maybe even ASTER 55-45.
It's going to be a blast.
It's going to be a blast.
It is going to be a blast. So make sure you guys hang with us. We'll throw it over to a short break, after which we shall be back with that awesome series of ASTER versus IG. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me thin? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. How long do I got to keep you, to keep Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging, you go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, it feels right. It feels right.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing little flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart's so full, I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing. We stay when the music plays, and drop below and the people sway.
A little bit of light, a little bit of gold. Under pressure, you start to fold like a diamond from gold. Maybe you are something I cannot define. Maybe you are the fallen kind. I leave them with violence, the silent side of me. We see where fire starts to breathe. When I would lay in silence, the voice inside of me made me use my mind right. Use my mind right. Use my mind right.
gon' burn it down. Burn it down. We gon' burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. Shining forward, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Shining forward, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. your smile. Love the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you win this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. myself my name. Forgot about all you tried to change. Familiar was the sound of your voice as I continue to walk all by. It has been a year and now I'm living on the line. It has been a year and now I'm thinking what's mine, that I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through eyes covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
You take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, so let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay. fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve. Stay with me.
Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
Hopefully not, because that was an absolute mess, and it didn't. You don't get away with that in this league. Like you just don't. Like no one is going to let you get away with that. I don't know what that was.
And the thing is, if you look at ASTER, they have these players. Okay, Lanham, he will be solid, right? But when you look at Borax, you're kind of tempted to flex him. You're kind of tempted to give him maybe a Monkey King on position 4 or something similar. But ASTER so far in every other series except the one versus Vici Gaming, they just had a stable position 4, a normal one. And that's what I want to see from them. Same like IG, some Shadow Shaman, perhaps some Tusk. Don't flex it too much. Borax, he is a flashy player, but he is extremely solid on just normal position 4s as well.
Yeah, very similar to like Zinq in terms of like what they're doing, how they're itemizing, how they are very flexible on their role, the rotation-wise. Like these two position 4 players have been outstanding so far, at least for me, in the Chinese region. One thing I noticed, like IG will not first phase their carry unless it's like Troll from time to time, possibly a Morphling, because it can be played as a mid laner as well. They really love the Morph. Most of the time they'll just open up with like 2 supports, 4s and 5s. They don't care, while like ASTER, they are a bit of a different. They will open up with the carry. They're really not afraid to do so.
they will put their cards on the table. I think it kind of varies from matchup to matchup with them because they just kind of like to individually draft against each opponent. It feels like they really do a lot of research as well, and I mean, I'm sure both teams do. I'm just really excited for this mid lane as well. I mean, these are the two best mid laners of the region right now, in my opinion. White Album versus Emo. Like
Definitely the best performing ones right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I don't really know who's going to get the better of the other.
I remember one game where Emo played Zeus into Magnus.
It was
okay. We don't talk about that.
Here's
Okay.
mic production. We don't talk about that game. That's in the no talkie book.
So one of those things, that Zeus game, is very reminding me of the game that we saw yesterday as well, when Storm owns one game completely, pops off, and then they just pick it into whatever the next one, just because they feel so confident after the first performance. That for me, that's the Zeus. First they picked it into a DP, he crushed, and then the next game they picked that Zeus. It's not it was a decent game. It wasn't a perfect game, and he just gets completely obliterated. He had 3 deaths in the laning stage itself. That was not a pleasure to watch from Emo. I think he went a little bit emo that game, but
lived up to his name at least, I guess. But yeah, got to stay on brand. But definitely not what we wanted to see from him. And he can bleed. Would you say White Album's been more consistent than Emo then?
Sure, slightly, I would say. You know, like some of his performances have been a bit more stable. Emo, I also remember one game where he also like didn't really win the matchup that he should, but you know, it's going to be interesting. Like, you give White Album something like a Shadowfiend that you brought up, if there's going to be like a DP pick. Man, I can't wait to just see like these two teams draft.
Also, Alchemists, these teams make our jobs way more easier, like way easier than some other teams, such as Magma and LBZS, right? Like, they pick TA and Storm. Like, I can't predict that, man. Like, no panelist in the world is going to predict a Storm and a TA picked in the same draft by the same team at the moment, at least. And when you're looking at Invictus Gaming, when you're looking at ASTER, PSG, LGD, Vici Gaming, you know what their comfort zone is, and you pretty much know what to expect.
Yeah, for sure. And we can have a look at the team head-to-head stats and see exactly what the comparisons are between these two teams when it comes to the outright statistics. And they're pretty evenly matched, as expected. In fact, the biggest difference is kill participation, so it seems like ASTER tends to just be more kind of 5-man focused. Meanwhile, IG, Undefined Gaming, tend to be a little bit more kind of, you know, they make the individual players, but...
Undefined Gaming, yeah, they're very undefined right now.
UG,
Yeah, UG. We'll see when it comes to bans what these two teams opt to go for versus IG. Do you ban out the Timber early on? Do you ban out that Alchemist, Phoenix, Oracle? What's it going to be? Versus ASTER as well. There are Shadow Shaman is in the pool. Abaddon from Lanham. Do you let the Abaddon go?
Too many heroes to ban. There's too many heroes to ban. Let's see what they go for as a draft. It's now live for game number 1 of IG versus ASTER. We're going to start things off with the IO and the Oracle. Absolutely no surprise there.
I think IG needs to ban out Puck.
But what about the Alchemist?
They don't have the last pick. Some of the heroes are left in the pool. You know, there's this
Alchemist
troll
Shaman.
also. So yeah, a lot of good heroes that are gonna be like contested. Like the Shaman, the Baron. Like, these are the top tier picks.
I'm not sure they're gonna go for this
They
Abaddon.
just ban out the Puck.
Yeah, you have to, because Team Master will just first phase it like no matter what.
This
like,
is Shaman
if it's
though, right?
available.
Oh, Abaddon actually instead.
Because they want to have
Yeah, I
something.
knew they'd go for the Abaddon.
Yeah, Abaddon on them for Lanham, and then you play versus a Shaman that's probably going to be picked up by IG. But they can also just go with the Phoenix as well, right?
Like, you can still pick Shaman into Abaddon. It's not that bad. Because if you don't pick it, a Team Master will get Abaddon and Shaman most likely. Because you can hex Abaddon in a team fight and just, you know, say don't
Just
kill
ignore him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And you have multiple shackles to work with. And okay, they go with the Lion instead. We have seen...
That's another hex.
It's literally... Not literally, almost the same, right? Like, you get impaled, you get hex, a lot of control, some burst damage. But I mean, very, very peculiar pick that you go for Lion over Shadow Shaman.
I think the reason why they decided to go with the Lion instead of Shaman is you are able to burst Abaddon with the finger without triggering the ulti. So, like, that's...
that's true.
That's very... much better than what like Shaman provides you, and you still like have hacks, so you have control against like any of the spirits. So I think Team Master got a bit surprised by this pick.
For me, Shadow Shaman is still a little bit of a better laner and perhaps a better position for overall. He brings a bit more to the table.
Depends on
you
the
have
matchup.
yeah,
Like
you have the
you
pushes as well with the.
If this is 4 Lion into like 5 Abaddon, then Abaddon doesn't do anything in the lane because of the mana drain. Like he can't shield, which is much better than if he's playing into Shaman matchup, I'd say.
That's fair. Team Aster following up with that Monkey King. And now when you ask why does Team Aster pick their carries or cores so early on, it's because they're flexible. It's because Borax, right? Like you can put this monkey literally on any single position on the side of Team Aster and it will make sense.
Yeah, if the matchups are good enough, they will do it. That's what we know about this team. IG, a little bit more by the book.
You know what? Like, it has not been done before. Why don't we see Shaman and Lion and just hex the whole team?
Just come together.
Genius.
They just go with their Phoenix. This is a really good pickup overall versus the Monkey King. Not amazing versus Abaddon because you can purge off Fire Spirits off of someone, shield them off, and then you literally have that one extra hero attacking the egg. But you have Lion to protect you with the Impale and the Hex. So overall, they love their Phoenix.
They really do. They really do. It's their favorite. And I am fully expecting IG to ban out the Alchemist now because Monkey Alch is a pretty brutal combination.
I think Mars will be contested, like either banned or picked. This hero just does like so many things, especially with the Monkey. Easy to set up. Wukong's into Arena is always going to be good pre-BKB. I want to see, like, I love Phoenix as a response to Monkey King, with the Sunray, you know, they're going to be grouping around. You place an egg, so something that they need to possibly learn. You know, Phoenix and Mars go back together a long time ago.
It needs to be banned.
Yeah,
it
it's
really
just
needs
strong
to be banned.
combo.
Plus, if you're looking at JT, it's Mars and Timber. Those two heroes he's just exceptionally good with. So Mars, not only because he's good with the hero, just the whole lineup of IG plays really well around it with the egg and whatnot. And Monkey King overall as a hero, we talked about this Monkey into Wraith King matchup, which we might see again. But Wraith King comes out on top when he has a stronger teamfight combos around him. Because you can't just follow up with Wukong's command and kill him twice after his first death.
You know, I'm just thinking about black, but you know,
we all do on occasion.
I see this Lion. I know he is watching the game. He's like, man, I wish this is a mid line. I get at least one message from him a day saying, dude, bro, trust me, like this mid Lion, it's a future.
Yeah, same. I think we all do. Like 3 a.m. just randomly, phone lights up. I kind of wake up sleepy. It's just black. It's like a voice message of him like screaming about loud. I don't know. He's got some problems there, I think, but I don't think it will be mid.
Yeah, the Mars.
Spoiler.
The Mars is banned out as predicted. This is what we were talking about earlier. It's much easier to see what they're doing here. Invictus Gaming banning out that Lina, which is a little bit interesting. SF makes a bit more sense as it's a hero that Team Aster definitely likes to play. Lina, it's great versus the egg. Like it truly is. But overall, that
very
hero
weird, like early Lina ban. Usually,
exactly.
Like if you want to see Lina, maybe they're just protecting.
It's
their
Dead Prophet, right?
Dead Prophet, yeah.
Right,
This is what it screams. You know, Shadow Fiend Lina, something that Dead Prophet doesn't like to play into. So yeah, they have the first pick, so probably they're getting that DP.
Is there anything? Lina overall would be great, but I just don't value the hero that much.
No, like in certain situation, Lina can pop off, but I've seen Lina's fail so many times that I'm kind of, you know, leaning towards her not being that great of a hero.
Oh, you.
The AA banned out actually.
There's still Alchemist, right?
Alchemist Morphling. They're still in the pool. Very interesting ban.
Yeah.
Also, AA is very peculiar because they already have an Abaddon. Abaddon plus AA, that does not scream to me like the most potent duo of supports. So, you know,
no,
it's not something that you like.
Yeah, it's like banning because you're scared of the counter and not actually banning because your team might pick it. It's, could be questionable. I don't know. DP still looks good. Morphling still looks good. Alchemist still looks good. I really think that Aster will snap up that Alchemist if they get the opportunity to.
If you could just pick DP Wraith King here for Invictus Gaming, I think you'd be set. It feels like a really good draft already. Follow up with any sort of a stun on the offlane or something that could lane versus Monkey.
We've seen
They
some
go
people
or Morphling.
hesitate.
Morphling is
Yeah.
pretty solid too.
Yeah.
So
We've seen
they
people
need
hesitate to pick Wraith King into Monkey.
Yeah, not a big fan of raking into Monkey. Like, you just respawn inside the Wukong's command because this is what Monkey wants to do, and then you die a second time.
Yeah,
But
we've seen it go both ways though.
Yeah, like I said literally 2 minutes ago, it's good for Monkey if he has a decent teamfight combo behind him. If he doesn't, if you were playing into Wraith King plus Phoenix, you just can't use that Wukong offensively after the first death.
True.
They need some silences. They need some like real stuns against the Morphling because like these two don't really provide that much, or they possibly need some mana burn. Like so far, a very good Phantom Lancer game. I don't think you want to pick it straight away, but they have like no real AoE against the PL, something they need to be careful about on side of IG. Morphling doesn't deal well with illusions, doesn't deal well with mana burn.
A hero that has a really good attack speed overall that grows throughout the game and is good versus Phoenix as well. Quap, picked out by Aster. Yeah, if you look at their last couple of drafts, they did have a Quap in there, and it gives you some extra burst damage versus versus the Morphling. I wouldn't have mind a different spirit, maybe even a Storm, because it's the same situation. You're playing into Lion, right? It doesn't...
Yeah.
And the Puck is banned, Void Spirit is banned. You would be playing Storm into Phoenix and Morphling, which is pretty nice, but Quap is... It kind of serves
You
the
have
same
a Baron
purpose.
to deal with those stuns, with those hexes, and I said they need a silence or someone that can build a silence, and Queen of Pain is that hero, the Orchid Rush, and always threatens a kill on Morphling until you get that Manta style. IG is very flexible in terms of Morphling, like they can put it on the mid lane, they can put it on the safe lane as well. They just really love to play the hero.
Definitely comfort zone, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do with the Morphling after this pick. Probably they could get their offlane as well. What's making Invictus's draft and life hard right now is this Monkey pick, because you can't really say for sure. Is it a 4? Is it
Could
safe
be a
lane?
3 as
Could
well.
be offlane
Yeah,
as well.
they,
Exactly.
They are very flexible. They ran. I remember one game. They ran offlane Wyvern with the Monkey King 4.
Yep.
Wyvern got like one item, and then Monkey King took over, went for a death. So game was over pretty quickly. But yeah, they still
Yeah,
go
they just
for
go
the
that
DP.
profit,
They
yeah.
covered themselves nicely with the AA.
And the Lina ban, by the way,
yeah.
makes a lot of sense for the Morphling too. So covering Lina, SF, AA, covering both of these picks.
I
pretty much.
think
the
you
Sunray as
flex
well.
Monkey. I think you flex Monkey and get the PL like that. It's such a good PL game. Like those illusions are gonna soak up so much damage from that Prophet Exorcism.
That's true.
It just looks great, but then you might you might end up with the wonky draft. You know, having this a Baron 5, Monkey 4.
All right, I'd raise 2 concerns there as well. Like, one, you don't have the burst to bring down the DP with that, and secondly, they have options late game, like the AoE Hex. You've got that. You've got the Sunray, which is kind of scaling damage. You've got the Morphling right click on waveform, like with the charge.
Nomad, even though I completely respect your analytical prowess when it comes to the game, I agree that PL would have been a really good pick, but
yeah.
It's hard to fit him in this draft from Aster.
You know, because you have, like, if that's, like, offlane Monkey and 5 a Baron, who's going to make all the moves? Like, Shaman and the Queen of Pain need to do some heavy lifting early on. So what Team Aster, they're running TA, so that means that, you know, that Prophet also very flexible. We see her from time to time on the offlane as well.
Same goes from Invictus Gaming banning out that Enigma that Team Aster have played in the last couple of games versus Vici Gaming as well. They played that offlane Enigma.
Yeah, JTTP has been a thing to fear, that's for sure. Again, you know, it's just really showing that, like, at the moment, teams aren't banning heroes specifically for roles even that much anymore. Like, sometimes they're just like, hey, you know what? They're going to flex it. Well, see, they're just like, we don't really know.
Yeah, you can't really put your finger on what they actually need.
Yeah.
What position? If your IG Pango is still in the pool, do you just fall back to it? They have played it in the last couple of...
Pango just feels great
so good,
for
actually.
IG, I would say. Like, you have the offlaner that doesn't care about, like, any of the abilities. Might need to care about, like, Wukong's command, but there's nothing that pierces magic immunity. This is something that Pango really thrives on, where, like, we've seen that yesterday and the day before, where Pango just completely pops off.
Team Aster, they do have the first pick. Batrider has been taken away from them, so they won't be able to pick that offlaner. It's Very peculiar. Let's see what they opt to go for, because all the standard ones right now are banned out. Is there something that we're missing that would be really solid into the Morphling?
Yeah, I feel like this has to answer a lot here. They still really don't have an answer for the egg either, right? Like,
No, really not. You Blink with co-op on top of it. It does not feel great to secure that egg, because you're probably dead afterwards. So.
Yep.
Profit, but
there's still Timbersaw in the pool. Like they don't have that many like strength heroes, but they also don't have the answer for the Timbersaw.
They'd steal the Pango instead.
Okay.
I actually love this from ASTER, snatching it away from Invictus Gaming, giving themselves some extra control in these team fights.
I see Pango, you know, I'm slowly leaning towards ASTER's draft. Big fan of Pango. Just, I think this hero does so many things, like very, I'm not going to call it easy to play. Sometimes, you know, your ulti, if you mess it up, you bounce, you get stuck, could be a bit tricky. But a lot of stuff that they need to focus on, where like you have Pangolier roll, Shaman, you have a good pushback, Queen of Pain, like providing a lot of damage. They still go with the Storm Spirit.
That we mentioned, yeah.
Storm into the Shaman. No fear here being shown from Emo.
Ooh. Yeah, just because I guess this lane for the offlane DP is much better. But man, this lineup from Invictus Gaming looks very wonky. Besides the Lion, you don't truly have a lot of control there, do you?
Same goes for the other
same
side.
Goes.
Like
You have Shadow Shaman, Pango.
With the silences, you should be okay. I mean, I can go first.
No, the problem for Shaman, is
Go
that
ahead.
he can't control both Storm Spirit and the Morphling. Like, you also need to be able to deal with the Dead Prophet. So, like, one nice thing that they got going for them is the Abaddon can cover up the initiation on the Shadow Shaman, which they want to take out first. But could be a bit tricky. Like, this is a hard one for me to read. Go.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going IG on this one. I think their draft just like, I visualize the team fights. You know, I see all these five heroes, and I see the enemy 5 heroes, and like I play a team fight in my mind, and like I think there's just too many issues which IG can raise, which ASTER can't solve. So I'm going for IG.
Yeah, Emo can definitely pop off and just have a really good Storm game, but then again, I think it really comes down to the battle of big-brained carries, Monkey versus Morphling, who hits his peak a little bit earlier. Monkey with that Skadi would be really important for them. I'm still going with IG.
IG, all right.
I'll spice things up. I'll go with ASTER, actually.
The big boy ASTER prediction from Lacoste. Going to put a bit of a different direction on this one, as we have 2 for IG, 1 for ASTER. Let's find out what our casters think about this draft. B-Cup and Black, what are we saying?
How are you, Nomad? I'm
good, dude.
saying some great things about ASTER. Actually, I do like IG's draft, but I get a little bit nervous when Fly plays Morphling. I've seen him kind of struggle on that hero at times, and you know, he's the kind of guy where I think of him playing Morphling, and then the Rocket Flare comes out when he's all agi and he dies.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes me a little nervous. He does play that hero really well, but I'm gonna have to go with ASTER on this one.
All right, Black.
I'm not the biggest fan of the quad pick. I feel that kind of ruined it for me. So I'm going to go with IG as well.
Okay. Well, 3 for IG, 2 for ASTER. Very even prediction for what's looking to be a very even game. We'll throw it across to you guys. B-Cup and Black, take it away for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Nomad. And we get into this game 1. It's the top of the table series. It's a big one. It's a fun one. These teams have been exciting. They've been through the ringer, and they have really shown up. You've got IG, who are sitting 6-0, ASTER at 5-1, and it's really the consensus from people who are watching and who I've really gauged about this matchup had ASTER as a slight favorite in their eyes, which, you know, maybe a bit surprising considering the records, but I could see it. You know, you've had good performances from White Album, and you've had Lanham, who's really led this team in a different way since coming on and replacing Chizbug. So I could see that. I myself chose ASTER in this first game, but I certainly, I would say maybe 55-45, if anything. I'm not leaning one way heavily or the other.
It can definitely happen with the draft they have. It's just this quad, there's a lot of potential for him to just be completely worthless this game. He plays into a DP silence, he plays into a Storm Orchid, he plays into a Lion. It's just going to be a very tough game for White Album. I'm not sure why they picked the Quap this early into counters as well. It just, yeah, sounds a little bit rough.
JT on this offlane Death Prophet.
Splitting bounties. Yeah, offlane Death Prophet, we've seen it a lot, especially against 2 melee heroes.
Right.
Can really cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, and you know, maybe it's not the conventional JT pick. You will see him on like Underlord a lot, Tide a lot.
He likes those
loves playing
tanky ones, yeah.
here. But Death Prophet can be just as tanky or just as survivable in these fights.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
It's not out of his realm, but obviously when you think JT, you maybe think something a little bit different, but I think he could definitely succeed with this Death Prophet. And Kaka on the Lion. We've seen a lot of Lion come out. It's had a resurgence the last few weeks.
No, I think this game will heavily depend on how White Album does. Like if he snowballs early, gets a fast Orchid, he can really start leading the charge for his team, because the Morphling will have somewhat late Manta, then you have the Storm, who of course will go for his own Orchid, and you can just always jump the Phoenix and the Lion. So for me, it's all about his quad performance in the early game here. Which, against the Storm, you do have the better lane, at least. Quad usually beats Storm. But yeah, like mid-late game, Storm has like just a lot of advantages over Quap, unless you really snowball on that hero. That's why Quap is always such a risky hero, really.
Right.
Like, unless you snowball,
Spring,
Kaka
good
double.
stun.
Nice.
And that actually helps them turn a little bit and throw some damage on a Monet, who's helped by the missed coil from Latham.
Yeah, as the levels go up, it's going to get harder for the Dire side here. Because, of course, you're going to have Hex available, Mana Drain, Spirit Siphon.
First
as we
blood.
see Ollie drop.
Yeah, Ollie gets taken out by Borax, a.k.a. Bobica.
He got zapped. It's a strong dual lane. This Pango Shadow Shaman.
A lot of right-click damage. Shaman
A lot of
hits
right-click
really
damage.
hard.
Especially when you're under the effect of Lucky Shot. -2 armor. The Shadow Shaman really hits hard. Especially on a hero like Phoenix with very low armor.
Shadow Shaman may look small, he may not look strong, but he hits second hardest base damage in the game.
I never understood why that happened.
Why he's got second highest
Yeah,
base
like
damage.
he had like 40 at one point, and then go to 50, 60, and I was like 78 or something.
Yeah, it's really high. And the funny thing is, it's like, what, Treant's ahead of him?
Only Treant, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a massive tree that hits the hardest, makes sense, and then Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. Who isn't even like super slow movement speed-wise or anything.
And he's got a lot of control.
Got good armor, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, 3 range keeps though pushing into the tower. Once Morphling gets his 3, he should be very comfortable here.
White Album getting that bottle. And just constantly spamming out that Shadow Strike over onto Emo. And Emo's no slouch when it comes to Storm Spirit. He's had some very impressive performances. Goes to the Vortex, will do some damage here on a White Album, who will blink a short distance away, pop that salve. So trying to get as high as he can with that salve, and we'll get the full duration out of it.
Yeah.
4-minute mark, I expect actually both teams to get a support, as they've got Shaman and Lion. I think 2 supports that really love coming over mid for that 4-minute rune.
It's going to be so important as well. We already see 1 bottle refill here from the Lion. And this minute 4 rune, as you said, is going to be super impactful.
And Shaman's actually not coming over. There's a lot of time. There's still 20
He's
seconds,
coming
so
right
he's got
now.
some time.
Yeah. It's probably just going to be one of those trades, you know. 2 heroes are going to check top, 2 heroes are going to check bottom. Let the RNG decide.
Yeah, they're promoted.
As I say that, they're sending 3 heroes here from ASTER, actually.
Yeah, they really want to secure this. I think that's because they saw that the
Emo's in trouble here.
Emo in an interesting spot, only level 4. He does have Kaka to try and help. The stun comes out and lands on a 2. He's going to get the double damage, go after Queen of Pain, and White Album getting the Aphotic Shield, surviving a little bit, but Ollie comes in and he might beat his life for this. Oh, that's so experienced going the way of that Queen of Pain, and that is not a good feeling if you're IG. I know Ollie's intentions there. He's trying to get a kill and really make this matchup easier for Storm, but that impacts it really negatively.
There's more bad news for Storm. He picked up the DD but didn't put his bottle in his inventory. So he actually did not get the refill from the bottle, and he had to use the DD right away. So it doesn't even help him that much in the lane. Pretty uncharacteristic mistake coming out here from Emo.
Yeah. And I would say from Ollie, too. He's been confident, but maybe that confidence is what drives him to ultimately end up a little bit too deep on trying to go for a White Album. I could see, like, you know, White Album is low. All he's got is that level 1 Aphotic Shield, I believe, at that point. Boundless Strike coming in. JT getting run down one more till they got the silence. Curse of Avernus is procced, but they just can't catch up to him. He's so fast.
Yeah, 335 movement speed naturally with the boots 380. They're now on the hunt here for the Lion.
Emo's coming over. They need to be careful how far they go for this. Miscoil looking for the Aphotic Shield. The Pop doesn't even need it. Just gets the kill on Akaka, and now Lanham on the run as Aphotic Shield in just 2 seconds. Emo's going to try and fight this Crypt Swarm from the low ground onto the high ground, but Lanham again, there's the Aphotic Shield popping. He's got 5 charges in that wand, but it's not going to keep him alive long enough to get another Aphotic Shield off. It does draw both JT and Emo over off the lane, which keeps it wide open for White Album, who's now level 6.
Yeah, we have seen this Quap rotations do so much work in the past, and we now have to also be on the lookout for that. Any side lane that goes aggressive can get blown up by this Quap.
I expect rotations to come out from
Rune top,
White
Arcane
Album.
Rune though. Oh, Storm needs 10 XP for level 6. Just got it.
Arcane Rune too, so he's controlled both runes so far.
Yeah, I mean, Arcane Rune is one of the best on Storm. Like, if Quap is ever out of position just a little bit, you can literally just jump 15 times and kill him.
Yeah.
Like, right now, his Blink is on cooldown. Is perhaps a small opening, but he's just playing very defensively. Abaddon. Just putting down a couple of sentries. Make sure they have absolutely no vision around the top rune area.
Smoke picked up by Ollie. Really doesn't have much to his name.
Yeah, Ollie had a very rough game. In a game where Phoenix, you know, could potentially be a very game-breaking hero, like if he has a good game. But this game, not going to happen. He's going to have a very late 6. And just overall, he won't be a very strong Phoenix this game. Which is really good for this ASTER side, because like he could have caused a lot of problems otherwise.
Yeah.
3 heroes top, Borax rotated in, but he's on top of a ward.
Yeah,
And
they
DP
spot.
level 6.
Fighting into the Exorcism could be a bit of a problem. They've got the Fated Brooch picked up by the Storm. Ironwood Tree for the Queen of Pain. They'll throw down an Obs.
Yep, Arcane Rune has been activated, so if they rotate right now, or rather if they go top right now, he can still TP under the Arcane Rune.
Yeah, he's
Cause
got
a
about
lot
half
of
the
damage.
duration left, and he gets a Royal Jelly.
Oh, it's perfect for Morph as well.
Getting some nice drops so far. XSS by himself, I really like this. That Aster have opened up the lane for him to just get this solo experience, solo farm, get into an early javelin, get a Blink Dagger that can disrupt these fights. We've seen how strong Pangolier can be, and it is felt disruptive by a large margin, for sure.
It's a little bit scary for the Quap though. Like, he is currently sitting 200 net worth behind the Storm, which is usually something you don't see. Like, he's supposed to win that lane, be ahead by quite a bit, but instead he's behind.
Yeah, just by a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a magnificent, what's the word?
Significant.
Significant. Why did I say magnificent? English is actually very difficult sometimes. But yeah, it's not a significant margin he's ahead in. But still, as I said, you are supposed to be ahead, you know?
Right.
And you also do want to use that Sonic Wave as soon as you can. So you definitely want to try to find like a sneaky TP, maybe to that DP lane even, you know? Hero can die very easily. I don't think you can get a kill on the Morphling.
It depends how DP is in Agi, right?
Yeah, but right now he's playing very conservatively, sitting at 1300 health. So no problem for him.
I think you got a sense of maybe a rotation coming in. Didn't spot the Shadow Shaman because with the Control Shackle, Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckle, if he's too far into the Agi, that could be a problem. He's sitting about 50-50.
There's 2 big dangers this game. One is the long-range stun from the Monkey, and the other is the instant hex from the Shaman, of course. But that one is very low range until you pick up that Ether Lens, so Fly should have a pretty decent game. He's playing very well to the left there, because he knows the Shadow Shaman might be hiding it to the right.
Yeah, that is just high IQ.
Yeah.
To be aware of your surroundings so much
5-hit plays.
that you understand that if you're to the left of the lane this early on in the game, you're fine.
Yep. Now smoke up here from Phoenix and Storm. Phoenix only level 4, so he'll just be there to provide a little bit of support. But the Storm is very strong right now. Power Tread's picked up already, but Monkey King is just jungling.
Yeah, so this is going to be Exorcism. They're looking to get themselves a tier 1. They're going to immediately rotate 2 heroes in. The Queen of Pain as well as the Pangolier are going to go in on this. They've got the Hex, but now Sonic Wave comes in. Emo getting really low. The Swashbuckle out with the Illusion Rune, but it's not going to be out with the Rolling Thunder. Emo low, Emo gone. Lanham, he's dead. It's a 2-for-1. Very great turnaround here from ASTER, and they're going to look over to get another on Ollie. Ooh, he's trying to maneuver, but he just can't. That is Exorcism used, committed, and not getting anything in that lane. I mean, they went in deep. They wanted Justin Abaddon in the immediate TPs. Like, that is perfectly played from ASTER. Lanham drawing him in and surviving a long time here.
White Album absolutely destroyed them. Like, that's what I mean with this Quap TPs can really turn around fights. He was level 9 at the time already, so level 4 Scream, level 4 Wave. That's a good 650 AoE damage on everybody. And they just blew up instantly.
That was a big turnaround for ASTER. That first Exorcism that really doesn't do much. It's going to be on cooldown for another 80 seconds. That'll probably be in time with JT's Yules, but on the other side, like, you're hoping that Monet can get to that Battle Fury. He's kind of struggling to get there, but he's even with the Morphling, so it's not terrible. Like, he backed up into the jungle. I guess that's... The word struggle might be a little bit too harsh.
Wait, smoke rotation coming in bottom here. If he gets Hex before Morph, he did not.
The Hex is there. They've got the
a lot of heroes on him.
Damage. They're starting to rip through his 2,600 max health, and they've got the damage to get the kill. Fly gone. He's basically had a 1v1 the entire time. Maybe gets a little bit too comfortable moving that far forward.
Yep, and ASTER outplaying IG quite a bit here right now in these early maneuvers. JT pushing on top again. Really just wants to pressure the tower down. But same thing bottom, wards are dropped, not defendable at this point. As I said it though, they smoke up, Phoenix is just over 5. I don't think they should take this fight. It's a very difficult fight for them to take.
Kaka 6, he has that burst damage, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here to get anything. White Album, meanwhile, he's got his ult in 4 seconds. You need to be careful how you approach this. Borax goes in with the Shackle. It's going to hold Emo for a second, but they'll end up losing the Shadow Shaman. They'll start to retreat on the side of ASTER, blink away on White Album. He was close to getting caught by Kaka.
Yeah, this just feels bad. Like, whenever you make a move like this and you already know your tower cannot be safe, that's kind of a wasted ready movement because you're not getting anything out of it. You sure you got a Shaman kill, but then what? You rotated 4 heroes bottom, so you're losing a lot of efficiency around the map right now.
You didn't even get the Serpent Wards, you didn't deny the tower, like...
You did nothing, really.
A kill on Shaman, he's happy to die.
Certainly. But JT, sitting at the top of the net worth, we have seen what kind of magic he can do for IG in the past. Lanham level 7 already. Man, his Abaddon is very scary.
Confident.
XXS already waiting for the push to occur, but nope, they don't even want to push.
He's almost got this Blink Dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's going to be a big timing.
Javelin into Blink. It's not super uncommon, of course, but usually you see either that fast Blink or the Maelstrom into Blink. He's going like halfway.
Draining Lanham's mana, or at least trying to. Swashbuckle coming in. They've got the silence onto Morph, but he's already into the strength completely.
Yeah, how's our Orchid wall looking? Pretty even right now. Although, as I said it, no. Quap only needs 1 recipe,
needs a recipe, yeah.
which is 300 gold away. So
Ball Lightning in. This could be the difference maker on getting the Orchid first. They've got the Electric Vortex. They're going to use the Exorcism once again. Supernova committed. XSS will drop. Lanham, White Album both up towards top. White Album needs to be very careful. He doesn't have a TP out.
Quap TP'd in here.
Yeah, and now might be in trouble. They don't spot White Album just yet, and they're still chasing Lanham, who's buying a lot of time at the moment.
He's going to use the
Finally
finger.
gets hit by that stun, hit with a finger, and Kaka's got his first stack. Queen of Pain, though, still in the trees, and they've taken out the tier 1. They're going to look to Icarus Dive and find White Album. They just haven't spotted him yet. He's played well around the trees when, if he gets spotted, he's most likely caught.
Yeah, makes it out alive. Well, so far at least. I don't think they have any more intention of killing him. His Orchid is about 70 gold away. So he's going to have a very slight edge on the Orchid timing. Probably won't really be able to use it though, because Storm himself is only like 400 away also.
Ollie getting spotted. He doesn't have Icarus Dive for 4 more seconds, so he's dead.
Yeah, that's a freebie. But suddenly, they had a 2k lead on ASTER. Now, IG in the driver's seat suddenly.
Serpent Wards were used on this Ancient stack, so they're not going to be using that set of wards to push.
Yeah, but Quap finished her Orchid. Storm finished his Orchid as well. So, dead even. See who gets the better initiation of. They can really just kill each other super easily at this point.
Yeah.
It's kind of still this matchup.
I will say, though, Borax also had the Arcane Rune when he used those Serpent Wards, so it's only on cooldown for another 40 more seconds.
Also, as the game progresses, it's usually the Storm that is favored in the Quap versus Storm matchup. It's just much easier to get on top of the Quap. Once you have this BKB, you just feel stronger overall. It's really on Quap to make sure that you can get the most out of this Orchid.
Borax needs to be careful. Now he's back near the tier 1 tower. Battle Fury soon for the Monkey King. He's got the gold. Now he'll get it. He'll go Battle Fury into the BKB.
All 3, or rather all 6 cores are super close together. Even the supports too. It's just the Phoenix that's lagging behind a little bit. Which, of course, with that early game is to be somewhat expected.
Shaman ahead by 400. He's going Aether Lens. Then we'll start to feel the power of that Shackle.
IG might lose because Storm doesn't have a magic wand. He doesn't respect the power of the item.
White Album going for the BKB, pushing in bottom. Emo and Ollie are waiting, and they're going to go in with the Orchid. They've got themselves the Vortex, Sunray, Supernova. Silence is going to be long enough. Ooh, blinks, but doesn't get out. Burns out, and now they're going to go after Monet, who will pop the Wukong's command. Emo, not a lot of mana to work with, but he's doing enough damage on a Monet, who just can't get the kill here. They'll lose both. Oh, dear. That is 2 heroes taking out your 1 and 2 in the bottom lane. And that was perfectly played by IG.
Yeah, those were 2 massive kills. Probably the most value kills you could have gotten at this point. And all they lost for it was a Lion.
That...
Under attack.
Man,
DP is a scary hero, man. DP is a real scary hero.
Watch this
again. See it in the replay again, yeah.
He burns out.
The Orchid as well as the Supernovas, too much AoE damage, or rather overtime damage.
And then Monet, look at this. He just can't get anything done.
It's really hard to fight as Monkey against Phoenix. Pre-BKB, Storm very low. Just 1 more second in a Wukong, he will actually die, but Monkey King dies a little bit too fast. It's unfortunate. Sometimes a Dota is a game of inches and millimeters.
And we saw it earlier today. 13 health on the Terrorblade was the difference maker.
Yep. Oh, they caught the shot. Oh, he morphed down instead of up. Oh.
Fly.
He had the right reflexes, it's just he pressed the wrong button.
That's one of the things I was kind of alluding to when I talked about Fly on the morph.
Yeah, just as he finishes Manta 2, instant smoke up here. Adelin's already picked up. Storm might be next in the menu.
Stun out on to Lanham. He's got the borrowed time. And now the chase is on Akaka. They've got the Rolling Thunder as well as White Album coming in. Oh, they found the Storm. They've got the Silence. They'll have the kill. A big gut punch there from ASTER, taking out 3 heroes. They go from getting Fly top to getting Emo as well as Kaka mid. That was really well done by Borax to catch the Storm.
Yeah, very fast movement there. As soon as they killed them off, smoke up right away, and they didn't expect it at all on the IG side here.
Back and forth we go, and I think we've all kind of talked about this match. So far through game 1, I mean, we all thought it was going to be like 55-45 whatever way, maybe 60-40.
Very close to contested.
It's so close, and I'm not surprised with both these teams sitting at the top.
Definitely. Like, the skill level is very close. But big winner so far is actually JT, who is sitting at 0 deaths. Like, he has carried this team so many times throughout this league. And he's going to Roche with level 2 Exorcism.
Yeah, so level 2 Exorcism, trying to make a play at getting themselves the first Aegis of the game. JT, like
They're too late.
He is someone who just carries it all the time for them, and he's been that way since he's come to IG.
And he bought a magic wand. Stone Edge is going in right away. Lanham has ult available.
Yeah, so he's going to pop the borrowed time, but he's hit by the Hex from Kaka. They'll stay with him.
What? He fingered his ult.
Did he still get the stack?
He still got the
got the
stack.
stack. He's fine.
Whoa, Kaka.
Getting the timing wrong.
Yeah, getting a little bit excited there. Wow, Philosopher's Stone on Lion. That's actually the support Lion Dream. Do we have one on the Dire side?
Is that the Ag's Dream right there?
Wait, I can't see.
No, there's not. It's
Oh my
Bullwhip,
god, that is so unfair.
Bullwhip, Imp Claw, Quicksilver, Amulet, and Grove Bow.
Radiant's bottom
Yep.
tower is under attack.
As a support Lion, it's a little hard to get the axe out, but he gave the Philosopher's Stone away. To the Phoenix. What a team player, man. I wouldn't have done
Selfless.
that. Yeah, I would not have done that.
Yeah, but you're playing mid-line. Do you need the Philosopher's Stone with how well you're farming?
I'll take it anyway. Do I need it? Probably not.
Get 30 stacks on your finger.
And we'll see if something similar occurs this game. Probably not, but you can always hope. The Monkey King, one component away from his BKB.
Yeah, and Quap's not too far either. Just one component too.
Yeah, and Storm actually chose to not go BKB, but
Radiant
Yules
are
instead.
scanning.
Okay. Interesting. Not going BKB against the Shadow Shaman is very risky. Speaks of confidence, but maybe a little overconfident.
Yeah, those are the little things that might hurt you in a matchup like this when the teams are so evenly matched. We'll see, though, as they start to put the pressure on the top tier 1. Serpent Ward should be dropped, and they are. So Serpent Ward's coming through. They've got the Siege Creep to work with. Now the Glyph. Dire have their Glyph as well.
I don't
And
expect
the rest
any
of the team
defense
coming
here. Like, this tower is somewhat useless for the Radiant side. So instead, they're just looking to build up their farming lead a little more.
Shaman's also almost got his
Radiant's
BKB.
top tower has fallen.
He's so farmed.
The Shaman is filthy rich.
And we see that so many times from Shadow Shamans get so farmed with, honestly, 2 cores that want to be a bit greedy.
Yeah, he's also really high level.
They're gonna
Storm
go
initiating here.
for
Yeah.
XXS. They've got the silence, and again, Crypt Storm Exorcism committed. Maybe look for the tier 2.
Ran in.
Hex has the borrowed time, so avoids the stun as the Yules comes out.
Shackle
and
on a
now
DP.
Shackle on a JT, as well as the mana drain on a Borax, but it's not doing anything. They've got the BKB available for the Queen of Pain. This Exorcism hasn't gone after the tower just yet, but now it will.
Yep, and that's the tower gone. Morphling, one of the best tower takers in the game as well. Together with that Exorcism, make quick work of it. And gone. It's post-minute 20, and they're not in range to take the outpost just yet. But nonetheless, a very good fight for IG here.
Yeah, it's a good fight for IG. An interesting position from XXS.
Smoked up on Dire here. They finished the BKB on Monkey King.
I would say you want the...
It's not an easy fight. If they can get on top of the Morph, they can kill him, sure.
They're going to go after Lanham once again. He doesn't have borrowed time for Sonic, but Sonic Wave comes in. They've got the BKB being popped by Monet, as well as the Wukong's Shackle. Mules up into the air. That's thanks to Ali on this Phoenix. They get the Konakaka. They're going to look over at this Supernova and try and pop it. They'll do so. But the ball lightning back in with the silence out into the Queen of Pain, as well as the adaptive strike. They've got the control to get the kill on the White Album, but here comes the Rolling Thunder and the Shackle.
Aegis still up.
Take on the Aegis, and into the air is Fly. He's getting a little bit low, but the Monkey King, he's been hexed. Hit with the stun coming out from Kaka, who did come back into the fight for a second time. Borax is gone. Monet might be next. Double silence. Finger out. Monet gone. Dead and taken out. Fly. He's still trying to run, but won't be successful as he was hit with that Shackle, as well as the Serpent Wards. Emo might even fall for the second time. Blink forward from the Pangolier, and XSS gets revenge on Emo. Now
Kaka bought back too.
Kaka, who bought back and is trying to run. Lucky shot procs, and there's the Ether Shock to get the kill, and ultimately I think that ends up being a little bit favored for ASTER.
Definitely. They won that fight despite buybacks and the Aegis on IG. That's just what happens when you fight as DP without ult. You just don't have the impact you do when you do have that Exorcism up, which is of course one of the strongest abilities. And we can just see the fight here unfold once more. The egg was in a pretty rough position. A lot of heroes were just around it right away, and they just killed it off immediately. But his DP is still doing a lot of damage. Storm also slight misplay there. His Regen Rune got cancelled by an Orchid, which otherwise he would have had full mana, full health, and come back in, die, and have full mana, full health again. Can potentially win them the team fight, but small mistakes sometimes, matter a lot. In this case, it did. But overall, still a very even fight.
Yeah.
Like, both carries died, both mids died, all the offlaners died as well.
Couple of buybacks.
Did JT die? No, JT didn't die again. And now he has an Arcane Rune at his disposal. which we have seen so many times on DPs over the last couple of days.
I don't think XXS died in that fight. It was from the time before, though, and he came back in late, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he actually died. Did he die? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not 100% sure.
The two offlaners are just destroying.
Yeah.
They're always so strong. XSS and JT have always been the shining stars.
I mean, JT really, at this point, he's kind of taken over the one or mid role already, sitting at top 3 net worth the entire game pretty much. But again, like the net worth is really, really close. It's just Pangoli that starts to lag behind a little bit at this point. Of course, he didn't really go for the scaling item build. Angle roll.
And they're going to find Kaka.
And he's just dead. White Album is like, don't mind if I do.
So is XSS kind of taking a back seat in terms of farm, or is it just the item build that
It's the
is
item
necessary?
build. If you don't have Maelstrom, it's very hard for you to clear waves.
He's got the Javelin.
He does. But of course, the Lightning is AoE. You can get like 2 Maelstrom procs, the entire wave is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's very close on the top 5 network.
Another smoke up again. It's just Monkey. I mean, it's just Quap as well as Shadow Shaman this time, yeah.
Who really wants this BKB?
Yeah, it's a very interesting smoke timing. Kind of like an anti-timing even. Because he only needs 700 for his BKB. Once he has that. Morphling also just finished his BKB.
He's 6-2-2 on the Shaman.
Shaman is doing a lot of work. Borg is playing very well.
We haven't really felt Firefly's presence. They're going to use the Exorcism to try and lock down another tier 2 tower, which they should be able to do. It's already down at half health, so I don't see ASTER trying to fight back, and they're just trying to farm bottom. XSS going for the Aeon Disc.
Right away, yeah. Against the line, one of the better items. Storm zipping in deep. Oh!
They've got the silence.
He got Orchid right away.
Oh, Balance Strike comes in. Now the Sonic Wave with the Wukong's command. They get the kill on the Borax. They're going to look over as the Rolling Thunder comes in and bops up Emo into the air. So they get the kill on the Emo. They take out the egg and finish off Ollie. BKBs were used for this, and I'm not sure IG want to go back in without them.
And no Exorcism again. Like, they keep trying to fight without Exorcism, which they know they don't have ready, and they just keep getting punished for it. Second time now. The egg in a very rough spot again. They're all already in position to hit it. And Storm got orchided right away with that high ground ward. They're helping them. But you have to be careful. This DP ult is really your strongest damage at this point.
Yeah. And it's not doing much on the edge like that. And towards the end of its duration.
Yeah, you need to have like a full duration Exorcism if you want a team fight. Morphling chose to go for the defensive route, BKB before E-Blade, so he doesn't deal a lot of damage. Same with the Storm. He doesn't deal a lot of damage simply because he doesn't have a BKB. He can't deal that damage.
And that's really what's allowed Borax to have the game that he's had, because he could be in trouble if the E-Blade's there first and he gets blown up, gets hit by that shotgun build. Like, that is something that has allowed Borax to find his footing and get a lot of farm. That being said, Latham is ahead of both supports on the side of IG. Like, the support farm from ASTER is impressive. They're both going BKBs, and they'll probably have them around the same time.
Yeah, and once they have their BKBs, there's going to be 4 BKBs for the Dire side. That means Storm, useless. Phoenix Egg is going to evaporate so fast, and in the line as well. Just will not be able to do anything, really. It's going to be a tough game when all these BKBs are up, and they're up very soon.
JT gets spotted. Going for the outpost for a second. They wanted to secure the area because Roche is back up. First Aegis, of course, went to IG. And Ollie with a cheeky play trying to go for the outpost. He gets it using the Icarus side, but that leaves JT to die. So now that you're without this Death Prophet that used Exorcism, you're going to lose Ollie too. I think if ASTER want it, Roche should be theirs, but I'm not sure they take it quickly enough.
They heard that Exorcism was being used, so DP is going to be weak for the next 2 minutes. I mean, he used Exorcism, just didn't manage to use BKB after. Maybe, didn't expect the Hex to come out from that distance. But yeah, another just big mistake coming out. The first one that JT made, but it's a big one.
Yeah.
Because that, as you said, might really cost them the Roche. They don't have snakes for the Roche.
Which is holding them back.
Yeah, if they didn't use Shaman ult there, I'm sure they would already be in the pit.
Instead, now IG, they have an opportunity to potentially still take Roche. It doesn't get taken. If they can delay it till they get Exorcism, it'll be around the same timing in which we see Serpent Wards So we'll see another fight at Roche for sure.
Yeah. And it's a level 3 exorcism. That means a lot of ghosts, a lot of damage coming out there. Quap finished the AC. It just goes very well with the entire lineup. Shadow Shaman wards are amplified by it. So is Monkey King. He has to be really careful here on Storm.
Monet looking from a distance. XSS trying to get the blink in. They've got the Orchid, and there's the roll. Bouncing off the tree, rolling up, hits him into the air. Now they've got the Boundless Strike with the Sonic Wave. Emo gone to the Ether Shock. It's perfectly put when they can go from the Rolling Thunder into the Boundless Strike, not giving a moment of peace to Ball Lightning out of there. Aster's putting it together really well.
Yeah, this shard of Pango is really so good for these kind of situations. You just stop, turn around, and from what looked like a bad roll, suddenly turned into a really good roll. Like the Monkey King even walked away already, not thinking that they would be able to catch him.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Shard coming in clutch again.
And now
Shaman
they've got
wards.
Serpent wards. So that's going to be up with 20 seconds left on the Death Prophet. Well, needed.
They can't defend this Roshan.
The question is, does it happen quickly enough where...
It's already gone.
So Aegis Cheese picked up by the Dire. Now they're fighting into Exorcism. They might want to be a little bit careful. The Am just gets procced on XSS. They get the kill on JT. Now they don't even need to worry about Exorcism. They'll look over at Ali, who was almost going to get Primal sprung on, but Monet gets hit with the duels. It's not going to matter. Ali dead regardless.
Yeah.
Now these BKBs are up for Shadow Shaman. The BKB is up for Abaddon. Like this is, like you said, 4 BKBs ready to go.
It's slipping away fast for IG. Like, JT, there was the second time he got fully just locked down by the Shadow Shaman from afar. Full duration shackle. There's nothing you can do about it with this BKB. They have no ability that pierces it other than the Supernova, which of course is not an instant stun. You need a good 5-6 seconds of preparation for that.
Yeah. I don't think this E-Blade's going to feel nearly as strong as if he had gotten in an item before.
Yeah, it's very late. And possibly a bit too late, because it took away from their ability to fight early on. We'll have to see if they can mount a comeback now, because at this point they're pretty far behind. Storm, still no BKB. Finishes Bloodstone though. That's good for him.
Monkey King almost on that Basher, going into the Abyssal Blade. That extra bit of lockdown could be nice.
He might get stunned here.
No. Whew, Monet knew. He knew. I think he could have hit the Boundless Strike from the trees before he sprung.
He could have. If he knows his exact positioning, which I don't know if he did or not, but that was a very close call by Emo.
Dangerously close. Game of inches.
Game of inches indeed. Shaman going for Glimmer Cape next. Wants to be a sneaky boy. I really like this itemization on Quap this game. Makes a lot of sense. Makes him quite tanky.
Stun just got used by Lion, so they're going to be without that into this fight immediately. D-Boy comes in, and now Lanham goes to the Aphotic Shield. They're going to use the Exorcism once again, but they're right on top of JT. First,
he got hexed again!
And there's the hex. They should have the damage to get the kill on JT. They're going to take out this Death Prophet, and they got the Shackle! The Silence! Emo! He's gone! Fly next! Oh my! Aster just destroying! They disconnected, they called GG.
Yeah, it's Borax just outplayed him too hard. They had absolutely no chance, man. The Shadow Shaman actually just crushed him.
Wow, they called GG out on that. I mean, I think...
Realistically, it's pretty over. Like, they're 12k behind. They didn't lose any important buildings, but they also know 4 BKBs. They have nothing that goes through it. The Phoenix just struggling too much. It's Aster absolutely destroyed them, actually.
Yeah,
like,
that was...
It went from 2k in favor of IG to suddenly 12k in favor of Aster in, like, what, 7 minutes?
That was crazy. How quickly that just fell out of contention for them.
I mean, it wasn't really for me. It was all Borax. That guy is... He is insane. When he's on a roll, he is unstoppable. And he showed it again this game. I mean, IG didn't play bad at all, but suddenly, you know, the Shaman BKB comes up, and he just locked down JT twice.
Yeah.
Who was the strongest hero at the time, and he just had no impact anymore. Fell off rapidly, and yeah, GG. Aster is up 1-0 already.
Yeah, Aster up 1-0. We can only break it down so much. We've got a panel that can do it so well, and we're going to let them do it. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really abrupt ending to a very interesting game. One we're definitely going to look back at in quite a lot of detail here as they do take the first game.
We had to run
You
from our
guys-
green room because we thought, you know, the game the game's not over yet. But yeah, that was I'd call premature GG. They could have had at least like one more fight, even though you can see how the game was developing. But definitely did not expect like these premature GG.
They
coming
just
out from
scrambled
IG.
so hard. Last 5-6 minutes, they didn't have a single play on the map. JT, who has had an amazing start, he was doing everything right. His laning stage went well. Afterwards, every single exorcism was put to good use. Suddenly, he just dies 3-4 times in a row without doing anything. Same goes for Storm Spirit, for Emo. And you really can't not say this, that BKB would have been such a better item. Like, he went for the Seals, and that just made his game so much harder. After everything that they did earlier was decent, it was good. They even, like, Phoenix plus Storm Spirit kill off Queen of Pain and Monkey King. Just like that, they come back, they do really well in the mid-game. This is probably the first team fight that went poorly for them.
Yeah.
Because they overstayed their welcome, they did well, and then they died. Yeah.
Now, Phoenix Eggs were really not that great in the team fights in the middle of like 3-4 people. Like you could see IG being a bit disconnected. So like looking at how they've been doing in the FDC, like maybe it's no surprise. Maybe they lost a bit of their momentum. Like Lion using a finger on the Baron who still has the ulti on. Like a lot of weird stuff happening. You mentioned the BKB itemization coming from Storm Spirit, which he didn't go for. But you know who went for BKB? Shadow Shaman. I like that. You know who went for BKB also? Lanham on a Baron, position 5, like Orb of Corrosion, man. Lanham is such an insane player. Like when you think about it, like what he does, even with Nyx Assassin, he's a greedy one. You know, gets always the farm like Falcon Blade into. We've seen when he finds a Philosopher's Stone, manages to farm Aghanim Scepter on it, but the
cost. There's a reason he's got the nickname he's got.
Yeah.
Really big plays coming out from him.
Big plays indeed. So yeah, that BKB allows him, you know, not to get hexed by Lion, and can get the shields off. He can actually hit the egg also, and a lot of the time you don't think about a Baron having that silence. At least that's for me, and I've seen a lot of players like get surprised.
You just let him hit you.
You get surprised that fourth hit will actually silence you.
Yeah, you just let him hit, and suddenly you're silenced. You're being attacked faster, and he did a couple of those Lanham-esque plays in the early game. During the laning stage, he goes to control the bounty rune. Suddenly, he's diving behind that triangle, trying to kill the Death Prophet. Also taking down Lion with himself as he dies, but he moves Storm and Death Prophet away from the laning stage. Just Lanham things, really. Yeah.
JT, on the other side, he had a great game, like great laning stage. They get level 2 Exorcism instantly into Roche Pit, not contested. After, like, he did not die a single time, I believe, for like 20 plus minutes, and then they just crumbled.
Shaman says no.
Pretty much, yeah.
Insane.
They also decided to contest the Roche while Storm got picked off while he was dead, and it was just, you know, fun stuff that you notice. Like he's typing jungling, like just using the voice chat line jungling, while everyone else is contesting Roche. You know, he's contributing to the team cause, but not very efficiently. Yeah, that's the word. Not efficiently for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that was really a bit of a crumble from IG. Not what we expected at all from this team as well. I think we should address the... well, actually, first let's address the MVP. Let's look at the bright side first. And our MVP for this one is going to be XXS.
Of course. Yeah, we didn't talk about him. We save it for the last.
The silent one.
Yeah, he had some amazing roles. Like, Pangolier, man, like, I'm telling you, this is the best hero in Dota right now. This hero is insanely good. If you don't have a leash mechanic, if you don't have a BKB piercing ability, you have the best level 15 talent, extra 3 seconds on a roll. You get so much. Please don't interrupt me, Lizard, when I'm talking about the Pangolier. Thank you. You know, also roll up like that setup on a Storm Spirit, which allows you to do like 180 turn around. Like even with the Yules, who was Storm used the Yule Scepter on himself. It's a perfect setup. He just turns around, and
It's so dumb.
you can. I mean, it's so good. Like that shard is actually one of the best ones for sure.
It's two shards. It's two things. It's one shard that he got and Orb of Corrosion, making him a much stronger laner, and then you can itemize properly to always be strong in team fights.
For me, though, like the point of Rolling Thunder is that it's a very strong spell, but you have to be tactical about
shut
how
up,
you
Nomad.
use
We
it.
do not want to get this hero nerfed, you know.
we do. Like, the shard just takes the point out of the Rolling Thunder. But I do want to address the elephant in the room. Was this a premature GG? And what does that say about the team's mentality right now?
Sometimes when it's time to call it, you call it. This time around, you might think that it's premature, but when you're looking at the drafts and when you're looking at this Monkey King, he'll just take over. And you just died with your Storm 3-4 times in a row. Same goes with the Morphling. Same goes with the DP. Yeah, you could have had one more team fight, but you already put yourself at such a deficit that maybe it's just better to go next.
I think like 99% of the time you would not GG out there, like considering what's at stake here. So.
Yeah, for me, it's very questionable. Like, you know, if that were like the logic teams went for, then
no, I would rather ask what happened to get them in that position already, because they've been feeding one after another for good 4 or 5 minutes. If you do that, you might just as well GG out. It doesn't really, you aren't playing Dota.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crumbling from, the crumble started before the GG came out. The crumble was crumbling a little bit earlier before, but we do now have a break, but after which we shall be back for game number 2 with IG versus ASTER. Can IG pull it together and pull off a game 2? Well, we'll have to find out after this short break.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied
were unstoppable. This is the first series which is looking like they might actually lose it. And this is how they go out in the first game. Like, I don't know. I hope we see something different in the second game, but I don't know what, because like their draft was fine. Like the drafts were very even. It's really hard to break this one
Would
down.
you say that these two drafts were fine, considering their, like maybe the Pango one all right, but considering the level of drafting that they've had before, I would say that there's a bit lacking in both of these drafts, but that's mostly because
it was like also an early Queen of Pain pick, which is very punishable.
Then DP offlane with this kind of a draft as well does not feel super powerful with a Phoenix as well. But
I was still, leaning a bit towards ASTER's draft. I wouldn't say like anything was like really, really bad. Like considering the draft that we've seen, 5 agility hero draft, or
it's because of the bans as well,
or
right?
at the start of the season, like some of the bounty hunter drafts that looked very horrible
The Weaver
here in
offlanes,
the Southeast Asia as well. But I just want to know like what's going on, because like this is not a good sign. Most of the top tier teams, like even the lower tier teams, don't GG out this early. So I'm wondering like what's the issue?
Yeah, they played versus the academy team of ASTER Ares. They won the series. They won versus the academy team, but
then
now
the Big Brother shows
the Big
up.
the
what
first
do you
thing
do, my little boy?
Exactly, yeah.
My little brother. Yeah, man, big brother coming to get revenge, it feels like, in this series. But ASTER, they are looking strong. I think it's interesting you say about the draft, because I think it kind of comes down to how much mind games there are going on in these drafts between the two teams. It's a lot of, like, pre-picking and, like, block picking and counter picking. So you do end up with a draft which looks lackluster, but in the end, it's just kind of them trying to get the one-up on each other, which is, the cause of that, I think. It's why against lesser teams, their drafts look so damn good, because they do have that knowledge.
You exploit a couple of bans that do not happen in those series, right? Like a Mars ban does not happen, then suddenly you end up with Phoenix, Mars, Medusa or whatever, and you're unstoppable. In a series such as this one, you might see that drafts look a little bit wonky, like there's a missing offlaner, but that's mostly because every single one that's good has been banned out, and you can't really pick something that plays badly into the Monkey King, because then he pops off and you end up with the Dead Prophet, and Pango that was good for you got snatched picked by ASTER too, so...
Yeah. What do we think about the Alchemist, though? Because this hero was actually unpicked through the entire game. I believe he was unbanned as well.
Yeah.
Definitely wasn't first phased. Don't think he was second phased either.
I believe a lot of the teams actually like scrimmed with the Alchemist and learned how to play against it. Learned some of the weaknesses. They played it themselves. They played against it. So they know how to counter it. So I would not be surprised if the hero like isn't touched at all in the second game as well.
Yep. Last couple of series versus IG, Alchemist was almost exclusively banned in the first stage, but yeah, here
he just
untouched.
breaks the game. Like he completely breaks the game in terms of like net worth. Also, one thing that still bothers me is you get only 4,200 gold instead of like 62, because it doesn't take up your slot. And I think that's one way to try to fix it, where like you feed away more gold because you have more net worth on the hero. Like I think that should be the thing. Also, 16-second acid spray on all levels just feels completely bonkers.
Where did the Alchemist hurt you? Tell me.
He didn't. Laned a couple of times against him. It just feels so strong and like comes online much faster than any other carry, pretty much. Like you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you invade the jungle, they protect them, you get the stacks. Like lanes are not going well, you don't go for the right rotation. Suddenly Alchemist like pops off in
or
the
if
jungle.
You don't have
4
heroes,
items, 15 minutes
if you
in.
don't have heroes that can invade the jungle easily, suddenly you can't even touch him. His team is fighting, losing fights, but still getting items.
Strong hero, but seems to have been figured out at the very least, as he hasn't really been given the gameplay in this series.
Could be, could not be. Like I might be having a bad read on this one. I still feel like a lot of the teams in the major will be picking up that hero for sure, or just banning it out, because like especially for like teams that might not be as good as some like top tier teams, but like even at the major, like everyone is pretty much considered as a top tier team, but you do not want to get cheese, because Alchemist could do
Feels
that.
like a cheese
Yeah,
if
he
nothing
could do
else,
that.
Alrighty, well, we do have a draft now live for game number 2, so we'll see what direction this one takes us in, as we're going to start things out with much the same, although the Abaddon banned out this time.
Yeah.
Oh, no, very different, actually, as IG. Wow.
So
there's
IG
still IO, there's still Alchemist, and there's also Puck. I think Puck creates a lot of issues for a lot of the heroes that are in meta right now, and feels too strong to just leave it in the pool, even after the nerfs.
If you're Aster, you can pick it, relegate it to Borax if you give away that Shadow Shaman afterwards. With Shadow Shaman and Lion being so popular, I wonder if the stocks of Puck have plummeted a little bit, but he's still pretty strong. They waited a lot, they banned out the Shadow Shaman, and Invictus Gaming, they still have the Phoenix. Only, man, he's had...
Yeah.
The start of that game was not great, the mid game was kinda alright, and then in the end the eggs were really unprotected and not placed that great.
I feel like this is like Ollie being, you know, I don't want to say disrespected, but he kind of brought this on himself. Like, they let the Phoenix through. IG like, haha, they're playing into our Phoenix. We got him.
Yeah, but you shouldn't die in the lane, right? That's my problem. And then he dives mid lane while level 2. His Fire Spirits don't deal any damage. He can't kill off Quap. He dies there, feeds a solo kill. It's
very weak performance, unfortunately, which is so rare. So rare. Like, IG, it is their hero. Like, Phoenix has been their most contested hero, I would guess.
Yeah, for sure. Puck still available once again against
IO.
IO.
Over the Puck, wow.
Great hero. Like when you first phase IO, I always think, you know, that this hero should be played as a core most of the time. Like, you can still flex it, but IO as a 5 has not really convinced me as like a carry IO.
This is a really good Mars pickup, by the way, because now Invictus Gaming have to decide whether to let the Phoenix go through or pick it themselves.
Yeah.
If it is the IO core, then IO plus Phoenix feels really bad.
It's a catch-22, but they actually let it go. They say, hey, you know what? Take your Mars, Phoenix. We have a Puck now.
We'll see. I would be surprised if Team Aster would shy away from the Phoenix after the first game, and they go with
They get it. They get it. No surprises here. The one thing I would say is that it's like it's a pretty low impact hero for Baboka to play. You know, I'd prefer to see him on something a bit more flashy and exciting, but Phoenix, he still does the job.
Yep.
Could be 5, but
yeah,
and you have a Mars, most likely it's just gonna be like you can still play 5 Phoenix from the off lane paired up with Mars. That's one thing that they could do. Something that we've seen in the first series of the day when they like just changed the roles a bit, like changed the lanes but played the same roles. Lion, they can sneak in possibly like a Lion against Puck, or like Void Spirit. I think it needs to get banned out by IG. Like Void Spirit plays well. He plays laning stage much better than the Puck in my opinion, like 55, maybe even 60 I would say against Puck. But then later on, like you get I'm gonna say demolished, but it's very hard to play any kind of spirits into Puck, that's for sure. But later on, like once you get the defensive items, no, I would love IG still to ban out the Void Spirit. Yeah, because like one Remnant, they don't have the real lockdown for Puck. I want to see like how they're gonna develop the draft, but something to think about. Like a lot of the mid players are not afraid to pick Void Spirit into Puck.
I would rather see just that Prophet ban out by IG. I think Void Spirit, yeah, it's a problem. It's a hero that's banned out almost every single game. Can pop off even versus a Puck. That Prophet with Phoenix, with Mars, puts you in a good lane versus Puck as well. And they ban out the Treant. I like where this is coming from. Aster has been playing Treant, and it's a really solid combination with the Phoenix. But I feel like I won't like it that much. I'd still rather see something a little bit more popular.
I believe it was like OG who like first invented that kind of a strat with Phoenix and Treant. It might sound a bit weird, but it's not that easy to execute. Like they're not just gonna be grouping around all the time. Like there's a way to play around it. And like if they decide to ban maybe like a TA or Dragon Knight inside of IG, could say we want to play this Puck on mid, but still very flexible as a hero.
Both of them, right? Like the
Even
IO and the Puck, yeah. And for me, the problem with Treant would be you already have this Mars to give the control. The control is handled. Get some stuns, get some instant catch versus the Puck. I think that is a bit more important.
Yeah.
Team Aster ban out the Timber, JT Timber, obviously, something you really don't want to play against, and you already have 2 strength heroes. Even though Sunray is decent, it can be problematic to even play Phoenix into him.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the Lion gets thrown out here, because that was the big impact hero of the last game.
Yeah, hasn't been banned out yet.
It hasn't.
If you're Aster, you can easily pick it up versus versus the puck. I have seen a couple of games in which Lion is playing into IO, and it feels terrible. When IO is core and you get that
Yeah, because
tag,
like IO is inside you, like Lion.
Exactly, Lion.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can't take a part of him and put it on a different team. It just hurts too much.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
It's tearing you up inside, you know.
It's tearing me
He's
up
inside your brain, knows what you're doing, so kind of hard to play into.
But in a way, we all have to play against ourselves in Dota at some point. And I would say IG, they're the ones who are playing against themselves currently as much as they're playing against
playing
ASTER.
against yourself is like the toughest opponent you'll ever face.
Much less fun than playing with yourself, as the Wraith King comes out for the side of Team ASTER.
Very solid draft so far from Team ASTER. I've seen the exact trio many times, cover it as well with the Death Prophet to have an easy lane versus the Phoenix, and I would 4 picks in already go for ASTER. But IO, let's see, will they flex it?
Yeah, I would choose to play
support?
Dota with 3 heroes over 2 heroes any time of the
3
day.
over 2?
Yeah, 3 over 2. Like that, the ASTER has a better draft. You know, they have
I
one extra
100
hero. No,
and
just
I
kidding.
said
But
if they pick 4 hero, then they were going to be golden.
But I have to agree, like ASTER's opening, it looks like super scary. Just these 3 heroes, a lot of like synergy between them. Like, you know, your timings pretty much. So I think IG will probably need to reveal like what's happening right now with their draft, like who's going where.
Let's see, and...
Oh, there he is.
Well, a little bit revealed. Lion, you like him on position 4, right?
A bit more, yeah. I feel 5 Lion just is a bit too greedy.
And
like,
4...
No, not too greedy. Like, you need to be greedy with Lion. You need items. Position 5 doesn't really provide you that. And running around as a position 5 Lion doesn't feel great because you're going to die a lot.
And the position 4 Lion plus position 3 puck does not feel that great, so the implications of this Lion pick most likely tell us that...
Whoa!
Oh, there we go!
There's our
that
boy.
puck will be mid. However, Warlock, yeah, we talked about him in the first game. Just looks solid, really. Their draft is extremely teamfight oriented, which can be exploited.
It is. But they've also got a couple of fun spells to throw out as well, you know, just like a cheeky spear, a nice little Wraith Fire Blast.
And
so a couple of low commitment stuff.
I'm kind of hyped, but seeing like this Warlock Phoenix, your only stun is really Mars. He's your playmaker. You can play around it. This is very punishable. I remember one of the games at the start of like Southeast Asia League where they had Warlock +1, Warlock Earth Spirit, I believe correctly it was. They couldn't find any openings. The other team just dodged their
run
team
away.
fight. They didn't use their ultis for like 17, 18 minutes because they gave them no openings.
Yeah.
But to do that, as Invictus Gaming, you need to get a better win condition on your position 1. Weaver right now looks like maybe not great versus Mars, but versus Wraith King versus Phoenix Egg could be cool.
No, it's a good. I think it's a good pickup. As an off lane or what?
I don't know how to put it here, right? IO has to be a 5 then, and you have a Weaver, and not sure which way Invictus Gaming we're going to finalize this draft. I can see we were working, but they go with the Slardar instead, a combination that's age-old with the IO, which makes me think that this should be a... I still don't know if it's 5.
Then Lion 5. It's all very confusing, and I'm not even sure IG know. They're keeping their options open. They want to be able to adapt to the situation. We know this team. That's
now
what
that
they
you've
love to do.
picked like Slardar, I feel you flex IO to 5 instead. And pick something that like benefits a lot more. Like you want to have a backline jump, something that synergizes with the Slardar, possibly.
The Void Spirit Band that you talked about?
Yeah, something like PA, and I think Weaver would also work nicely for IG with the Slardar combination. They think it's an offlaner that, what? Like, what's, wait, what?
Why are
It
they
could
banning
be
Beasts?
It could be Slardar's
carry.
safe lane, could be, yeah, with the IO. It's not
IO5.
too bad, something that has been done before. You know, perma bash, the attack speed from the tether.
I mean, again, this is just ASTER. Like, they're basically like just looking at their own draft and saying, what do we not want to play against? Because we're playing against lunatics. They will pick any hero in any role just to counter us, just to get an advantage. So
Still, offlane is the last thing that you expect from Invictus Gaming.
agreed.
You expect puck
100%.
mid, offlane Slardar, maybe with Lion, maybe with IO. IO Slardar still a pretty strong lane. And then you're thinking, is IO 5 or is he core?
yeah, exactly. One thing I just want to touch on before we move on from it. I just find it very surprising that ASTER decided to go for the Warlock over the AA in this game. Like, IO versus AA sucks, but they actually decided to choose the Warlock over it. Like,
They ban out the Weaver now.
does that surprise you guys?
Sure. I think this Puck is going to have a free game unless they pick something from the mid lane that could potentially build into any kind of silence or that has a stun. Because right now it feels really like if they want to just go all in, I wouldn't mind seeing like Dead Prophet on a mid lane. I think that's okay. So you have like you force them to fight inside the Roche pit with the DP ulti. Your Warlock gets the most out of it. Because Dragonite got banned, Void Spirit got banned. So I'm just wondering like what Puck has a free game. Like Puck can dodge all of these spells. They can't really touch Puck.
I like this Ursa pickup. This should still be a DP pick from ASTER. It is a bit problematic that you're playing into the Corrosive Haze and the Finger. There's a lot of burst damage without any saves on your side, but you have counterplays.
Just
one
use
Yule,
that shadow word as a saying. Great.
one Yule's into the rock, into the arena. You can kind of play around it. It looks like a Dead Prophet game, but we'll see. So far, I still like Team ASTER's draft a bit better.
Some very deep conversation
they go with
going
the
in. They
TA.
go for the TA.
I mean, yeah, it's a
Classic.
counter to Puck, but again, doesn't really provide you with... It's a Roche-taking hero as well on top of that, so you are forcing them to fight inside the pit, where Warlock Mars will thrive. Also trying to take Aegis off Ursa is gonna be great, so like you have two best Roche-taking heroes in the game, Ursa and Templar Assassin. I'm just not convinced that like Emo should just pop off. Like I would not be surprised if like he has 0 or 1 deaths in this game. I'm going with IG.
Yep.
I have to agree completely that Emo should pop off. The only question that I have, how hard will his laning stage be? Because he is playing into one of the greatest counters. Every Puck, when you pick it, you ban TA and DK against him. And overall, I just like the teamfight composition of Team ASTER a bit better, so I'm going with them.
All right, Lizard going with ASTER, Lacoste going with IG. I'm going to be the deciding factor, at least on this panel. It's very hard. It's very hard. And because it's so close, I think I'm going to go for ASTER, because IG, they GG'd prematurely. And just for that reason alone, you know, this is a broken team. Yeah, I'm going for ASTER. I'm just going for logic. Let's bring in our casters and find out what they have to say about this game number 2. Beak Up and Black, what are you thinking?
You want to go first this time?
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
IG.
That's it? You sure?
Why is he so quiet in the cast? Like, Black, you're so loud on the panel, yet in the casting booth, so I go IG.
I'm very timid next to this intimidating young man.
The shiny...
I don't intimidate anybody. I don't know what you're talking about. But I think I'm going to go IG as well.
IG as well?
I like Emo on that Puck. I'm excited to see it. I think he's very proficient on that hero. Not much to stop it. IG, I think they take game 2 and we go to a game 3.
Alrighty, well, I certainly hope so, as I'd love to see these teams come down to the final game. We will throw it across to you guys. Beak Up and Black, take it away for game number 2.
All in black right now. All right, here we go.
Game number 2, ASTER take game 1. IG, I do like what they have in terms of coming into this next one. I like Emo on the Puck. Ursa maybe gets kited as the game progresses.
It's possible. It just really all depends on the mid game, for me at least. Like Puck will have a very tough lane, and thus might make him. It might just make his game too slow. You know, like you need the fast blink, possibly travels. You're gonna need Aghanims at some point, because otherwise you just run out of the coil. It's gonna be a tough game. Because even though this Ursa on paper is quite strong, it's not easy against the Mars Phoenix lane, like at all. And then you have the Slaughter. Are they gonna lane Slaughter IO? They will. Okay, so that lane can really punish Wraith King. However, Wraith King Warlock is one of the most sustainable lanes in Dota. You get this Shadow Word on him. He has his Vampiric Spirit.
They're still bringing down 3. Lion's going back towards top. Okay. I thought they might be bringing down 3 to maybe get first blood, but...
Nah, they just want to get 2 bounty runes. That being said, though, ASTER's teamfight is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous.
It seems like just teamfight.
Yeah. Which is also why I thought TA would be a good pick simply because they have so much stun, so much team fight already that TA can really just jump the backlines, take care of that IO, take care of that Lion, and really just complements the draft pretty well. And it also matches up against the Puck, which historically is always going into TA's favor.
We'll see how White Album plays on this TA, how well he'll do. Interested to see this matchup again. I always talk about it. The matchups mid are always very exciting to me.
Especially in China, it looks like everybody in the mid is just very evenly matched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It never feels like anything more than a 60-40 in the mid lane. At least in my eyes.
Not with the high caliber teams, at least, yeah.
We'll see how this goes. Again, you said there's sustain over bottom with that Wraith King as well as the Warlock. Warlock, not a support we see that often.
Not ever, almost, yeah. It's just he's very slow. But both his Fatal Bonds as well as Upheaval could be considered an ultimate ability. Like, they're so strong in team fights that they can just single-handedly win you in team fight.
Right.
Then, of course, there's Rock as well, one of the strongest ults in the game. The biggest weakness of the hero is just all the cooldowns are quite long, and he's just so immobile. Like, he just can't move. His movement speed is low, he has no mobility spells at all. It's tough to make it work. But if anyone can do it, it should be Lanham.
I'm worried that he'll find himself just caught out, 3-tapped or something of the sort, where it's a struggle for him to really get anything done. But if his positioning is right, which I have faith in Lanham to do so, then I think the Warlock can do quite a bit. And I think, yeah, ASTER should have a lot of faith in Lanham to make something happen as well.
Definitely. You can already see the pressure coming out from IO Slaughter. That overcharge plus bash from Slaughter is just a very potent combo. Has been ever since they reworked the overcharge, how it works. And they will definitely be able to just free farm here on the Slaughter at least.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of pressure coming out here.
Monet, Fire Blast out onto JT, moving back. He's got that Shadow Word, so he'll try to heal up if he can.
And this is a very JT hero, the Slaughter. Much more so than DP. Just a tanky frontline that can initiate, deal a lot of right-click damage. He loves that kind of stuff.
So we'll see how this ends up going, what the build is for Lanham in terms of skill points and really anything. We don't see much from this hero. I'm interested to see what he goes for. If we see even Upheaval early on, or if we see him maybe, you know, what his item build is going to be, if he can get as much farm as last game especially.
Yeah, lots of skill builds in Warlock. Some people like to get like 3 levels in Shadow Word, others like to max Fatal Bonds. As you said, others like to max Upheaval. All his abilities are really good. Might be a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Wraith Fire Blast comes in. He's
bash.
got Fatal Bonds, but he's got the bash. Lanham low. Gets into the trees, but there's the Slithering Crush. JT, he gets the kill onto the Warlock, and he gets further into the trees where he'll survive. But Monet, he's got a Wraith Fire Blast if he could try and turn this, but he's so fast.
I'm surprised Monet didn't go in there and just tapped him once.
Yeah.
That was a dead Slaughter. Now instead they have Tangos and are going to be up to speed in no time.
A little surprising in the lack of aggression from Monet, someone who I think plays very aggressively normally.
Phoenix securing the rune for the TA, so Puck can't grab it. He has no more bottle charges.
Wraith Fire Blast, JT. Not going to be stunned long enough for them to make an aggressive play here, but you could already see the Fatal Bonds just doing so much damage.
Yeah. He, however, has a healing self, so should be no problem. Should be back to full health, and then the pressure continues again. But you can already see, like, the Wraith King doesn't really care too much. Like, this lane is really survivable, as we said. A lot of regen coming in from both these heroes.
Yeah, so far trying to. They get the pull off. That'll bring the lane equilibrium back towards where he needs it to be. You've got XXS up towards top, going into brace or phase boots. Spear actually hits on Ollie. He needs to be a little careful there. Emo's Courier goes down to White Album.
Yeah, it got side-bladed. I don't think it should work on side-blade. That they should be able to hit the courier, but what do I know, man? What do I know? Mars doing very well for himself. Both of them is having pretty much free farm. But both carries also sitting neck and neck. So again, all the cores are off to a very good start.
Great fire blast.
Be careful on
Fatal
Lanham.
bonds. Lanham getting chased. Monet trying to step aside and be in front.
One more bash. And
Oh, Shadow Word's not going to be enough. The Fatal Bonds, I don't think that's going to be enough either. Slithering Crush and just not enough damage. They did rotate,
Radiant's
or
bottom
we're
tower
looking to
is
rotate a
under
+1 there.
Puck Coil.
Puck Coil is in, and it's only level 4 for this Wraith King. Look at the right clicks coming out from JT. The constant bashes. Nothing that this Wraith King can do to stop that from happening.
It just, I mean, the only reason why this lane is so strong is you actually almost get perma-bashed.
Yeah.
Like, you have so much attack speed, and it's only level 2 overcharge. The lane only gets stronger the higher level you get.
Ooh, Emo getting pressured by White Album. They've also brought both supports, or well, they were going to. Another TP stop.
Or DDTA. That means I would like it if he just waits until minute 7 to farm that ancient stack, just to get all the neutral items out. It's a little bit more efficient. But he chooses to just farm them right away since he found the DD. I can also get behind that. Level 8 already, minute 6. He's having a super great game.
Yeah, 2 levels ahead of Emo.
Yeah. It's a tough lane for Puck. Always has been. Bottom again, Lanham. Then again.
Gone so quickly.
It's the same combo every time. Just
not really
overcharge
sure what
it
he
to
does.
3 bashes. You can't do anything as Warlock, really. If you get caught out of position, you're just dead. Orb of Venom also. On the Slaughter, you just can't get away. Tether slows you on top of that as well. Such a deadly combo. Now Lion taking over middle while Puck is trying to make another move bot lane. I hope Monet doesn't get caught out here again. This is the second time Lion already took the mid lane.
Yeah, this is
He's just
still
dead again, I
Monet,
think.
not level 6 yet. Throws a Wraith Fire Blast in, snaps the coil, and now
Warlock is dead too.
Lanham shows up for a +1. JT, another double kill.
6 kills, all 6 kills on JT.
Wow.
Yep, he's having an absolute blast of a game.
This could potentially be a quick one.
Radiant's
I wouldn't be
bottom
surprised
tower
if he goes
is under
Midas.
attack.
There's so much farm on the... Oh, Master King in. Still not level 6 though. Probably needs the range keep to die. Then Arena's online. Could potentially result in a kill on the Mars here. I mean on the Slaughter, sorry. Oh, still not level 6 though.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
Monet shows
is
up
under
too, so
attack.
now they've got 2 cores down here. I don't know what they're going to do with this.
I don't know if they know about this Mars TP, but they definitely know that he didn't show up top for quite a while. So they should be cautious down here. You don't want to feed away the 6-3 for no reason. The big winner so far of this all, other than JT, is really White Album. 1,600 gold ahead of the Puck.
Yeah, and he's going for that early Blink Dagger. He wants to have that mobility, get involved early. You know, would love to get to the Blink Dagger. Deso,
Radiant are
we'll
scanning.
see how quickly he can get there. He's obviously farming really well.
And Mars has given away his positioning now. Wraith King coming in from the side as well.
They've got the
Oh,
arena
they
down,
missed the
but
spear.
they missed the spear, and
Relocate
it's looking
out.
like they're going to relocate away. The arena ends up not being worth it, and I wonder if they'll even get a kill on the relocate back.
Coil on the
Coil
Phoenix.
used on the Phoenix. Gets caught with the stun. Earth Spike lands. Illusory Orbs there. Emo getting another one.
Radiant's
Just
top tower is under
7-0
attack.
right now. Aster have no answers.
The gold lead is very minuscule though for having a 7-0 lead.
Yeah.
And that is mostly on the back of the TA, who is really having such a free
Dire's
game.
middle tower
But
is
also
under
the Wraith
attack.
King, who's not. Like, he is
Wraith King is struggling, yeah.
6th in the network.
That's the problem with like Wraith King and TA as a combo, is that they're both kind of farm heavy. So if one of them is struggling badly, it might just turn into a 4v5 for a long time. And White Album also kind of recognizing that. So going into fast Blink Dagger rather than rushing that Desolator.
Radiant's top tower is
And
under
this
attack.
has been really just tough.
Another Hex on the Phoenix. Fly jumping in.
They're going to go here for Borax. White Album comes through, though, and can he get a kill? Finally gets one. Sunray on the Fly. They land that spear. XSS has the control, and it should be a death for Fly as White Album grabs the double. And this is what we were talking about with that TA, who can pop off if given the opportunity to do so. And now you've got that blink. You're close to your first mid-throw hammer. TA could be the key to bringing the game back in a way that allows Wraith King to recover.
Yeah, TA can stomp this game for sure. Gets fast Deso, get into that Roche, then into BKB. Can definitely make a lot of space for that Wraith King after that. Way too aggressive really on the Ursa and Lion there. There was no need to ever try to dive a Phoenix like that. Get punished heavily. But again, JT absolutely owning. Almost the same net worth as the TA. And he did go back for that Midas. JT, generally a very greedy player, so I'm not surprised by that item build at all.
The question is, does this greed or this extra greed end up hurting them?
Hopefully not. Because of course the Ursa is also going into battlefield. But really, if you have such a good laning phase, maybe Midas isn't even that greedy. Because you get it so fast. It interacts very well with Slaughter's moveset and skill set, so it does make a lot of sense on the hero. It's just usually you can't really get it early enough. Relocate top, another double impale, nice!
Yeah, that is really well done, but the ulti from Lanham, the finger comes in, Borak's not dead, neither is JT, but finally he dies, so does Kaka and Ali. Aster will clean up, Emo comes in, I'm not sure this is where he wants to be. A double kill again for White Album, and the 6-time spree is into the hands of Lanham.
This is what happens if you relocate into a rock. Like, that is why Warlock is so scary, level 6. Like, look at that rock just coming in, just evaporating all of them. The Lion Finger did not kill the Phoenix, and it's just really easy. Once that rock drops onto the relocate, not much you can do. No real counterplay there.
Lanham getting involved, making it happen. Obviously, now that Chaotic Offering is on cooldown for 170 seconds.
He's level 7 on Lanham suddenly. Like, from having a super rough game to being one of the higher levels in the game.
Yeah, he really does get it done, doesn't he? And it's also a different style that he has to play with Warlock compared to the Abaddon, right?
Yeah.
Like, you get to be aggressive, you get to put some pressure on, maybe even soak up damage and help your team out. Here, you're a little more fragile with the Warlock.
Certainly, you don't have that borrowed time to work with. You can't just run in like a maniac.
Deso picked up for the TA,
He's
who is so
rich.
far ahead. Yeah, he's so farmed.
We've seen it many times with the TA. It's not really a hero that's picked a lot in the Chinese region, but the ones that we've seen, especially in SEA, they are doing so much work.
Yeah, it's weird that it doesn't get picked up nearly as much because there are a lot of players here that do play it well. You know, White Album's definitely shown that he can do it. I think he's played it once or twice throughout the DPC. They've got the Hex as well as the Dream
finger,
Coil.
though.
They need to kill this Phoenix and two-shotting Ollie. You seemed really shocked at that two-shot.
I'm not shocked, but more like it's a very tough kill for Puck and Lion when Lion doesn't have that finger. Like, his TA does have the Deso. Wow. Okay, good phase shift there by Emo. He might have actually died if that connects.
Going Witchblade Blink.
He's almost over 15 on this TA. He's out-leveling the clock.
Taking over the game.
Yeah. Out-leveling the clock is always something I love to see. And love to do as well.
That is,
if you get speared, he's dead. Just one random spear can do it. Yeah, Emo wants... He doesn't want to be close to any of that. He's just like, yep, I'm spamming from as far away as I can.
Now he's got that extra evasion going into the BKB next. This has allowed Wraith King to get a Midas.
And it's Roche time.
Boots hoping to get a Radiance as quickly as he can, but the Battle Fury is now there for the Ursa. They'll go in a Roche. They do have the Midas armor from the Desolator. They're going to try and take this as quickly as they can. And IG...
They have no counterplay. There's Egg, there's Arena, there's Rock. You can't fight this.
Even if they're aware of this, you don't go.
Nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing. Mech picked up on the IO now, so that gives them some more team fight. Slada needs to farm his BKB still. Still a good 800 gold away from that. Ursa just completed his farming item, so he wants to farm. Puck needs his Blink Dagger, so a lot of items are just not ready.
Lanham trying to go survivability here as he's looking to finish this Ghost Scepter.
Smoking down now.
Ollie spotted, smoke gain, arena used. They've got the God's Rebuke and a one-shot there from White Album. He'll get yet another kill. He's now unstoppable, sitting 6-0-0 himself. The reverse Alex Trevelyan score.
They really don't like him. I'm sure the arena was a little bit of an overkill, but, you know, just get the job done. Might as well use the smoke for it, so commit to it. The Slaughter BKB, I mean, it's gonna be good for sure, but the Rock still deals a lot of damage. Supernova deals a lot of damage. This TA is still gonna absolutely wreck you through that BKB.
I almost want to say Shadow Word, the upgraded with the Shard, might be really good this game.
It is. Like, giving that bonus movement speed to your Wraith King or TA can be very impactful.
Or even getting the slow. 20% movement slow feels pretty good.
It is. It's just generally quite expensive.
Yeah.
And the talent that gives you the AoE Shadow Word
Is under attack.
is generally not the one you take, because you want to have the Golem on death.
Would be interesting, though.
It would be very interesting, because
That's
500 AoE is not small.
Yeah, it's just a long time to get to 20. I think Latam, though, is one of those guys who can secure a good amount of farm no matter what he plays.
Radiant's top tower has
It'd be
been
interesting to
denied.
see what he ends up going for after this Ghost Scepter.
We also have to see how this matchup is. Like, I haven't seen Ursa against TA in a very long time. It's probably TA favorite until Ursa gets that Basher. Then you can't really fight him 1v1 anymore.
But that's the thing. Is it going to still be favored if he gets that Basher? If you're so close to level 25, you've got Mel Bash yourself.
That's true. He's going... Oh, he already finished this. Oh, he's going Dragonlance, actually. I thought he was going to go BKB. So no BKB on him. That could backfire a lot. He has a lot of firepower now.
Yule's up into the air. They've got the arena with the spear. This Ursa's in trouble. And look at the damage that comes out. Earth Spike or not, you're dead. And now they're going to go to the Dream Coil, try to turn this. JT comes in, pops the BKB. They'll use the finger. They get the Kona Access S. They've got a Supernova in a really good spot. JT burning away, and he will burn out. Kaka relocates out, but it's not with anybody tethered over. And look at this. Ollie loses 700 health on one shot, and they will Sun Ray him down. And this is with the Fatal Bonds going back to his teammates. And yeah, when Kaka comes back, Kaka ends up dead.
Yeah, this TA is an absolute beast. You have seen what happened to the Slaughter. Like, he walked in with his BKB, saying, yeah, I'm super strong. Nope. TA melt hits you, and you lose half your health. You can see it here again. Very nice spear timing on the Ursa, couldn't even ult. And we just see the Slaughter run in. He's like, I'm the big boss now. But TA doesn't quite agree with that.
And Stream Coil just didn't feel like it did enough for them. Like, yes, they kill XXS. He's not your problem once he's used the arena. And then the damage on Ollie, that one shot, that hits him for 700.
Illusion.
Burning out.
Yep, and then Io comes back in again. Sure, he didn't want to, but he had no other choice.
That would be an interesting upgrade.
I don't want any more upgrades.
Io can cancel the return.
No more upgrades on Io.
Relocate.
I'm done with that hero.
Ags level 2.
Yeah. Even though TA is so far ahead, they're only 2k gold ahead. Because the Wraith King and the Mars are actually struggling quite a bit.
Wraith King not so much anymore, but he did struggle early, obviously. Mars, yeah, he's far behind. But I will say the Phoenix is ahead of the Io, and Warlock is ahead of the Lion by a little bit. So they are, supports-wise, coming back. Going Medallion on the Warlock.
Ollie is actually...
You're in too far.
Yep.
Very dead.
Ollie only 500 away from Blink. Pretty damn close for +5 Lion. I mean, they still have good tools to fight back on IG here. It's just more they have to play the pick-off game.
Right.
In team fights, they should get absolutely destroyed. Especially with that Radiance now picked up on Wraith King.
He's going to feel much more confident. He's going into the BKB. TA now switches back to the BKB. Was going Orchid.
Yeah. Orchid is just a snowball item, but you really don't want to play without BKB if you're this far ahead.
Yeah, I think that last fight gave a little bit of maybe some mindset where it's like, I am strong, but maybe I'm not strong enough without BKB. If I do get BKB, I can continue to play aggressively, continue to play the movements and the spots that I want.
Yeah, now BKB also completed on Ursa. And Slaughter going into that Assault Cuirass. Love that itemization. I would also love to see the Wraith go for an AC, simply because it amplifies his TA's game by quite a bit.
Would you rather him go that after or before?
I think before BKB even would be like my build at least. Simply because right now the game is all about the TA. What you need to do for her is give information, give vision, and just tank up.
He's got the shard queued up on Monet. And
Yeah,
I
the
understand
mana
there is the
drain,
mana drain, but it's only level 1 right now, and
Radiant are scanning.
Ollie isn't exactly getting a lot of levels at the moment
And he's also not really in a position to just stand there and mana drain you.
because TA is just going to kill him.
Yeah.
So I would be interested to see if he does go for this 1,400
We'll see.
gold shard.
It's a big investment.
Yeah, it's a big investment that I think you can push off.
Yeah, especially in a game like this. Oh, 5-man smoke. Did they pick up any great item?
Dire are scanning.
Ooh, scan catches White Album.
I'm not quite sure what the smoke is about. They're 300 away from Blink. On the Lion. All they picked up was a Hyperstone on Slaughter.
Who hits hard, but not hard enough at the moment.
And fast.
Yeah, especially when tethered.
Especially when tethered.
Let me tell you, that
Counter
is...
smoke here by Radiant.
Once Overcharge gets level 4, this feels like that could be disgusting, those right clicks.
You can perma-bash people, pretty much. Like this TA, even though you're strong, if you get bashed once, you can get in a bash loop.
You want to get off this wild ride. And
Ollie's
there's Lion
gone.
caught again. Ollie's going to die once more.
50 gold away from the Blink. Now 150 emo. Still
And that's the
getting
thing, like,
chased by Monet.
he's not getting experience again.
He's just dipping out. Whoa, that is so risky. Ooh, it just gets away. If the Marsh just walks a little further around the corner, Puck is dead.
Spots him. Double damage picked up for White Album. And Roche potentially spawning in 28 seconds. So if this were to line up, could have been devastating for IG. Blink Dagger now for Ursa.
They went Blink before Basher. Okay.
Blink, Spear, it lands. And now they're going to try and relocate out. And the damage they have at Yules. And Fly now needing to run. The arena's there, but the BKB's been popped. He runs out of it. Supernova comes in early. And doesn't catch anybody. Blink Dagger finally picked up for the Lion. They get the kill there, though, on Takaka.
They did not expect that high ground water. Now pinging it out, of course, but at least it only cost them an IO. If Ursa
Almost
dies
cost
there,
them
it's really
Ursa.
bad.
And Roche is a minute 47 away from coming back up.
No. It was a 10 seconds BKB, though, so that is quite bad for them.
Yeah, 10 seconds to run never feels good.
Yeah. IG is still keeping the net worth really close. Like, this TA late game is going to lose out to Ursa as well as the Slaughter. So there will be a time where the TA is going to be scared.
Is it decisively or indecisively close, though?
I mean, I would still give ASTER a big edge in teamfights, but in pickoffs, IG can definitely play a great pickoff game. Especially with the Blink Dagger now on the line.
And a lot of farm coming out for Borax. He almost has
Radiant's
the
top
full
tower is under
hex.
attack.
Yeah. Roshan is up. Playing TA always gives you so much information on the map. Of course, you will see when a Roshan respawns right away. I would love for them to just kill that trap in there. Make sure they don't get the vision for free.
I was just about to say the shard for TA would be great. It's there. You've got that potential silence now, which could really throw off, say,
Another smoke.
the Lion or even the Puck. They've got the Hex. They'll come through, finger, and blow them up. Chaotic Offering lands onto 3. They get the Dream Coil down onto the Warlock as well as this Wraith King, but look at the damage coming out of JT, who pops the BKB. Earthshock in from Fly. Monet loses his first life. White Album trying to get a kill here. He just doesn't have the damage to kill off anybody just yet. Borax, he's caught over by
Relocate
Emo,
out.
who's going to continue to chase, but he gets silenced by the trap. Silenced again. Now, phase shift, blink away. That goes well for IG.
Roshan up in 5, 3, 2. Oh, they walked out.
They have a courier in there, though. They'll be fine.
Okay. And I see it right away. Imagine if Courier also just last second flies out like, yeah, it's just not respawning. And that's a free Roche. It's gonna so fast.
Yeah, Corrosive Haze.
And now,
Level 2.
big lead, I would say, for IG. If the Wraith King is not ready to fight at all, he will need an AC first.
Didn't really feel the presence of the TA in that fight.
Yeah, the thing is, Slaughter already picked up the Plate Mail. Plate Mail really makes TA hit for a lot less. Now he has AC completed, so the entire team is more tanky, which is also why I said the Wraith King needed that fast AC just to complement that TA. Now, it's going to be very tough for TA to actually deal a lot of damage in these fights.
2K lead for IG. They start to really pull ahead already. Mars really, his farm's been slowed down a lot.
Yeah, that's usually what happens when you go for this Yule's Blink. Simply because you don't deal enough damage to clear waves with the W anymore.
Radiant's middle tower is
Ursa
under
going
attack.
into the Basher next.
There's the Hex. That could be a big item.
Hex.
In these team fights,
Wow, first
especially.
item Hex just like that.
Yeah.
Probably against the Puck, but it's of course good against any hero,
Radiant
really.
structures
Catch
are
the Ursa.
fortified.
Does Puck have any defensive?
Dire's
He has
structures
Lincoln's
are
completed already.
fortified.
So the Hex might not be as impactful. In fact, it is not going to be as impactful at all. They only have one other targeted spell, which is Wraith King stun. I guess Shadow Word as well, but you can't really ever reach a Puck as a Warlock.
Reincarnation back up. Going Daedalus on the TA. Basher on the Ursa. AC slash Shard on the Wraith King.
He was really far ahead on the TA, but now Ursa and him are neck and neck. And Slaughter has the same net worth as Wraith King pretty much.
So let's see what he can do with this. Monet goes over.
Ooh, they spot the Wraith King. He's under a ward right now.
They know that he's under the vision. He's got that Midas. They see the spirits potentially, and they have the trap vision as well.
Yeah. They might have to get a gem or a lot more sentries soonish, because those TA traps give a lot of vision.
He did commit to that shard. Now, Matadrine's only level 2.
I don't like it. Like, if anything, that should have been your plate mail.
Yeah, Matadrine's only level 2. Like, I just don't think Lion's doing enough right now.
Even if it's level 4. Like,
yeah.
you have 20 sticks, you have a BKB, you have mangoes.
You have a way to survive.
Multiple. Another smoke coming up.
They find Fly. They've got the Hex coming in from Borax. They're going to line this up with the Spear. He does have that Aegis. No pop.
Oh, he used ult?
Oh, no. He used the ult trying to survive. True Cool Down is going to be on 2 of these heroes. They look over the Warlock who pops this Ghost Scepter. They're going to go after Fly. Who pops BKB is onto the run, but the Chaotic offering hits on a Fly. Behind them, though, is the Supernova as well as the Arena coming in. They're trying to get the relocate out, but the Spear hits onto this Io. They get the kill on the Kaka, and they've got the Yules in the air. Is Fly getting run down here. Trap hits Sunray on him. He burns out. White Alma gets the kill. And Fly, he just gets caught out and makes a big misplay.
A huge misplay. Aegis gone. Io had to forfeit his life to try to save him. And another very important BKB charge gone as well.
Dire's bottom tower.
And we've seen it a lot, like, throughout the last couple of days, that heroes with Aegis are just too aggressive. Like, he has no business of being alone there.
He's no reason enraging there.
At the end of the fight, he also just enrages with 40 health, still dies to the TA right click, which makes this entire fight even worse.
Bottom tower is under attack.
He could have come back alive, had that enrage, had the BKB to work with.
And fight back, actually, yeah.
And instead of wanting to run, go the opposite way. They had Puck there, they had the heroes there once he was back up the second time, but man,
Big mistake.
Yeah.
Very big mistake. Now, they're about a 3k goal swing, and tier 3 items are all online for the Radiant side. For the Dire, Psychic Headband, who wants that? Probably Puck, but he's holding onto the Quickening Charm.
Lion wouldn't hate it.
Lion wouldn't hate it, but he's sitting on the Philosopher's Stone right now.
Yeah, he'd like that gold first. Really needs this Ghost Scepter. It's actually gone to the Keen Optic as well, so he's going back and forth.
Yeah, but if you do that, then definitely just get the Headband, because it gives you even more cast range. And now another smoke up here by IG.
Radiant are
Their
scanning.
smokes haven't been very successful this game so far, so we have to see if this one's gonna bear any fruit.
We'll see if fruit is in season right now. Warlock going to the Solar Crest. They're going to smoke. Let's see. So there's the trap with the silence. Break the smoke, pop the trap, and this is exactly what IG wanted.
We've seen a lot of smokes from IG, but as I said, none of them have really been successful. This game is still so damn even, though.
Yeah, and that's what I've talked about it with this series. Is it's just being like 55-45, 60-40.
Where are all these smokes coming from? Another smoke from ASTER. It feels like they have been hoarding them since forever.
Since game one,
Yeah.
40 of them. They took the extras as a rollover
You
program.
have to be careful on puck hit. They don't really have a good way.
Oh,
you
XXS,
missed that
that's
one.
uncharacteristic to miss that spear. Could have set up that spear with a hex as well.
It was weird because Emo just suddenly stopped. Like he just actually just didn't move.
He knew.
Yeah, it's
He
like
knew.
his like 7th sense or whatever. 6th sense. What is the saying?
6th sense?
6th sense. Yeah, not 7th. Sorry.
I know. Maybe he's got a secret one. I think it's also those trees are gone. He kind of stops right where those trees are
he was like,
all empty. He's like,
"Hello."
maybe they could be there.
Yeah. Was this like moment of enlightenment? Puck God, where are those enemies? 5 centimeters away from you.
All knowing.
It's like, thank you, Puck God. I have been saved.
Pray to your local puck god. Might is off cooldown, ready to use that. Get that gold going still. Wraith King now second of the net worth.
AC up soon. Which then negates, of course, the Slada's AC. Makes TA a lot more impactful in these team fights. She's also very close to a Daedalus. A good
IG.
crit with a Melt Strike could just kill anyone, really.
Radiant's middle tower is
That being
under
said,
attack.
IG are going the Blap Blap route, which is the Dagon level 5 with a finger. Poof, poof,
Radiant's bottom tower is
Pew.
under attack.
basically. And then the Abyssal almost finished for Ursa, so extra control coming in.
They're getting outfarmed quite a bit, actually. IG was behind 1k, but now they're up again 2k, without any kill happening.
Dire's top tower is under
The
attack.
supports, though, are lacking, I would say.
Radiant's bottom
They
tower
are.
is under attack.
However, they do have the line Blink Dagger, which is the most important one.
Yeah.
Ghost Scepter on Io as well.
And that's what he
Dire's
really
top
wanted to
tower
save for.
has fallen.
Yep. Io has Plate Mail, Ghost Scepter, Mac, really just all he needs to survive this TA.
Daedalus.
Yeah. I would love to see just Nullifier next, I think, for TA. Because he needs to blow up that line as well as the Io.
Dire's top tower is under
Really love
attack.
the min-maxing coming out from Lion.
Yeah, that's good.
Philosopher's Stone when he's just doing his own thing.
It's the same with
Psychic
Io's
Headband when
Shovel.
he's ready to fight. Yeah.
Is also min-maxing. Let's see on Radiant. Do they have a shovel? They do. They're not doing it. Disappointed.
Not the min-maxing we were hoping for.
Yeah. They're definitely not RPG players.
Firefly has that Abyssal, so they've got the jump. Wraith King going for the Basher and the Blink Dagger after finishing off this AC.
Wraith King looks tanky, but he's not going to be.
Still have Corrosive Haze. Just
Corrosive
knock
Haze
that out.
and AC. But of course, killing him twice is difficult.
Yeah, Axe for the Slardar next. We'll see how much that is going to bear for them.
I'm a bit surprised the puck is not going to Axe, especially with JT and Flyfly being so farmed. Like, if you're stuck in a coil with this Slada and this Ursa, you are probably just going to die very quickly.
Yeah.
Regeneration.
A little bit of...
A little pew pew coming your way. What a boom boom.
Bada boom boom bam boom.
So they're putting the trap into the Roche pit because that is almost up. And that'll be a minute 20 seconds. So let's see, as obviously IG, they've postured. They know where they want to be, knowing that this timing is soon. They've got
Radiant
the
are
full
scanning.
Dagon 5.
On puck, yep. Who is
Not the
also
finger level
level
3 yet,
25
though.
now.
Yeah, he's 25. He surprisingly hits 25 before TA does. Who is, what, 3-4 levels ahead?
He's also highest net worth suddenly in the pack.
Wow.
Blink
Arena. Kaka gets caught, but they pop the aim. Just got XSS. They've got the stun coming out from Ali, and now the Dream Coil lands out of the book to the Wraith King as well as the Mars. They're going to look over and throw down the Chaotic Offering and the Supernova, but Fly right clicks are enough. They take it out, land him, gone to the finger, and they'll look over at the Mars, who's Yules up into the air. Fly taking a lot of damage. Sideways, almost killing off JT. Can they get the kill on a Fly? Yes, they can. They take out the Ursa. Now they're going to look over at Emo. JT trying to run, but they've got the silence thanks to the Psionic Trap coming in from White Album, who's got a double kill, though. Buyback on JT. Dagging going to be shot over, but it's not enough. 3-4-2 with the buyback.
Interesting buyback here by JT. That's the winning condition now for ASTER. If they manage to kill the Slaughter, he will be dead for a good 2 minutes.
3-for-3 with the buyback, also used by that IO.
IO also bought back, yeah. 2 buybacks committed. And they still lost that fight.
And there's Roche.
TA just dealing an absurd amount of damage with that Daedalus. As well as Enchanted Quiver. Just gives us so much damage with that first right click.
Gem picked up by Borax. Got the Lincolns being built there for the TA.
Yeah, this first right click can deal a ridiculous amount of damage. Especially with that Enchanted Quiver. 300 from dead, 200 from the Melt Strike. And Ursa is dead. Can they fight without this Ursa? It's going to be tough.
Emo coming in. Waning Rift, they know they want to go. They've got the Dream Coil laid down on a 3 upheaval. Inside the pit, they're going to snap it on the TA. But now
Just
they don't have
buying
Dream
time.
Coil. Yeah, like you said, trying to buy time, trying to get this Ursa back in. Ursa over to the outpost, maybe have the Abyssal. Stop this Roche from happening, which they've successfully done. So now it's a 5-on-5 again. Chaotic Offering down for another mini. Supernova for 15.
There's a lot of traps in there. They didn't need a sentry to disarm them.
If these silences come out and IG are unprepared, it could cost them. Telescope picked up for
Here's a Gemma pack,
Radiant.
so he's just gonna destroy those traps relatively easily.
Yeah, if he's frontlining, he needs to be able to see them, but there's also that opportunity that if you catch somebody off to the side, silence trap,
Here?
pop, go.
Yes. This Roche dies fast. They need to be ready to go in. 2k health left.
Yeah, Supernova preemptively
I'm
looking for
gone.
the refresher shard. They're going to bring JT in. He just
Snatched
by
it.
JT with the BKB being
He snatched everything.
He got every single item picked up by JT. They're going to get the kill on Ali. They'll take out the Courier of Kaka, but they're going to look over as now the Tether's back in. Fly trying to do all he can. They don't have an Aegis here on the side of Esther, so it's going to be a little bit problematic for them.
White Album in trouble.
Out of Monet's hand, and they will get the kill on a White Album. That's a 10-time spree going the way of JT. Up into the air is the Bear, and now they're going to hit him with the spear, but it doesn't latch onto that Roche Pit Cave side. And now, with the buyback from White Album, he'll try to get something done. Damage coming in with the Earth Spike from a distance. Coming forward, though, is the Mars. He's hexed up, moving fast, losing a lot of life. They've got themselves a Chaotic Offering coming down to the Kaka, as well as JT, but they end up losing XSS, who buys back. Sunray right on top of Kaka, as well as JT. They get the kill on a 2. They've got the Hex through on the Emo, and they will finish off the puck. The gem on the deck. All 3 heroes do not have buyback. JT swiftly swiping everything.
Oh, he saw the line from the Psyblade Cleave. Will he be able to find him? Oh, very close. And he's dead. Wow.
God, Ali gone. He doesn't have buyback. This could just be the game.
If not the game, at least the Mega Creep or something of the sort.
Woo! This feels really bad for IG. Fly, BKB.
And this was despite Slaughter picking up everything.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I can't believe he picked up everything.
Yeah, but it might all be for naught because they don't have buybacks, no BKB on Ursa. It's just game over.
Yeah.
You
2-4 goes down. They call it GG.
Yeah,
Aster, they win the series
2-0.
2-0.
Not what I expected at all.
Very one-sided. That was so impressive.
Yeah. And this is why, you know, you never doubt a TA. Like TA in a good matchup can really just snowball. White Album hard carried this game.
Oh, yeah.
Like from beginning to finish, it was all him. And we said in game 1, you know, he definitely has a tendency to play out of his mind sometimes. This was one of those games.
And I know I just said it was one-sided. Obviously, it's 2-0. There was so much there from IG that looked really good. JT was a bright spot for that whole series. I mean, that was almost the steal of the century that makes it possible for them to come back. The fight just doesn't go their way. Like you said, White Album just kind of holds it together, and he has been the shining star here for ASTER in this DPC, coming from SAG, changing his name from DD to White Album, and really showing up throughout the entire season. That was just such an impressive win from them.
And it's now a forced tiebreaker.
Yeah, so a tiebreaker there, and a tiebreaker between LGD and Elephant will be the matchups that we see tomorrow, right? So breaking it down a little bit further for you for the day is the panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cop and Black. Yes, indeed, that was a hell of a performance from Team Aster as White Album closes this series out in style. I mean, I love that lion kill at the end there. Such an icing on the cake moment where he just completely plays.
Side blades, yeah. That was
that first fight with the first rock, we're gonna see that. Like they relocate into the rock.
like,
Lanham,
okay.
he was struggling in the lane. My man was like 0 and 6. They were playing into IO Slaughter, which was kind of a bad matchup for them, but he got the levels. He made a really good rotation at the top, which secured the tower. It's very hard. Like, Aster can go and force a fight inside the Roche pit multiple times because they have like a better team fighting lineup. And yeah, White Album, like Caster sprays them. He really popped up on that TA. Puck was making rotations on the bottom. They kept killing him, but the Templar Assassin kept farming. I really love this shard pickup because they lacked silences and control for Puck. My prediction was wrong, who's going to win, but I had a good one. I said Puck is going to die either 0 or 1 time. In the end, he just died once, and that was it. But yeah, because they didn't have enough control. Yeah, they also bought like a gem for Puck to be able to see those traps and devoured so he can't get silenced, but in the end, like, this TA just became too massive.
Yeah, just a really, really good TA game. I wasn't really sold on the TA pick, even though it's versus the Puck. I said that she will pop off, but as a hero, I don't value her as much. I haven't seen her do this well, but man, White Album just proving the hero is strong enough. Even if your carry is together combined with Warlock, like 8 deaths coming from the laning stage.
Yeah, it was brutal, but
still,
it didn't translate.
Yeah, still, IG, they have their chances. They took a couple of good pickoffs, a couple of good team fights, even after White Album popped off and had everything T needed to fight. But some mistakes here and there happened. I can't but not notice Fly in the first game and in the second game. He's just not having a day. It doesn't feel great for him, really. In the first game, a couple of very interesting morphs. In the second game here, the Enrage just before the Aegis pops because he thought he might live.
That was such a cataclysmic mistake.
It literally lost them the whole team fight there when they have Cheese and the Aegis. It's a couple of awkward plays coming from IG, but Aster, they just played out of their mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's very rare to have a game and where you can say like one mistake cost them the game, and obviously that's not the case here. But I mean, it meant so much. Like that was the beginning of the end. Like they had the Aegis. Firstly, he was so out of position, and then secondly, just using the Enrage there, thinking that he can survive when there's a right click coming from a Deso tier. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Like even in this fight, like. JT, he also had a really great time in this game. Blinks in, like, steals everything, dies afterwards, and TA buys back. I'm, like, sitting there like, what the hell is going on? And, like, they need to catch someone. And then Phoenix uses dive. They get the Hex off. Like, oh, this is just beautiful stuff. He saw the side blades, and then he has, I believe...
Quiver.
Yeah, he has a quiver and he has a Dragon Lance on top of that, so a lot of range coming on from TA. Actually finishes off the Lion, and they go and just end the game. Like, that buyback was so valuable. They understood, like, JT also used the buyback in the previous fight, so he's